Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. 13 PIW. Chapter 321. Ability Awakening. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Looking at the expressions of these captains, J. Arrow suddenly felt a little displeased, because according to their intentions, then Smokey had to obey the prisoner's treatment, which was different from his previous guarantee to Smokey. Can I use my life as a guarantee? It is possible for Smokey to join us in the future. Why can't you trust her a little more? Said Arrow J. You believe in an outsider so much now, are you brainwashed by her? Joe said angrily. I feel more and more that this woman controls you. Vista also said. You talk nonsense. Brother Yaluo clenched his fists, it was uncomfortable to be framed, and his emotions became agitated. The atmosphere on the scene suddenly became a bit dreadful, as if fighting would happen at any time. Although the other captains disagreed with Arrow G's views, they did not add any more fuel at this time. Arrow J, Joe's, and Beasta became hostile, and the others immediately stopped them and pulled them away slowly, otherwise they could really fight. And Smokey at the side was very embarrassed, but fortunately, no one sprinkled the anger directly on her. Although this situation was unexpected by Smokey, it still made her very defending her. Moved. At this time, Wentai also had to show his majesty. He shouted loudly, shut up all of you. At the same time, a powerful force and aura erupted from Wentai's body, causing a shock on the scene, making everyone avoid it for a short time. For a while, everyone was quiet, and they looked at Wentai with surprised eyes, because it was so surprising. That kind of power was not ordinary haki. Conqueror's haki, Jinbei said in surprise. Advertisement. The other captains are also aware of this. Conqueror's haki, which represents the qualifications of the king. As long as it maintains continuous growth, then future achievements will never be low. Even in New World, Conqueror's haki is very rare. Among the Whitebeard pirates, even Marco does not have Conqueror's haki. Among the captains, only Jinbei awakened Conqueror's haki, and now, there is one more. Wentai, I didn't expect you to have Conqueror's haki. Joe said in surprise. It turned out to be awakened in this situation, which is really incredible. Tesla said. It's no wonder that the old man valued you before, but now that I think about it, maybe the old man has this consideration. Beasta said. Wentai himself was also a little surprised. This sudden sense of power gave him a different state of mind. As this Conqueror's haki, Wentai clenched his fists. Conqueror's haki, if you are on the battlefield, you can also deal with many people. Jinbei said. With Conqueror's haki, it is very effective to deal with miscellaneous fish. Only when you fully expand yourself, those pirates who are unable to resist will instantly lose their consciousness or ability to act. Moreover, Jinbei feels that Wentai's awakened Conqueror's haki is of better quality than himself, which shows that his aptitude is also extraordinary. However, before that, Wentai had no signs at all, and there was no king's qualifications. Even if he got dark fruit, it sometimes felt like a weak person. There is no such kind of majesty as a strong man, so Jinbei thinks that Dad didn't see Wentai's aptitude before, and he couldn't see it at all. Advertisement. Everyone, let's talk about my things later. I was too excited just now. You are both core captains. Don't quarrel about this kind of thing. Wentai said. Although Conqueror's haki is awakened, Wentai clearly knows what the most important thing is now, not Conqueror's haki, who is discussing him. Now the war is not over. I mean, we were excited just now. Joes and Beasta immediately apologized. Now that Marco is not here, as the commander-in-chief, everything is subject to my orders. Wentai said with dignity. Everyone looked at Wentai seriously, not knowing if it was because Wentai awakened Conqueror's haki. They looked at Wentai now with a little more awe. Moreover, everyone felt that Wentai at this time seemed a little different from before, and he had a sense of command and prohibition of majesty on his body. Regarding Smokey, since Yaluo uses his life as a guarantee, then we should trust him. Wentai said. Zero seeking flowers, zero. Hearing this, Arrow J was very happy and quickly expressed his gratitude to Wentai, but Joes, Beasta and others did not continue to pursue this matter. As a result, Smokey finally stayed here successfully as a friend, and then the spies that Wentai had sent out to inquire about the news also returned. Reports. The Ants pirate group have all gathered on the edge of Shink Island, and it should be planned to board the ship. What? Do you want to escape? The captains were suddenly surprised and asked for a fight. Of course, Wentai would not let this opportunity pass. He immediately issued his order. Everyone will attack, and while they have not yet boarded the ship, or while they are on the ship, they will defeat the enemy in the sea. Advertisement. Point 0. Yes. Joes and others immediately set out, and there were many pirate groups, all set out in a mighty force, only Arogo and Smokey stayed. Brother Yaluo, aren't you going? Wentai asked. Marco asked me to stay here. Aroge said. He moved Marco out, and Wentai couldn't say anything. However, from the look in Arrow's eyes, Wentai almost knew the situation of the two of them, and Arrow liked Smokey. If that's the case, I'll leave it to you here, and I'll go out and take part in the battle. Wentai said. Wait, Boss Wentai, Dad told you to stay here. What should you do if something goes wrong if you go out? San Juan asked. Haha, of course the two of us will follow. Whitebeard too immediately said with a smile, and then he was about to go with Wentai. You two stay here. I'll go alone. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm a man with Conqueror's Hockey, and I'm a dark fruit person. Wentai said. If this is the case, then you should be careful, don't go too far into the battlefield. Aroge said. In fact, Wentai's configuration, Conqueror's Hockey, dark fruit, is indeed a high-level configuration, and most people are not qualified to fight against it. The only shortcoming is that Wentai lacks combat experience, but the current situation is completely occupied by the Whitebeard pirates, and with movement, the Ant pirates are basically unable to retreat on the coast. Ant. Chapter 322. Ant enters in person. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Therefore, for Wentai to go to the battlefield, Yaluoge did not stop. After all, this is also a good opportunity for people to improve themselves. After Wentai left, Brother Yaluo stayed here with Smokey and spoke with her. Who was that person just now? It looks high, but why hasn't he heard of it before? Smokey asked curiously. Are you talking about Wentai? He is the close guard of the old man, the dark fruit ability person, and he has also awakened Conqueror's Hockey. Aragorn introduced. As for Smokey, Arrow felt that there was no need to hide this from him. Now they were not enemies, but friends. Dark fruit ability. He inherited Blackbeard's ability. Smoggy suddenly exclaimed. After all, this incident was indeed shocking. Dark fruit. That, 980, may be a very powerful fruit. During the war at the top, Blackbeard's ability to use dark fruit made many people see the power of dark fruit. Yeah, but it's not surprising. It's the old man who rewarded him with dark fruit, and it has nothing to do with Blackbeard, said Aroge. That said, this Wentai is highly valued by Whitebeard. I just wonder that this person shouldn't have much reputation before, otherwise, how could he have never heard of it? Smokey said. Hearing that, Brother Yaluo also laughed. Ha ha ha, I haven't heard of it. Do you know what Wentai was before? What status? Advertisement. He was just an ordinary marine soldier before, but he showed extraordinary insights at the time and was praised by his father. Aragorn explained. Marine. Smokey was shocked. It was quite unusual for Marine to join the pirates. Whitebeard's vision is really terrifying. Just an ordinary Marine rewarded him with the powerful dark fruit. Not only did he get his loyal subordinates, but the facts proved that this guy is a talent. Smokey said. Haha, because he is our daddy. Brother Yaluo said with a smile. At this time, the battle between Whitebeard and the ant continued. The ant transformed her double-horned hat into a giant sword and held it in her hand, and fought against Whitebeard's Kong Yunchi. The ant's swordsmanship is also very strong. It is said that she learned the tricks of the giants when she was a child. Napoleon in the double-horned hat is one of the highest homits completed by the ant using her own soul, and can be transformed into a giant sword. And Whitebeard's Kong Yunchi is one of the 12 supreme sharp knives. It is a real artifact in quality, and Napoleon is not considered a real weapon. It's just that Napoleon can be transformed into a weapon, and he has good power. Under this circumstance, every attack and block of both sides creates a strong wind pressure around him. Whitebeard, I heard that you defeated Hawkeye in swordsmanship, but you may not be my opponent. The ant is quite confident in her swordsmanship, because in dozens of rounds of battle, Whitebeard has not been able to suppress her. Do you think you can beat me? Whitebeard smiled back. Although he really can't win quickly, it doesn't mean that there is no gap between them. Advertisement. These words made the ant completely burn her fighting spirit. Although the ant didn't think she could defeat Whitebeard, she was one of the 4 emperors. As the overlord of the sea for many years, the ant also has her own dignity. This time the declaration of war on the Whitebeard pirates is not only because of her own anger, but also the ant's ambition. As a powerhouse of this level, no 4 emperors don't want to go one step closer. Who doesn't want to be the real One Piece, so this is also a desire in the heart of the ant. She is eager to defeat Whitebeard, she wants to be the top of the 4 emperors, and at the same time become the real One Piece step by step. At this time, the ant fought with Whitebeard very fiercely, and saw the ant desperately trying to suppress Whitebeard, and the whole body of Conqueror's Haki was fully revealed. The gun of Elbaf, prestige. I saw that the giant sword in the ant's hand was suddenly filled with dazzling light, and its size became even bigger. A strong sword aura gleamed from the giant sword and turned into a huge force of more than 10 feet, rushing towards Whitebeard from midair. This blow cost the ant a lot of strength. Although she does not expect to defeat Whitebeard, she is confident that she can at least slightly suppress Whitebeard 0. As long as the situation can be stabilized and you have the upper hand, then you will have a chance to defeat Whitebeard next. Although Whitebeard faced this terrifying sword power, he was also touched, because this huge sword aura could not help but tolerate the aura of the ant conquerors, and at the same time he also blessed armament Haki. Moreover, Napoleon had already accumulated a lot of power before, and it was like a flood when the gate was opened. Advertisement. Is this the giant's move? It is really full of power. Whitebeard said solemnly. The ant used to stay in the giants for a period of time, so she learned the tricks of the giants, the gun of Elbaf, the prestige. The giants have always been representatives of power, and the oppressive feeling of the body is definitely not a joke, so their moves are huge in order to adapt to their bodies. Under this circumstance, Whitebeard couldn't help being defensive. Instead, he took the initiative to greet him. Whitebeard raised his sword and rushed into the air. A light flashed faintly on the broad knife, and a powerful conqueror's Haki burst out of Whitebeard's body, mingled with endless power. The veins of Whitebeard's arm burst, and the force of the shock was continuously transmitted to the broad knife, and the surrounding space was vibrated strongly. You dare to face 5.0 face to face, Whitebeard, you really are there. Seeing Whitebeard's eagle attack, the ant was also a little annoyed, because she didn't expect that Whitebeard didn't think her move was threatening. Soon, Whitebeard's swift impact, the tip of his broadsword violently collided with the Elbaf spear sent by the ant, and a burst of destructive air pressure broke out in an instant. The entire island began to shake violently, and there were even many cracks in the earth. Because it was on the coast, the sea nearby was also shaken by this force. Because of the collision of forces, while distorting the space, it even produced extreme light, and Whitebeard's figure could not be seen clearly in the range full of light. The collision was not over yet, and it lasted for several minutes. This powerful air current destroyed everything around it. Chapter 323, Whitebeard vs. Anti. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The flying sand and rocks on Shink Island were all caused by the power of Whitebeard and Anti. And this time, the Whitebeard pirates and ant pirates who were at war clearly realized this. Both sides understood that it was caused by the battle between the ant and Whitebeard, so there was no panic, but this battlefield was no longer suitable for them to continue fighting. Damn it, is it here again? Marco, who was fighting fiercely with Katakuri, couldn't help but glanced around and said. It's not our business, I only have one purpose, that is to defeat you, I hope you are the same. Katakuri said lightly, his eyes kept staring at Marco, not being distracted by the surrounding situation. Marco's gaze returned to Katakuri again, and he also agreed with it. Yes, I have to beat you quickly. I didn't expect you to be so difficult. You are also the first enemy I have encountered that is difficult to deal with. Katakuri 01 replied. Katakuri also lost her patience and began to go all out, only to see Katakuri completely glutinous his body. Immediately afterwards, Katakuri launched a rolling attack on Marco, and a huge glutinous rice ball rushed towards Marco frantically. Even Marco can chase Katakuri in midair. In the face of his attack, Marco dare not care, although he can recover. Advertisement. However, the power contained in Katakuri's attack is very demanding, and once it is hit, it is a large area. Even if it can recover, it will consume a lot of physical strength. Therefore, Marco didn't plan to fight head-on, the cyan wings behind him quickly flapped, and then dodged in the air. During the attack, Katakuri's huge glutinous rice ball suddenly stretched out two slender arms and extended them indefinitely, trying to catch Marco. When Marco saw this, he felt that he had been in a passive position and wanted to fight back, so he pretended to make a mistake and was directly caught by Katakuri's long arm. Finally caught you, let you see how good I am. After Marco was brought under control, Katakuri was also very happy. He wanted to hit Marco severely with one blow, and then he could end the battle. The hard armament hockey immediately appeared on Katakuri's fist. He narrowed the scope and increased the hardness of armament hockey to the limit he could achieve. Immediately afterwards, Katakuri pulled Marco over, his fists accumulated endless power, ready to blast out. During this period, Marco did not sit still. After being caught by Katakuri, he immediately began to release his cyan flame. Originally, this cyan flame could not be used to attack, or that it had no purpose of attack, the phoenix was just restoring powerfully. But under Whitebeard's training before, Marco has been able to skillfully use the cyan flame to attack from his body. Indestructible flame. As Marco's low voice sounded, Katakuri, who was preparing to attack, suddenly felt that his glutinous rice arm was melting, and a layer of blue flame like a tarsal maggot was attached to it. Advertisement. This is, Katakuri was a little surprised. He felt something wrong when he saw the cyan flames, because the flames made him feel a terrible breath. Katakuri tried to forcibly cover with glutinous rice, and then extinguished these flames, but to his surprise, he soon discovered that the blue flame could not be extinguished. Glutinous rice is not something suitable for burning, but it can continue to burn, and it does not have a high temperature, but it also brings some damage to Katakuri. Pain. It was a feeling of pain. Marco didn't use armament hockey, but the cyan flame made Katakuri feel pain in the body of glutinous rice. In this case, Katakuri also attacked Marco. He could only push Marco away, and wrapped Marco into a spherical shape with a large amount of glutinous rice. Katakuri tried to buy himself some time to avoid Marco taking the opportunity to attack at this time. What's the matter with these flames? Marco's phoenix power seems to be different from the rumors. Katakuri felt incredible. However, Katakuri quickly found a way to deal with it. He hardened the part of his body covered by the cyan flame on armament hockey. The cyan flames quickly disappeared by themselves because they couldn't spread, which made Katakuri breathe a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly cracked this trick, Marco said after breaking Katakuri's control. Marco, I underestimated you. I didn't expect your abilities to be developed to such an extent. Katakuri exclaimed. After all, Katakuri has fully developed the fruiting ability himself. His glutinous rice fruit, to be honest, is not as valuable as many Logia fruits. But only under the development of Katakuri and his own strength can the power of glutinous rice fruit be brought to this level. Advertisement. Therefore, when seeing Marco who is similar to it, Katakuri has a familiar feeling, as if he is himself. Damn it, I've been fighting for so long, I don't know how the battlefield is now, and whether Smokey is in danger. Because he couldn't win a quick victory against Marco in the face of 980, Katakuri also became a little impatient. At this moment, Marco suddenly rushed over. Roaring with the fierce wind pressure, Marco flew a kick and kicked it at Katakuri's abdomen. Katakuri's eyes flickered, and his abdomen quickly deformed, forming a cavity for Marco to wear. Past. And then, Marco cut over with his wings again, which turned out to be directly cut off Katakuri's head. What? It hit. Marco himself was a little surprised, his simple attack actually hit. However, because Marco did not cover armament hockey, Katakuri Logia's body was not injured, and his head quickly recovered. What's going on? Why didn't Katakuri just avoid it? Marco was very curious, because it was so strange. Could it be? Marco suddenly thought of something. In order to verify his conjecture, Marco then launched a continuous attack on Katakuri. This time, Marco covered all the attacking parts with armament hockey. But Katakuri quickly confronted it. Both of them used armament hockey, their hard fists and bodies constantly colliding. Plus. Chapter 324. Anti-incompetent first furious. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. During the battle, Marco made a lot of fake moves, and then immediately attacked. As Marco thought, Katakuri did not escape the blow, although it is not clear why. Marco didn't know why Katakuri appeared in this state, but he understood that Katakuri's perception of color declined. Different from the time when the battle started, Katakuri's performance was very strong at first, and it was difficult for Marco to attack him at all. Even with such fake moves, it is difficult to hit Katakuri, and now Katakuri has been hit twice in a row. Obviously, Katakuri's observation haki doesn't seem to be as effective as it should be, but in any case, this is a good thing for Marco. Katakuri, are you at your limit? Marco said with a smile, and he guessed that Katakuri might have this situation due to lack of physical strength. Because he hasn't fought for several hours now, it has been half a day since the Whitebeard pirate group and the Ant pirate group started fighting. Although this intensity of battle is not so good, Marco can't think of other reasons for the time being. Huh, what a joke, it's not a big deal at this level. Katakuri said immediately. Really? Then go ahead. After finishing speaking, Marco continued to launch an attack on Katakuri, and Katakuri was attacked by Marco several times intermittently in the following time. Advertisement. Although the damage was not great, the rhythm of Katakuri's entire battle has been completely disrupted, and seeing, hearing and coloring has a characteristic, that is, it requires absolute calmness. Only by being absolutely calm can he exert his strength of seeing and hearing. At this time, Katakuri, because he is worried about the safety of Smokey and the situation on the battlefield, he cannot remain calm. Under this circumstance, he cannot predict the future from time to time according to his knowledge, so as to avoid Marco's attack. Marco hit Katakuri continuously in midair, covering armament haki with every attack, constantly consuming Katakuri. Katakuri has been under the attack, and has been unable to launch a counterattack. On the other hand, because of the battle between Whitebeard and Anti, the entire island became very dangerous. The Whitebeard pirate group and the Ant pirate group had to fight while protecting themselves. However, in this case, the anti-pirates suffered heavy losses. On the contrary, the Whitebeard pirates did not have many casualties, because Wentai joined the battlefield. In the center of the battle between the two sides, a crack often appears on the ground, and rocks may fall in the air at any time. And within the range of the Whitebeard pirate group, another shaking occurred on the island, and countless rocks were shaken down from the top of the mountain, and they were about to be smashed down. Immediately afterwards, a black net appeared in the air, blocking the rocks. When the rock just fell on the black net formed a vortex that swallowed all the rocks. Everyone, don't take into account the threat from the sky, you can concentrate on dealing with the enemy. Wentai's figure appeared from a high place and said to them, "It's Wentai's staff." Everyone exclaimed, because Wentai was appointed as the commander by Whitebeard, so he was called the staff. Unexpectedly, the staff of Wentai came to the battlefield in person. Everyone, cheer and defeat them. Advertisement. Because of Wentai's participation in the battle, the Whitebeard pirates' momentum rose for a while, which greatly improved their fighting spirit, and launched fierce attacks one after another. The Ants' pirate regiment was already defeated, and the major cadres were all caught in a bitter battle, and no one was able to command the overall situation. Many sideline pirate regiments even slipped away directly. A part of the pirate group surrendered directly, and the scene can be described as one-sided. At this time, Wentai also encouraged the other side to surrender in order to end the battlefield as soon as possible. Listen to the members of the Ant pirates, if you surrender on the spot, we will never embarrass you. If you want to keep going, you will be at your own risk. These words immediately made people even more panic. Speaking of this battle, they weren't what they wanted to fight, and most people wouldn't die for this war at all. I am the captain of the Ant, I surrender. I surrender. I surrender too. Seeing more and more captains surrendering, Wentai was also very relieved. Well, all those who surrender lay down their weapons. Then Wentai ordered people to rectify and manage these surrenders, and these surrenders also filled those who have not yet surrendered and are still fighting hard with crises. Damn it, you betrayed your mother like this. Sparrow's eyes were full of anger, watching what was happening in the distance. 5,000 watts punches. Advertisement. At this time, Jinbei's powerful impact punch directly knocked Perro's pillow into the air. Because he was distracted, he did not make effective defenses, and firmly withstood Jinbei's heavy punch. Sparrow, you are gone, so don't insist on it. Jinbei walked over and said to Sparrow lying on the ground. Sparrow fell silent. He did not answer, but he didn't mean to continue fighting. It seemed that he had lost his fighting spirit. Seeing that Sparrow didn't mean to resist, Jinbei immediately asked Sparrow to be tortured. The other senior cadres of the Ants pirate group were also distracted by this incident, and they were defeated by the captains of the Whitebeard pirate group and successfully controlled. As for the pirate ships of the anti-pirate group, they were all slowly controlled by Whitebeard's people, and none of them escaped successfully. I don't know what happened to the old man. Facing the already victorious battlefield, Wentai began to wonder about the fighting situation of the Whitebeard, no money. At this time, Whitebeard and the ant didn't know what happened on the battlefield, but if they knew what happened, the ant would definitely vomit blood at this time, because his subordinates surrendered to the Whitebeard pirates. Damn Newgate, try this trick. The ant faced Whitebeard, her conqueror's full open was the norm, and Whitebeard was the same. The terrain around them had been severely changed due to their fighting. I saw a dark purple halo appeared on the ant's figure, and a wicked feeling appeared on her body, and the surrounding environment had even changed a lot. It seemed that there was a sense of horror everywhere. Newgate, you will not be the second Roger, you will fall here. The ant faced Whitebeard, her eyes were full of coldness, and her tone was very strange. Chapter 325. Auntie wants to escape. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Whitebeard knew that the ant used her own fruit power. The mixed fruit is a horrible fruit that can extract the soul, and it is even more powerful under the use of the ant. However, it is impossible for this kind of aura to suppress Whitebeard. Whitebeard is very calm, and even wants to laugh a little. Don't waste your efforts, Lin, this trick is useless to me. Whitebeard said lightly, and directly swept away a dazzling sword light with a big knife. The ant blocked Whitebeard's attack with both hands, and at the same time, her own ability was interrupted. Just now it was the ant's fruit ability, the soul spell. Under the soul spell, the life judgment can be made on any person, as long as that person has even a slight sense of fear, he will be deprived of the soul, and the soul is deprived of life. Damn it, it's useless to him. The ant gritted her teeth. This trick is very effective against people who are weaker than her, but it is useless against opponents like Whitebeard. But the ant had already used all the moves she could use at this time. She didn't have any ability to defeat Whitebeard, or even cause 980 effective damage. Under this circumstance, the ant seems to have a dead end, and what is waiting for her must be a failure. However, the ant will not wait to die. Boule, are you ready? The ant suddenly took out a phone bug and started to contact people. However, after the connection, the other party did not answer. After a while, Bree's voice appeared. I know Mom, I'm ready. Bree's voice was a little strange, but the ant didn't think too much. She nodded, and then replied, okay, come to me right now and start the evacuation plan. Advertisement. It is clear that she has no chance of winning, and the ant does not intend to continue to insist. After all, if she really fights to the end, then she must be captured by Whitebeard, which is unacceptable to her. Only if the Green Hills are left, there will still be a chance for a comeback in the future. Therefore, the ant is preparing to evacuate, and this evacuation plan has been drawn up a long time ago. Before the event, the ant held an internal meeting and made an evacuation plan. If the situation is unfavorable, she will immediately withdraw to Cake Island. The key person of this evacuation plan is Bree. Through Bree's mirror, he can immediately return to the world in the mirror, and then return to Cake Island. However, the ant didn't know that the situation had changed tremendously at this time. Newgate, I didn't expect your strength to reach this level. I really underestimated you, but don't be proud of you. One day in the future, I will defeat you. No matter what method I use, I will have a snow front. Shame. After deciding to evacuate, the ant did not forget to put down her harsh words to Whitebeard before evacuation, but Whitebeard immediately said, do you mean you don't plan to continue? Want to leave? It's not that easy. With that, Whitebeard launched an attack on the ant, using its shocking power to suppress the ant and unable to escape, and the ant has resisted the pressure and waited for Bree's arrival. According to the truth, Bree can come here instantly through the mirror. You must know that the ant's body had already prepared the mirror beforehand, and it was on her body. Bray, what's going on? Damn it. The ant was a little angry at once, but Bree did not show up, causing the ant to withstand a lot of attacks from Whitebeard. What the ant didn't know was that on the other side of the previous phone worm, Bree, who was speaking, was already under the control of Wentai and others. Very well, you did a good job. Wentai nodded to Bree. After they took control of the ant pirate group, they also knew the plan. Therefore, After the ant's phone call came, Wentai threatened the safety of other cadres, so that Bree had to make a false response. Sorry mom, ABFA, I can only do this. Bree lowered her head and shed tears. Compared to her mother's plan, Bree felt that the safety of his brothers and sisters was more important. Advertisement. Take them all back. Wentai ordered, because this was the ship of the ant pirate group, and Bree was controlled by her own ship. Her pirate group had fallen apart, and the ant didn't know what had happened, and no one had notified her at all. Zeus. The ant shouted that she had no intention of fighting again at this time, and it would not be good for her to continue fighting. Since Bree did not come, then she could only use Thundercloud to escape. Mother. Zeus quickly appeared at the ant's feet, and the ant immediately jumped up, and Zeus quickly flew into the sky, preparing to fly away. Zeus is not only the hormats used for attack, but also equivalent to the ant's mount, which can carry the ant to fly at extremely fast speeds. However, since the war is on, it is impossible for Whitebeard to let the ant leave like this. Want to go? I saw Whitebeard stretch out his palm immediately, and the power of the shock in the palm was released instantly, forming an intertwined skynet in the distant sky. During the flight, a huge net suddenly appeared in front of the ant to block her way. She immediately changed direction, but there was also a huge net on the other side. Soon, these giant nets gathered from all directions, completely sealing the ant in the middle space. Heaven is on fire. In anger, the ant used Prometheus's hot flame to attack, and the strong pillar of fire completely covered the giant net. Advertisement. However, under the flames, the giant net created by Whitebeard is still intact. This is the power of the shock. It depends on the space. It is impossible for the flames to break through. Whitebeard flew over in the sky and said to the ant outside the giant net. Damn Newgate. The gun of Elbaf, prestige. The ant made another strong blow, and the giant sword made by Napoleon burst into a strong light in the ant's hands. Its power has reached its limit and it directly smashed into the giant net. Boom. There was a violent noise erupting in the sky, and people on the entire island could clearly hear it, and even some people could vaguely see the figure in the sky. Ant's move caused a strong vibration in the air, even a sonic boom occurred, and a groove appeared on the giant net. I was beaten and deformed. Whitebeard was a little surprised. It was the first time that his shock power appeared such a situation in defense. Ant's power under her anger should not be underestimated, but although this blow deformed the giant net, it has not been completely breached. If she comes again, she won't be able to resist it, she has to find a way to end it. Whitebeard controlled his shock space, and then began to continuously compress. Chapter 326. Whitebeard's Means. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Whitebeard intends to compress the shock space that controls the ante to be smaller and smaller, so that the ante will use more power in it. At the same time, Whitebeard intends to throw the ant directly into the sea together with the earthquake space. They are now in the sky, and below is the sea. As long as the ant sinks to the bottom of the sea, then everything is over. The surrounding space was getting smaller and smaller, and the ant quickly realized that she thought Whitebeard was trying to squeeze her through space compression. So, the ant quickly prepared for her second blow. The Elbaf gun can be broken by one more shot. However, Whitebeard didn't give her this time. Just when her preparations were done, the shocking space suddenly began to fall. Whitebeard controlled the shock space and fell at an extremely fast speed, as if a big hand was pressing down on it. This huge feeling of falling caused the ant to be instantly interrupted from casting the trick, and she began to panic, because the direction of the shock space was the sea. Prometheus. The ant knew that she couldn't shake the space and fall in this short period of time, so she immediately shouted in an emergency. I know, Mother. Prometheus immediately unfolded a fierce flame, and at this moment, the entire shocking space thumped into the sea. Whitebeard stood volley in the sky, his eyes condensed slightly, and he continued to press the ant and them with the shocking force. Advertisement. Must enter the deepest seabed. Whitebeard's power is fully deployed, and the power of the shock is like a column, showing a terrifying pressure above the ant, pressing the shock space deeper and deeper. Under the pressure of such a terrifying force as Whitebeard, even in the water, the earthquake space where the ant was located was falling like an elevator. After being pressed for half an hour, even Whitebeard didn't know where the ant was oppressed in the sea. The sea was already very calm. The surroundings became quiet, and it seemed that no occasional reading had happened, but there had just been an imperial battle here. Whitebeard flew away in a volley, and he went to the battlefield the first time, but at this time, the battle was already cleaning work. Is it over? It looks better than I expected. Whitebeard said while looking down in midair. Father. At this time Wen Tai's voice came. He had seen what happened in the sky just now, and he also saw Whitebeard flying past, so he immediately shouted. Is it Wen Tai? The rest of the ants' pirate group are under control, right? Whitebeard immediately flew down. Yes, Daddy, we won a big victory this time, but Marco is still fighting with Katakuri, and he doesn't seem to let others help. Wen Tai said. Really? You continue to clean up the battlefield and manage everyone. I will go and see Marco. After Whitebeard finished speaking, he immediately flew away in the air. Soon, he saw Marco fighting Katakuri. Katakuri, have you been distracted? Now you are very different from just now. Marco said to Katakuri with some regret. Because of Wen Tai's assistance just now, Katakuri has already known the defeat of the ant pirates. In this case, Katakuri's personal victory or defeat is no longer important, and he has also lost his fighting spirit. Advertisement. It's over. Everyone has been arrested. Do I have to continue? Katakuri said in his mind. In this case, Katakuri felt that he had no need to persist. The meaning of his battle was to protect his family. However, it has become like this now. The battle has no meaning. It is impossible for him to change alone. Marco. Whitebeard shouted, standing in the air. The ant thought to herself. Father. Why are you here? Has the ant been defeated? Marco said in surprise. Hearing that, Katakuri suddenly widened his pupils, and even the ant was defeated, then everything really ended. It's over, everything is over. Katakuri froze. Marco, he is the head of the 3 generals under the ant. Isn't Katakuri? It doesn't seem to be your opponent. Whitebeard said deliberately, wanting to stimulate Katakuri in this way. Although Whitebeard knew that Katakuri was a first-class talent under the ant, Whitebeard wanted to see for himself to what extent he was. 0 seeking flowers, 0. Father, it seems that they are already gone, so he has lost his fighting spirit. It's a pity. I originally wanted to beat him upright. Marco said with some regret. Whitebeard was silent for a moment, and suddenly said to Katakuri, Katakuri, now give you a chance. If you can defeat Marco, then I will let you go, and you can choose 3 family members to take away. Quote. You, what are you? Katakuri suddenly came back to his senses. Do you want me to repeat it? Whitebeard shook his head. Are you true? Katakuri asked immediately. Advertisement. Of course, I'm Whitebeard, I won't intervene in your fight, everything depends on your strength. Whitebeard said. Point 0. Okay. Katakuri instantly burned his fighting spirit. Although there was no way to save the ant pirates, it would be a good deal if he could win the freedom of several family members. Seeing Katakuri cheer up again, Marco is also a little happy, because he can stand up to all the results of the real Katakuri. It's Daddy, so there is a way. Marco said with a smile. So, the next step is to see your strength. Whitebeard said. Don't worry, old man, I won't let you down. Marco said through gritted teeth. They are also powerful subordinates of the 4 emperors. Marco doesn't want to admit that he is better than Katakuri, not to mention that he has received such torture training. Come on, Katakuri, Marco shouted. But Katakuri has calmed down again, and his observation hockey has returned to its peak. Marco and Katakuri rushed toward each other at the same time, and both sides' fists and feet were all covered by armament hockey. Every time they met, it was an armed collision. This kind of matchup lasted for dozens of rounds, but Marco was able to successfully hit Katakuri every time, but Katakuri hit Marco several times. The sight of this guy is really as powerful as the rumors. Whitebeard couldn't help but praise. Wisdom is strong enough to foresee the future for a short time. This kind of strength is enough to make Whitebeard feel greedy. And Chapter 327. The Last Resistance of the Card 2. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. This kind of strength of Katakuri makes Whitebeard want him very much. Although most of the ants' pirates have surrendered, what really makes Whitebeard pay attention to is only a few core cadres of the ant. By Jing, advanced combat power will always be more important than ordinary combat power, even if this ordinary combat power is huge. Among those core cadres, Katakuri is the most important one. Therefore, if Katakuri can be obtained, then the combat power of the pirate group can be expanded. Marco, come on, Whitebeard called. Hearing the old man cheer for himself, Marco was also full of fighting spirit. In front of him, he didn't want to lose face, and if he lost, then Katakuriko would take a few cadres away. Marco didn't want his father to be in an embarrassing situation, so he went all out to fight, and 980, and he probably understood the shortcomings of Katakuri's knowledge. Katakuri is very calm now, so it is very difficult to defeat him by ordinary battles, only some special methods can be used. Katakuri, you have to be careful next, this is the profound meaning I have not shown to others, let's try your power. Marco stopped in midair proudly and said to Katakuri. Katakuri didn't answer, but his eyes gradually became more solemn. According to Marco, this move should be more powerful than the previous one, although it is not easy to deal with. The current Katakuri has become very cautious, because he now understands very well that he is no longer fighting for himself, but now he bears an important responsibility. As long as they can win, then they can save 3 more family members. Although Katakuri does not understand why Whitebeard gave him such an uneconomical condition, Katakuri cannot miss this opportunity. Advertisement. The profound meaning that has never been shown. Hearing what Marco said, even Whitebeard had a slight interest, but he wanted to see what kind of tricks Marco had practiced secretly. I saw Marco flying in midair, his figure transformed into a state of phoenix, and a layer of black armament hockey was spread over the cyan flame. Marco has used his fruit ability to the limit, and his phoenix state has more than doubled his usual size. Immediately afterwards, Marco's figure rotated in midair, and when he saw Marco's appearance, Katakuri's eyes were slightly condensed, because he felt that Marco's move seemed to be similar to his previous attack. Sure enough, Marco quickly was like a small tornado, violently selected in midair, and the overall feeling was cyan. And the next moment, Marco's lightning strikes towards Katakuri, and a strong air pressure is formed due to the violent rotation, and its surroundings show great attraction. In other words, in the process of impact, once Marco approaches a certain range, his opponent will be held back by this strong attraction and cannot dodge flexibly. And because of the wide volume of the Marco Phoenix, the range of cyclones formed is also very large. It seems that Marco wants to use this trick to decide the outcome. Whitebeard thought. Although Katakuri sees and sounds strong, but in the range covered by Marco's move, Katakuri has no time and opportunity to dodge, so he can only choose to face confrontation. Advertisement. Katakuri, let me see what you are going to do next. Whitebeard looked at Katakuri. Although Marco's move was a new one, it made Whitebeard a little surprised. After all, if Marco was shocked, even if it was just a little bit, then he would also suffer a strong-armed attack. It can be said to be Marco's physique mystery. Under Whitebeard's gaze, Katakuri also slowly started to act. To be honest, Katakuri was also a little nervous at this time. Facing Marco's aggressiveness, he was not sure of resisting. However, the matter had reached this point, and he had no retreat. He saw that Katakuri's fists were also covered with a layer of light black, and his eyes began to become solemn. At the moment Marco struck, Katakuri had 2 pairs of glutinous rice arms on his body, and his fists were also covered with armament hockey. Therefore, Katakuri had 6 hands at once, and then hit forward frantically like a bullet, forming a more violent collision with Marco's impact. There was constant vibration in the air, and the surrounding ground also began to vibrate due to the collision of this force, like an earthquake, but it was only shaken a few times, and there was no trace of damage formed around it. The 2 sides fought fiercely. In this situation, if Marco doesn't stop, then Katakuri can't retreat and stop. Because of that huge attraction, Katakuri firmly pulled, but this attraction also made his fist swing faster and lighter. This kind of power collision lasted for a while before slowly slowing down, and finally ended because the 2 stopped at the same time. In these short few minutes, both of them exhausted all their strength, and their physical strength could not support them to continue fighting, so they could not stop. Advertisement. After the 2 sides retreated, both of them panted violently, sweating all over. It seems that they have reached their limit. Whitebeard thought it was a draw. He was about to say something, and suddenly there was a slight movement in his eyes. Because the 2 people continued to hold on, Katakuri still wanted to launch an attack even though the movements were already very stiff, and even standing still relying on hard support. The same is true for Marco, they still want to continue fighting. This kind of fighting will also made Whitebeard nodded 5.0. He didn't choose to interfere. No matter how the battle was won or lost, they had tried their best. No, I definitely can't lose. If I lose, there will be no chance at all. Katakuri kept telling himself that he had no strength in his body. If it were not for the support of faith, he might have fallen by this time. Katakuri walked towards Marco step by step, dragging his exhausted body to try to give Marco a final blow. When he saw Katakuri walking towards him, Marco's eyes narrowed slightly, but he remained motionless because he had begun to accumulate his strength. Just kidding, I've already reached this point, how can I lose? Marco gritted his teeth, overdrawing the last strength of his body. Chapter 328. Conqueror's Haki Awakens. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Marco and Katakuri are in the same situation now, they are like candlesticks in the wind at this time. Not to mention the use of armament haki, they can't stand a normal punch now, because their previous confrontation consumed all their strength. This is also mainly because Marco used this trick for the first time, and he didn't know the degree, and his attack was completely plunged into a kind of madness. As a responder, Katakuri had to resist with the same madness, so it became like this in the end. Katakuri walked towards Marco step by step, and Marco kept his eyes fixed on him. When Katakuri got close enough to him, Marco suddenly stepped out, and then he slapped him with a punch he had already accumulated. Marco punched Katakuri's abdomen. This blow instantly made Katakuri lose his ability to move. He had exhausted his strength just by enduring the pain and supporting himself without falling. But Marco continued to punch again. This time, Katakuri was unable to support it, and the whole person fell straight down. Seeing Katakuri fell to the ground, Marco also instantly relaxed, lying directly on his back on the ground, panting violently. Unexpectedly, it was so difficult. Marco said with some fear. If Katakuri took the initiative to attack him, then he would probably be the one who fell now. The battle lasted so long, and it was still narrowly won, which Marco did not expect at first. It seems that it is over. Advertisement. After Whitebeard ordered people to take Marco and Katakuri back, after a royal team battle, they needed to rest. Therefore, Whitebeard did not leave Shink Island immediately, but let everyone rest here for half a day, while cleaning up casualties and recruiting personnel. In the makeshift base camp, Whitebeard sat at the top, Wentai stood beside him, and below were the captains and captains of the pirate regiment. Although there is no way to hold a grand celebration on the island, Whitebeard is still ready to make everyone cheer. Although there were certain casualties in the battle, they eliminated 4 emperors after all, so most of them started to be very happy, drinking happily. Whitebeard is also a little relieved to see the lively atmosphere underneath, but as the dad of this big family, he still needs to care about some things. Wentai, are the casualties statistics ready this time? Whitebeard asked in a low voice. The statistics have been completed. Father, in this war, we have 3 captains killed, 24 captains injured, more than 300 ordinary crew members killed, more than 1,000 lightly injured, and more than 500 seriously injured. Fortunately, the captains did not lose, only a few suffered minor injuries. As for the ant pirates, about 1,500 people were killed, 3,500 people surrendered, and more than 1,000 people refused to surrender and were temporarily controlled. These people who refused to surrender were basically the pirate group that belonged to the core cadres of the ant. There were also some who jumped into the sea to escape in the chaos, but there were not many people. After Wentai finished the report, Whitebeard also nodded, and then he asked, "How about Wentai? What do you think after this battle?" "What do you think?" Wentai was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Whitebeard to ask him this question suddenly. Our loss is much smaller than that of them, and it is considered a victory across the board. Wentai replied. Advertisement. Do you know any of these people who died? Whitebeard asked. Yes. Wentai replied. Well, this is how war is. No matter who the winner is, death is destined to happen. Whitebeard asked this question because he could see that Wentai was very sad about the matter. Their loss was very small compared to that of the ant pirates, and it was a big victory. But Wentai still couldn't get happy, so when everyone else was drinking, he didn't join the carnival, but continued to work in front of Whitebeard. I know Daddy, but you said that I am now the chief of staff of the Whitebeard pirate group, so I won't let you bear everything. Wentai said. What are you talking about suddenly? Whitebeard was slightly surprised. Father, don't think I can't see it. You are in the worst mood right now, Wentai said. You guy, you really have insight, but father, I'm used to the wind and waves, and I won't be troubled with this matter. Are you still thinking of comforting me? Guhahaha. Seeing that a junior was planning to take on this murder with himself, Whitebeard couldn't help laughing, but he admired Wentai's thinking even more. Although he was born only as a marine soldier, he still has a pattern that other people may not reach for a lifetime. It seems that it was not wrong to give dark fruit to you at the beginning. I might be more comfortable with someone like you as the chief of staff. Whitebeard said. Wu Yu Marco, when you Wentai, the combat power has a group of captains, plus these surrenders who will be incorporated later. After this battle, the Whitebeard Pirates has expanded a lot of strength. Advertisement. Speaking of dark fruit, Daddy, I have grown a bit recently, and there have been some unexpected gains. Wentai said with a smug 980. Oh, what's the catch? Whitebeard asked. Wentai smiled and did not speak, but calmed down. Soon, a wave of Conqueror's hockey was sent in from his body. It shocked many people present in an instant, but the captains or captains who were able to sit and drink were basically some capable captains or captains. However, when Wentai Conqueror's hockey was released, other people continued to drink, and they all turned their attention. Conqueror's hockey, are you awakened? Whitebeard said with a smile, and it was strange that there was no surprise on his face. Father, did you know it before? Did Marco say it? Wentai asked curiously. Marco, he hasn't woken up yet, Whitebeard said. Wentai thinks so too. Marco is still recuperating, just like the other injured people. You want to say why I am not surprised, are you? Because I think you are a person with this kind of aptitude, so I am not surprised. Whitebeard understands what Wentai is thinking. Father, it's really lucky for me to meet you. Wentai said sincerely, his eyes were a little moist. Okay, go have a drink with them. Whitebeard smiled and patted Wentai on the shoulder. Chapter 329. Disarm the Ant Pirates. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The temporary base camp of the Whitebeard Pirates group was established in the center of Shink Island, and the wounded who needed to be recuperated were all arranged on the ship. This large-scale war has ended, and the result is the same as Whitebeard expected. In fact, the result has been decided before the war has started. It's just that when there were casualties in the end, Whitebeard still had some regrets. The smooth battle was accompanied by death, which was an eternal law. No matter how powerful Whitebeard is, it is impossible to solve everything. Whitebeard came to the Moby Dick alone, and Marco and the wounded were mainly arranged here. Looking at the scars on his sons, Whitebeard felt both distressed and proud. The scars are a soldier's medal. Every experience will make people stronger. Father, why are you here? Marco suddenly regained consciousness. For a while, other people also noticed the arrival of Whitebeard, and became a little excited. You all have a good rest. This battle is our victory over the Ant Pirates, and the casualties are small. You can rest assured that in the future, the Whitebeard Pirates will be even stronger. Bai Shu said to them. Whitebeard's remarks also made all the injured people present feel very excited and excited. They are all full of prospects for the future, and then Whitebeard let them rest. Marco, how is your recovery? Whitebeard asked when he came to Marco's side. Advertisement. Thank you Daddy for caring, but it's better now. I want to eat a big meal and it's okay. Marco replied that he hadn't suffered too much injury before, but he was out of strength because of overdrawing his strength. Gum ha ha ha, although it's not very serious, but you should take a good rest. Whitebeard said with a smile. What's the matter, Daddy? Is there something? Marco asked immediately, and his instinct told him that Whitebeard had a reason for saying this. Marco, there are still some people killed in this battle, and so many others are injured. I hope you can comfort them here. Whitebeard said. I understand, Daddy, I will comfort them. Marco replied immediately. Although Marco felt it was unnecessary, after all, these people have their own consciousness, but since Whitebeard has said so, then some comfort is still needed. By the way, Father, how is Kata Curry? Marco asked curiously. Why, you care about him. It seems that you are showing emotion. Whitebeard suddenly joked. Haha, Daddy, that Katakuri is really admirable. If not as an opponent, I believe he will be a good friend. Marco said immediately. Well, you are right, so the best result is to be able to incorporate him into our Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard also nodded. Marco also agrees with this, but Katakuri is the son of the ant after all, and he is likely to be like those who refuse to surrender. My aunt is lucky to have a bunch of loyal children, but I have heard that she has always used her relatives as a tool. I think they don't have much affection for the ant. Marco said. Advertisement. You don't have to worry about this. What you need to do now is to take a good rest, and then use your ability to help the injured recover as soon as possible. I am afraid there will be a lot of trouble after this matter. Whitebeard said. Marco nodded. It was indeed the case. The four emperors were fighting, and many forces were watching, and the most threatening one was probably the Marine government. Now their Whitebeard pirates are like a thorn to the Marine government. They will never miss this opportunity. If Kaido is also eyeing and can't help but take action, then the trouble will be even greater. Therefore, although the war has just ended, it is not allowed to relax now, and there are a series of things that need to be faced next. And Marco himself is the ship doctor on the ship of the Whitebeard pirates. His undead inflammation can be used to heal injuries. This is what Whitebeard mainly came to ask Marco. Don't worry, father, I will get them back soon. Marco said. Well, I will ask someone to bring food over later. Whitebeard confessed and left. After returning to the base camp, the gathering here is still going on. Whitebeard originally wanted to see the captives, those who refused to surrender, but because it was getting late at this time, so she put it aside for the time being. In the evening, because most people gather, the bonfire almost illuminates the entire island. These people plan to stay on the island for one night, and Whitebeard has a special tent. Lookouts are arranged around the island, so as not to be attacked by Marine taking advantage of the night. Whitebeard ordered someone to go down and arrange guards. At this time, Arrowj brought Smokey to see Whitebeard alone, and Whitebeard also knew a little about Smokey. Daddy. Brother Yaluo shouted after coming in, looking a little bit twisted. Advertisement. What's the matter? Whitebeard asked. Allure brother did not answer. Smokey immediately said, Whitebeard, I want to join your pirate group. As one of the highest cadres in the Ant Pirates, Whitebeard was naturally welcome to join Smokey, but Whitebeard didn't like the tone that Smokey showed. Since she wants to join the Whitebeard pirates, she is naturally respected by Whitebeard, so at this point, Whitebeard must at least let her learn what awe is. Why should I promise you? Whitebeard asked lightly. What? The rhetoric that Smokey was preparing suddenly became useless, and her face changed suddenly, and she seemed extremely uncomfortable with Whitebeard's words. It's over, Dad is going to give her offense. Brother Arrow understands Whitebeard's thoughts, but he is still anxious for Smokey. Do you refuse to let me join your pirate group? Smokey couldn't believe her ears. She originally wanted to rely on her relationship to join the Whitebeard pirate group as a condition, and then give her brothers and sisters fight for some vitality. But, just said the words, who knew that Whitebeard was here? Who was she from Smokey? That was one of the top 3 cadres in the Ant Pirates, with a bounty of more than 900 million. This kind of combat power, even if it is the 4 Emperors pirate group, it is impossible that any 4 Emperors leader will refuse to join, right? However, Whitebeard said that, it is simply incredible. It was so incredible that Smokey suspected that there was a problem with his ears. Chapter 330. Refuse Smokey to join. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Yes, because not everyone can join my pirate group. Whitebeard said lightly. As soon as this remark came out, Smokey felt that he had been greatly insulted, and not everyone could join it. This sentence was particularly harsh. What's more, these words came from the mouth of a high-ranking person like Whitebeard, who possessed a certain degree of authority, which made Smokey feel as if he had been completely denied. Why? Do I fail in any place? Smokey asked unconvincedly. The dignity of a strong man made her have to know the reasoning behind this, otherwise she could not convince herself. Why? Maybe you have a certain level of strength, but in my pirate regiment, your combat power is not scarce. Does one more and one less affect me? Whitebeard's indifferent explanation shocked Smokey's soul. Yes, she had taken it for granted from the beginning. She felt that with her own strength, the Whitebeard pirates could not accept it. Therefore, Smokey had never thought that such a situation would happen. The opponent was Whitebeard, not an ordinary character. Her strength was a little heavier in front of her, let alone any value. This condescending tone made Smokey start to re-examine herself, and she began to subconsciously deny herself in her heart. If you want to join my pirate group, the strength of 980 is not the first criterion. Any member who joins must not do one thing is to betray his companions. Whitebeard continued. You mean, will I betray you? Smokey asked. It's not important. The important thing is that I can't see your enthusiasm now. You said you want to join. Why do you want to join? Is it for Brother Allure? Or your family? Whitebeard shook his head and asked back. Road. Advertisement. This was seen through his mind, and Smoggy didn't know what to answer for a while. It seems that I am too naive, and I still want to make terms with Whitebeard. The strongest man in the world is so wise. No wonder my mother will lose to him. Smokey said in his heart. Go on, maybe you will think clearly in the future, the door to me will be open for you, but now, you have not found your own consciousness. Whitebeard said. Smokey was a little unwilling, because she finally came to Whitebeard's face, but she didn't do anything. However, the Brother Arroyo on the side forced her to leave. Let go of me, Brother Allure. After being pulled out by ABFA, Smokey said impatiently. Don't worry, Dad is not an unreasonable person. I think you should understand what he said. Dad is a very wise person. He knows what you think. He will not accept you. Join the Whitebeard Pirates as a condition. Brother Yaluo said to her. Hearing that, Smokey calmed down, but she still felt that she had been hit. Sure enough, the majesty of the king was not something ordinary people could bear. Then can I go see Katakuri and the others now? Smokey asked again. I'm afraid it won't work now. You are in a very sensitive situation now, and they won't let you approach. Eroge shook his head. This matter is not for him. Why, don't you even have to meet each other? If I have a chance, I can help you persuade them to be the Whitebeard Pirates. Smokey said. Hearing this, Brother Arrow also felt that he could ask Smokey to have a try, so he immediately found Wentai, the chief of staff, and after obtaining permission, Brother Arrow took Smokey to see Katakuri. Advertisement. He is still resting. You can't talk for too long. Wentai said as he opened the door of Katakuri's room. Although he was a prisoner, the arrangements made by cadres like Katakuri were very good. Smokey walked in immediately. Wentai closed the door of the room and waited outside with Eroge. Smokey just said that he would join our pirate group, but my father refused. Brother Yaluo said to Wentai. Wentai was a little surprised at first, but then he figured it out. He said, Daddy has his own considerations. Don't let your personal relationships affect your judgment. Of course I know, but I am very optimistic about Smokey. If she joins us, she will definitely not betray easily. Eroge said proudly. It is meaningless to discuss this. Wentai shook his head. In the room, Katakuri, who was lying on the boat, was a little surprised after seeing Smokey, and immediately sat up. Smokey, why are you here? Katakuri asked. Brother Katakuri, I'll come to see you. The Whitebeard Pirates didn't detain me. Before, I voluntarily followed them. Smokey said. Volunteer to follow them. Smokey, what do you mean? Katakuri didn't understand. I have already left the anti-pirate group. Smokey was silent for a while, his tone was very firm. Yes, she had already figured it out. She decided to act according to her own will. The anti-pirate group was not an ideal pirate group at all for her. Advertisement. It's just that as the daughter of an aunt and her brothers and sisters, she can't get out of that environment at all. Now, war is a sin and it also gives her an opportunity. The strange thing is that Katakuri was surprised after listening, but immediately calmed down. At this time, Katakuri didn't seem to think this was an unacceptable thing in his heart. Really, have you found your way? There was a hint of relief in Katakuri's tone. Brother Katakuri, what are your plans next? The ant pirate group has been completely destroyed. Smokey asked. Me, I'm already a captive of the Whitebeard Pirates. What can I do? Katakuri said helplessly. Brother Katakuri, I know that you used to act for Bree and other brothers and sisters. I know that you are longing for freedom. Whitebeard must be the real One Piece in the future. You must also want to witness. Smokey said. Road. You mean, let me join the Whitebeard Pirates? Katakuri asked. If you weren't the enemy, you would definitely admire a strong man like Whitebeard, and now this is because we are not free enough, and we can't have our own thoughts under the hands of our mothers. Isn't this the end of life? Is it a good thing? Smokey said. Katakuri was a little surprised. Although he had similar thoughts, He did not expect that Smokey had such a deep consciousness. Chapter 331. Anti-Pirates Come to Vote. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. So, have you already joined the Whitebeard Pirates, so they didn't detain you? Kata Curry asked. Before I saw you, I had applied to join the Whitebeard Pirates, but Whitebeard rejected it. Smokey replied. This answer immediately surprised Kata Curry, and he immediately asked, why refuse? Because he didn't think I was passionate enough. He saw it. I joined the Whitebeard Pirates to make a living for you. Smokey said. Whitebeard, what a strange person. Kata Curry sighed slightly, but said it was strange, but it was a unique charm. Brother Kata Curry, I think, should we join the Whitebeard Pirates together? I am sure that is our best destination. And with your drive, others will reconsider, and I don't need to have other concerns. Smokey began to persuade Kata Curry to join the Whitebeard Pirates. This persuasion lasted for more than 10 minutes, and finally Kata Curry shook a little. Wait for me to think about it later. I will seriously think about what you said. Kata Curry said. Okay, brother Kata Curry, take a good rest. I go and see other people. Smokey left the room after speaking, and then under the leadership of Eroge and Wentai, Smokey saw Perros Pello and others respectively. Similarly, Smokey also expressed his thoughts to him, but after learning that Smokey had quit the Ant Pirates, Perros Pello's reaction was particularly strong. Advertisement. Unlike Kata Curry, Perros Pello's support for the Ant is 100%, probably because he is the eldest son. In the end, Smokey still failed to persuade Perros Pello to join the Whitebeard Pirates, but instead was scolded by him. Hey, it seems that it is not easy to persuade them. I can only let Kata Curry's actions affect them. Smokey didn't try to persuade others anymore. Her words were not as good as Kata Curry's actions. Efficient. If Kata Kurikan joins the Whitebeard Pirates in the future, under the influence of Kata Curry, these people's ideas will gradually change. At night, the surroundings of Shink Island are very quiet, and watchmen have been arranged in all directions on the island to observe the movement in the distance. However, the range that these watchers can observe is limited, and in a certain area outside their observation range, a marine reconnaissance ship is stationary on the sea. Reporter Sir, the Whitebeard Pirates have not left yet, and they seem to be staying on the island for one night. An observer reported to a Marine Vice Admiral. Understood. Continue to observe. Vice Admiral replied faintly. This reconnaissance ship was dispatched hurriedly by the Marine government to observe the fighting between the Whitebeard pirate group and the Ant pirate group. However, because they arrived too late, when they arrived, the battle between the Whitebeard pirates and the Ant pirates was completely over, and it was basically time to clean the battlefield. Therefore, Marine did not know the course of the battle, but there were some information they observed. For example, the Whitebeard pirate group captured many members of the Ant pirate group. This shows that the Whitebeard pirates is the winner in this case, but Marine did not find the Ant's whereabouts. At present, they are scheduled to escape for the Ant. Marine Vice Admiral reported all the information to the Marine government. Soon, the Marine government began to mobilize warships under the will of Akainu. Advertisement. At this time in the base camp, Kid, Kira, and Capone Bej appeared in front of Whitebeard. A group of captains stood on both sides, Wentai stood beside Whitebeard, and everyone's eyes were on these three supernovae. Are you here to take refuge in me? Whitebeard confirmed after knowing their intentions. Yes, we were completely forced to participate in the war by the Ant before. I was caught by the Ant and took advantage of this incident to escape. Kid immediately replied. Then do you know what the bottom line is after joining the Whitebeard pirates? Whitebeard asked. Kid and Key Ramen looked at each other, and then Kid said, I shouldn't be able to leave the Whitebeard pirates. I will play here all my life. Hey, ha ha ha, if you can do this, it would be better, but in fact, I don't have this requirement. Maybe you are on a whim and think that Whitebeard's reputation is too loud, but it's okay to quit in the future. I have one of the most. For the serious bottom line. Quote. This bottom line is something everyone must abide by. That is, you must never betray your companions, even if you quit the Whitebeard pirates in the future. If you hurt your companions, then the end of the world, the Whitebeard pirates will chase them to the end. 0 Seeking flowers, 0. Whitebeard's request is actually nothing, at least compared to the Ant and Kaido. It is much more relaxed, because after joining the Ant or Kaido's pirate group, but can't even quit, once quit, it is to forge a death feud with them. However, After these words were spoken by Whitebeard, it gave people a sense of soul shock. They did not doubt the authenticity of Whitebeard's words. They offended Whitebeard, and I am afraid they will have to live on the run in the future. Even Capone Beige, who had not spoken, had a dry throat and swallowed after hearing what Whitebeard said. Fortunately, this condition was not strict. Advertisement. Point 0. Even if Whitebeard doesn't say it, Capone Beige will not hurt the people of the Whitebeard pirates like a fool. Master Whitebeard, don't worry, we will never hurt our companions. Kid immediately assured that everyone else nodded. Whitebeard said casually, okay, you will be members of the Whitebeard pirates from now on. In my name, let's make a fuss on the sea. Kid and others immediately showed joyful expressions. At this time, Marco reminded them, you will call him Daddy in the future, and I hope you treat Daddy like your biological father. I see. Kid 3 replied. After the three of them left, Marco began to express his views. He said to Whitebeard, Father, I always feel that something is wrong with them. What's wrong, you say? Whitebeard said, that Capone Beige is suspicious to me. He has a gloomy look since he entered here, and his eyes have been on the old man all the time, and he didn't see much fear. Marco said, I also think that he seems to be hiding something, and he doesn't know what his purpose is. Wentai also said, Guhahaha, you are a little careful, but these are not important. No matter what their purpose is, as long as they don't touch the bottom line of the boat, they have their own freedom. Don't put too much pressure on the people on the boat. Whitebeard Silk said indifferently. And, Chapter 332, The Crisis of Supernova. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Kid, Hira, and Capone Beige are all supernovas and have certain potential. Naturally, Whitebeard will not dislike the growing number of talents on board. As for their respective goals, what kind of ideas they have to join the Whitebeard pirates, it is not very important. Because everything can be changed after they get on the boat, Whitebeard doesn't expect everyone who just joins to be 100% loyal to him every time. However, the atmosphere on board, and his own personality charm are enough to slowly affect a person's spontaneous, resource loyalty to himself, which is the best of both worlds while going with the flow. Therefore, Whitebeard is very tolerant on the one hand, and stricter on the other. He has no leeway when he refuses to allow Smokey to join. However, this is also because Smokey is the clear enemy, 9880, party. During the war, he withdrew from his own pirate regiment, and later chose to join the enemy's pirate regiment. This made Whitebeard somewhat disgusted. Father, what position shall we arrange for them? Wentai asked. Kid and the three are also supernovas, with a bounty of over 100 million, so they can barely be a captain. Whitebeard now has a total of 20 captains. Among them, Marco, Jose, Bista, Arogo, Tesla, Jinbei are his core. Admiral, Kid and others are definitely not comparable to these people. However, it was similar to the captain at the back, and after the Ants pirate group was incorporated, several captain positions could be expanded. But letting the newcomer who just joined as the captain, especially when they are not very trusted, is naturally a little improper. That's why Wentai consulted Whitebeard. Otherwise, with the power of Wentai and Marco, they could decide the arrangements for Kid and others without Whitebeard's participation. Whitebeard thought for a while, and then said, if this is the case, then set up a deputy captain. You can arrange 3 captains to lead them, and it can also make you easier. Advertisement. As a result, Wentai and Marco then brought in several captains to discuss, only the core captain, because they need to use their strength to deter Kid. Daddy said that they should be deputy captains. Who of you wants to accept a deputy? Let's talk about it. Marco said lazily. Supernova as deputy. This is a bit interesting, I want one. Brother Yaluo immediately said with a smile. The matter of taking in the deputy seemed to allure Jay to be more attractive, so of course he had to do his part. However, after Brother Arrow finished speaking, the others were silent, and it seemed that no one wanted to. Why? Is there only Brother Allure? You are not willing? Marco asked. These are 3 supernovas, known as extremely evil generations. How can their strength be enough for you to be your deputy? Do you have any scruples? Wentai was also puzzled. He thought it would be easy. Hey, I don't need a deputy here, extra. Jose said first. I don't need it either. Bista said immediately. How to put it, I am not very familiar with them, and getting along may be a little troublesome. Tesla also said. The old man can accept the Murloc's deputy. Jinbei's reason is very high-sounding, and it is quite sufficient, because the Murloc can cooperate with him. All right, then I'll bring one. Marco said helplessly. At this time, he must take the lead by himself, although he doesn't like the three people too much. Advertisement. There is one left. If I don't want to, then I will decide by drawing lots. Whoever is drawn is whoever is drawn. It's useless. Wentai said, he wanted to decide by drawing lots. Everyone had to agree, and then the lottery started, and Joe's was finally drawn. Damn it, why is it me? Joe's became irritable. After negotiation, the final result is that Kid will be Jaws' deputy, Kira will be Arogo's deputy, and Capone Beige will be Marco's deputy. After solving these problems, everyone began to rest. After all, their fatigue after the war has not completely disappeared, especially Marco. If it hadn't been for hearing that a supernova came to take refuge, Marco would not rush over curiously. The next day, just after the dawn, the members of the Whitebeard pirates began to get up and prepare to return. All the ships of the anti-pirates had been controlled by Whitebeard's people. However, just when everyone was ready to return to the voyage, the watchman began to sound the alarm 0. Marine, there are so many Marines. It turned out that in order to get close to the Whitebeard pirate group, the Marine government sent people with fruit abilities that could affect the vision. Therefore, the Watchers did not observe until these Marine warships approached within a certain range. Soon, under the command of the major captains, everyone began to board the ship to prepare to defend against the enemy, because if they continue to stay on the island at this time, it can only be used as a living target. Whitebeard was standing on his mobity, and looking around. Almost all Marine warships were on the sea, and they were almost surrounded from 4 directions. Advertisement. Marine really has lost money this time. With such a big battle, it seems that he wants to wipe us all out. Marco said slightly. At this glance, there are probably dozens of Marine warships. No, this is not a real decisive battle. Whitebeard shook his head, because he didn't see an admiral, and the command of the opposite Marine in this operation should be vice admiral. Although the formation is huge, but without the top combat power, at most it can only give some blows. Give me full offense. Headed by Marine Vice Admiral issued an order. Next, these Marine warships immediately fired bursts of fire, and Marco instantly turned into a phoenix and flew into the air, screaming, "All captains, do a good job of defense." While talking, Marco used his body 5.0 to resist the shells. These shells didn't hurt him much, so he only needed to resist with his body. At the same time, other captains also jumped up one after another, and then began to use their abilities to resist these shells. You can start executing the plan. Seeing that the pirates on the opposite side were resisting these shells, Marine Vice Admiral immediately issued an order. At this chaotic moment, no one noticed that several officers on a Marine warship jumped into the sea. Because Marine had been observing for a long time before, they also got a lot of information, for example, which ship the prisoners of the ant pirates were arranged on. These Marine officers secretly moved downstream from the sea, and then found the captive ships, boarded them quietly, and then killed the guards. Chapter 333. Marine's Plan. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Keita Curry lay in the room thinking about what Smokey had said to him before. In fact, if it were not an enemy and nothing like this happened, Keita Curry would be happy to join the Whitebeard pirates. But his identity is so embarrassing, even if he is only a member of the Ants pirate group, rather than the Ant's son, the situation will be better than it is now. Although his feelings for the Ant are not very deep, this identity still caused some trouble for him, and it is difficult for him to accept this level. At this moment, there was a sudden big movement outside. It was the sound of the cannonball being shot down, the cannonball exploding in the water, and so on. What's going on? What happened? Keita Cooley suddenly questioned. The war has ended. Is it possible that the Ant pirate group has come to support it again? Although Keita Curry denied it again, it was impossible. The Ant had basically gathered all the forces that could be assembled before the attack. Even if there is still a part, it is impossible to form such a large force. The artillery fire outside is very dense, and the remaining power of the Ant can't achieve this level. And Keita Curry doesn't think that those forces will avenge the Ant 01. They must not be able to avoid it. The Ant has always used an iron fist policy to rule, and there are not many people who really depend on her. Katakuri had all kinds of speculations in his mind. He wanted to know what happened outside, because these attacks might also hurt his brothers and sisters. In that case, the situation would be bad. When Katakuri was anxious, the room was suddenly kicked open violently, and a person in marine uniform walked in. Advertisement. Are you? Katakuri didn't understand why Marine was here, but he probably knew that Marine should be the ship attacking outside. I'm Marine Ensign Sharo. You are the cadre of the Ant Pirates, Katakuri. The Marine asked. Katakuri saw no hostility from him, so he answered his question. Yes, I am Katakuri. Very well. I want to release you now. Can you fight with us? Sharo asked. Fight? What do you mean? Katakuri didn't understand yet. Now our warships have surrounded the Whitebeard pirates, and they are attacking fiercely. And you can launch a battle against the Whitebeard pirates from the inside. If they survive internally and externally, they can be wiped out in one fell swoop. Explain. Road. Sharo originally thought Katakuri would accept it immediately, but he refused. I'm sorry, I can't do it, I can't help you. Sha Luo's eyes widened suddenly. This was a task assigned by a superior. The key to this plan was internal and external cooperation. Because there are actually a lot of captives in the anti-pirates, once they are released, they can cause a lot of damage to the Whitebeard pirates, and it's still in this chaotic moment. And this action is not without Admiral, but Kizaru did not appear as planned at this time, and was not responsible for commanding. He waited quietly in the dark, and his purpose was to wait for Whitebeard to take action and then restrain him. Advertisement. And without Admiral, it can be relaxed to a certain extent, and this plan looks perfect, but until now, Sharo has not noticed this fatal problem. That is, what should the prisoners of the Ant Pirate group do if they don't cooperate with them? When the Marine government made this plan, almost everyone acquiesced from the beginning that the prisoners of the Ant Pirates would cooperate with them. But this is not surprising, because according to common sense, these people have just fought with the Whitebeard pirates and they have been defeated. They must be full of resentment. What's more, they did not surrender to the Whitebeard pirates, which shows that they still want to resist the Whitebeard pirates, and they should not miss the opportunity to destroy the Whitebeard pirates. But now, as the highest combat power among the captives of the Ant Pirates, Katakuri directly rejected this opportunity. Why? This is an excellent opportunity to destroy the Whitebeard pirate group. Don't you want to avenge the anti-pirate group? Sharo asked in surprise. Where did Sharo know that Katakuri had almost decided to join the Whitebeard pirates? If the Marine government severely inflicted the Whitebeard pirates at this time, it would certainly not be good for him. And as a subordinate of 4 emperors, Katakuri naturally hates Marine, so how could he be able to fight the Whitebeard pirates with Marine at this time? Katakuri doesn't want to do anything now. He won't help Marine against the Whitebeard pirates. Of course, he won't help the Whitebeard pirates against Marine. Because Katakuri wanted to see how powerful the Whitebeard pirates were against Marine, and wanted to see how well the Whitebeard pirates could do in the face of Marine's extermination. Advertisement. I'm sorry, I don't want revenge, you'd better deal with the Whitebeard pirates, don't waste time on me. Katakuri said lightly. Damn it. Sharo felt manic. He couldn't understand why this happened. This was a great opportunity. Although other prisoners may be different from Katakuri, the value of Katakuri is still very big. When making the plan, their focus was almost on 980 Katakuri. This person can contain part of the power of the Whitebeard pirates for Marine. Therefore, when Katakuri refused, this plan would suffer some losses. Sharo felt that he had sneaked in with this risk, but he got such a result, which made him very annoyed. If it's not that you don't want to make enemies, if it's not that you can't beat Katakuri, Sharo really wants to beat Katakuri right now, and by the way, ask what his mind is thinking. But now, Sharo can only leave, he can only continue to contact other prisoners. However, not many other prisoners are willing to cooperate with Marine. The first thing is that these pirates all hate Marine. On the other hand, they all have their own judgments. Because if they cooperate with Marine, there will be no more than 2 results. One is that the Whitebeard pirate group was hit hard by Marine, and they are nothing more than from Whitebeard's captive tiger to Marine's captive. None of Marine's promises can give them peace of mind. They can't decide how Marine will deal with them at that time. The situation is not much better than it is now. In the second case, Marine was repelled by the Whitebeard pirates, and their results would not be good either. Chapter 334. Marine strikes. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Because once Marine is repelled, they will certainly be severely punished for assisting Marine. Therefore, this is an adventure without much profit, and the die-hard cadres of the Ant Perros Pello are not willing to cooperate with Marine. However, under the temptation of Marine, there are still some captains who are willing to take risks, most of which are some lower-level cadres and crew. Therefore, after Marine released them, they began to quarrel against Whitebeard's forces. And one of the important leaders leading these counterattacks is one of the cadres of the Ant Pirates, Maunder. He is also the cheese minister of the Ant Pirates, who is capable of books and fruits. As an important advisor under the Ant, Maunder did not cooperate with Marine on impulse. On the contrary, he has his own purpose. Father, it's not good. Marine didn't know when he sneaked into our range and released all the prisoners of the Ant's pirate group. Now they are attacking us. Someone immediately reported to Whitebeard after the chaos. Because after being with the boats of the anti-pirates, the entire Whitebeard pirates has a lot of ships, and the captives who fought back quickly moved from one ship to another. In addition, Marine warships continued to attack during this period, so it would take some time to accurately capture these people, and Whitebeard could not leave at will. He stands here. Marine will be scrupulous. Once he leaves, then who knows what big move Marine will release. Advertisement. Wentai, you go and clean up those prisoners. Whitebeard handed this task to Wentai. I see, old man. Wentai left immediately. At this time, Marine's offensive momentum was even more fierce, because they were making reasonable plans inside and outside. Although the captains of the Whitebeard pirates continued to defend, Marco even flew into the air to attack the warships, but was blocked by some Marine vice admiral. The Marine vice admiral who came here has a high gold content. Although it is not Marco's opponent, it is completely fine to resist him for a short time, and its special seastone weapon also poses a great threat to Marco. FK it. If this continues, the situation will not be very good. Marco was a little worried. Many of these dense shells have hit their ships. And if it continues, those casualties will get more and more serious, and then Marine is likely to have any big moves. At that time, the Whitebeard pirates may really be hit hard. Marine Admiral Kizaru was watching Whitebeard in secret at this time. He had been waiting for Whitebeard to move. However, Whitebeard had been standing in place, and all the defense work was done by the captains. Well, it seems that this time the Whitebeard pirates can deal a big blow. Kizaru said happily. I just don't know what Whitebeard is thinking, why he hasn't acted. Is there any other player? Vice Admiral expressed that he did not understand. I guess it may be because Whitebeard's previous battle with the Ant consumed too much. Although the Ant may have escaped, it is estimated that Whitebeard is not much better. Kizaru said optimistically. In fact, what Kizaru didn't know was that Whitebeard had been hesitating. In this situation, Whitebeard could only use a large-scale shock to fight against these Marine warships. Advertisement. However, it is impossible to use this huge power without causing the impact. Therefore, he has been thinking of a way to get the best of both worlds, how to deal only with Marine without affecting his own area. And now, Whitebeard has developed a strategy, so he can start. Tesla, I need to give you a task. Whitebeard shouted to Tesla. Daddy, I'm here. Tesla immediately jumped over. From now on, you are going to make a huge bubble wrap to wrap all our ships. How long will it take? Whitebeard asked him. All ships. Tesla was surprised at first, and then patrolled the surrounding ships. For such a huge area, it would not take less power and time. It's a bit difficult, but the surrounding sea water can be used. It should be possible to do it, but at least 10 minutes of preparation time is required, and it cannot be disturbed. Tesla answered seriously. Jose, you will protect him next, and don't let anyone interfere with him. Whitebeard said to Jose. Jose rushed to stand in front of Tesla and said, Don't worry, leave it to me. Jinbei, you went around behind Marine from underwater to attack. Whitebeard said to Jinbei again. No, the old man. Jinbei agreed, and then jumped into the sea decisively. However, a lot of the captain's resistance was missing for an instant, and the defense of the others appeared to be much weaker. I saw Whitebeard's figure gradually rose in the air and floated into the air. Advertisement. Kizaru's eyes narrowed suddenly, and Whitebeard was about to start. I saw Whitebeard lift up his hand, and a powerful shock emerged, smashing all those shells. At this time, a golden light sprinted from the warship to Whitebeard's face. The next moment, Kizaru's light speed kick came in front of Whitebeard. A loud impact suddenly burst into the air, and many people thought that Whitebeard had been attacked. Father Ventai, who was clearing the captives, immediately shouted toward the sky, because he recognized that it was Marine Admiral Kizaru's attack. Unexpectedly, Marine Admiral was hidden and launched a raid on the old man directly. It's really a good method, no money, Marco said with some contempt. However, this also proves the power of Whitebeard from the side. Even Marine Admiral needs to use the attack tactics, otherwise they will not gain any advantage against Whitebeard head-on. The light smoke in the sky dissipated, and Whitebeard stood on the volley intact. Kizaru said helplessly, "Oh, it seems that the attack is still useless. This body is too strong and too strong, let me faint. Is it hiding before? It's really Marine's style." Whitebeard laughed mockingly. "There can only be this kind of style in front of you, there is no way, but if it can solve you, then there will be no need for this bad style in the future." Kizaru also said tit for tat. "It seems that your preparations are quite adequate this time, but this is also in my expectation, but I didn't expect you to move so fast." Whitebeard said. Chapter 335. Laser Weapon. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ha ha ha. It's not because Marshal Akainu has been urging him. Marshal Akainu is actively preparing after hearing the news of your war. Kizaru smiled. Very good, you have already made plans to instigate those captives. You Marine will really repeat it, Whitebeard said. The reason why Whitebeard said this is because this method of Marine has also been used before. When Marine dealt with Rock's pirate, didn't it mean that he teamed up with Roger? At the moment, the same method is used. Marine and the prisoners of the Ant pirates teamed up. In order to fight the Whitebeard pirates, Marine was already unscrupulous. It's useless to say so much now. Marshal Akainu is determined to hit you, Whitebeard. If you really think about your crew, raise your hand and surrender immediately. A confrontation with Marine is not going to end well. The same is true for Roger, the Pirate King. So, don't let your subordinates follow you and suffer harm. Kizaru tried to persuade Whitebeard to surrender, but this was just a joke in Whitebeard's eyes. Indeed, Roger was caught and sentenced by Marine. However, Roger still severely inflicted Marine in the end, precisely because Roger opened the era of great seafaring and made countless people rush to the sea. After 980 times of various developments, this has created this era full of sailing evils. Moreover, Whitebeard's current power is not comparable to Roger. Kizaru, it seems that the previous battle has passed too long. Have you forgotten my horror? Do you need me to deepen this impression? Whitebeard asked coldly. Advertisement. It is not difficult to deal with me with your strength, but don't forget that it is now in your airspace, and your ships are underneath. Do you want to hurt your own people? Kizaru threatened. Besides, our preparations today are more than that. I still advise you not to resist anymore, because if you continue, it will only increase casualties. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't know what kind of surprise Marine was preparing, but if these were used to threaten him, it would have no effect at all, because Whitebeard was never afraid of being threatened. If you have any tricks, let's do it. None of us in the Whitebeard pirates will surrender, and I believe my sons, they can fight against you. Whitebeard said confidently. Okay, wait and see. After speaking, Kizaru immediately launched a fierce attack on Whitebeard. The powerful light speed kick and the 8-foot Chonguyu constantly attacked Whitebeard. Kizaru does not expect to cause harm to Whitebeard. His current purpose is to suppress Whitebeard, as long as he can contain Whitebeard and prevent him from participating in the war below. And Whitebeard has been dragging the time. He needs to wait 10 minutes, and when Tesla prepares the huge bubble film, then he can unscrupulously exert his power. Kizaru Admiral suppressed Whitebeard, and immediately prepares for the next stage of attack. Marine Vice Admiral observed Kizaru's battle with Whitebeard and gave the order with surprise, because he saw that under Kizaru's attack, Whitebeard had no resistance. Marine Vice Admiral guessed that Whitebeard really has not recovered from the previous battle, but for whatever reason, they are doing only one thing now, and that is to attack the Whitebeard pirates with all their strength. Advertisement. Under the order of Marine Vice Admiral, their recently developed weapons were pushed out. To be precise, they were not developed recently. This is a technology that has been studied a long time ago. However, Marine applied this technology to battleships and increased some power. What's that? Marco suddenly noticed that the turret of the marine warship on the opposite side had suddenly undergone some changes, and some smaller caliber pipes appeared. However, although he doesn't understand what it is, Marco can at least know one thing. That is, those pipes must also belong to some kind of weapon. ABFA, therefore, as soon as those pipes appeared, Marco immediately reminded the other captains to be careful. However, the seriousness of the matter surpassed Marco's expectations. Under the order of Marine Vice Admiral, those weapons quickly launched an attack. The golden laser beam shot out from the pipeline, piercing many ships in an instant, and hitting many crew members along the way. Marco was stunned. This is the unique skill of Marine Admiral Kizaru, the laser. This technology was originally applied to the PX series of robots, but in order to fight Whitebeard, this technology was accelerated to be applied to marine warships, and some power was expanded. Unlike ordinary artillery shells, this laser has a penetrating effect, and its power does not have many captains that can be confronted head-on. Moreover, the speed of these lasers is very fast, and these laser pipes are installed on almost most marine warships, so the lasers are everywhere. Advertisement. The laser beam came from all directions and continued to destroy it, causing a serious crisis to Whitebeard. Damn it! Everyone must be careful. Marco Hay said anxiously. Even he couldn't bear this kind of laser to penetrate multiple times, otherwise the undead flame would lose its ability to recover. Tesla, who was making preparations, was inevitably affected. He also felt a serious crisis when he saw the lasers shooting from around him. At this time, a laser shot from the side suddenly, and Joe's immediately blocked Tesla. His diamond-like body was not penetrated, but it caused some pain. Don't be distracted, do your own thing seriously, Joe said to him. Yeah, Tesla nodded and continued his preparation intently, but these lasers also disrupted some of his rhythm, because the bubble film he made would be destroyed by these lasers. Therefore, Tesla had to accumulate this power, and it could only be completed in one go. As long as the huge bubble film was completed, it would not be destroyed. Damn, these Marines are really random attacks. Perros Pello on the captive ship couldn't help complaining. Because he was almost injured by a laser beam penetrating through, he originally wanted to watch the good show between Marine and the Whitebeard pirates, but now, he can't calm down anymore. Perros Pello took the initiative to show up, and then used his fruit ability to create a piece of candy armor, but only his own range. Chapter 336. Whitebeard vs Kizaru. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Kizaru jumped into the air and sent countless laser beams to Whitebeard. After being blocked by Whitebeard, he used the light to synthesize the Sky Cloud sword and fought Whitebeard in close combat. Whitebeard, look down. Your subordinates can't resist it. It's better to surrender as soon as possible, so as not to cause more casualties. Kizaru said to Whitebeard while fighting. It's just a trivial trick. If there is anything worth praising, you will regret it if you don't use it much. Whitebeard said lightly. It seems that you are going to fight in the end, so Marine will not show any mercy either. Kizaru said. Under the fighting situation, Whitebeard knew that the laser beams were indeed not something ordinary people could deal with. Even Marco and others could only protect themselves, but they would not be able to protect others. After all, these laser beams are too dense, and the power is not weak. After all, this is a move applied from Admiral Tesla. I hope you can be faster. Whitebeard said in his heart, his eyes kept on Tesla. I saw Tesla continue to accumulate his own strength, and then he said to Joes, next I will go down to the water and cover me. Okay. Joes nodded. Under his cover, Tesla successfully jumped into the sea. Then Tesla sank below the surface of the sea. Underwater was an excellent hiding place for him, and he was able to use his abilities in more ways here. Because the main component of the bubble film is water molecules, it is Tesla's advantage underwater. Tesla's body is covered with a light film. He uses this ability to separate himself from the sea. Advertisement. Otherwise, as a person with fruit ability, once he directly touches the sea water, he will be over. Tesla began to say that his fruit ability diverges into the surrounding sea water, and a huge bubble film is gradually formed. In order not to be affected by Marine, Tesla intends to let the bubble film rise directly from under the sea surface, and then cover this area, so that Marine does not have much time to destroy. Therefore, Tesla first formed a fixed area, and gradually made the bubble film three-dimensional after determining the area. At this time, Tesla had everything ready, and he immediately surfaced and said to Jose, who had been waiting, "Tell me, the preparation is complete." "Okay." Jose immediately shouted towards the sky. "Father, it's all ready." Gum ha ha ha, then the next good show is about to begin. Whitebeard laughed when he received it. "Huh, ready. What are you preparing?" Kizaru on the side heard this too, but he couldn't figure it out. He looked in Jose's direction, but couldn't see anything. Marine also noticed what Jose said, and Marine Vice Admiral immediately began to pay attention to Jose's movements. However, their key points were locked incorrectly, and the real key was underwater at this time. Be careful, everyone, what actions they might have. Marine Vice Admiral became vigilant. Guhahaha, let's greet this good show together. Whitebeard laughed, and then began to exert his shocking power with all his strength. The violent fluctuations spread from the space, and Kizaru became jealous. This terrifying force faintly jumped in the space, and then became stronger and stronger, making him retreat a lot. Advertisement. You are crazy. With such a powerful force, your pirate group will also be destroyed. Kizaru said in a deep voice. Guhahaha. Let's have a carnival together. Whitebeard laughed, and at the same time a wave of conquerors' hockey spread irreversibly, exploding in this area, and stunned many weaker people for a while. NS. Whitebeard punched out, and the force of the shock spread over the sea under the fragmentation of the space, and suddenly formed a huge tsunami. Then Whitebeard punched out again, and the sea had been choppy due to this strong shock, and there was another tsunami. Whitebeard, are you crazy? Kizaru was stunned at the sight in front of him. Whitebeard produced 2 huge tsunamis in a row. These tsunamis are all over 20 meters high, and these so-called warships are probably like small boats in front of this tsunami, and they will be swallowed instantly. However, just the distance between the marine battleship and the Whitebeard pirate group, these tsunamis created by Whitebeard will swallow everyone, so Kizaru thinks Whitebeard is crazy. 0 seeking flowers, 0. Subsequently, Whitebeard produced 2 successive tsunamis. 4 tsunamis rolled in from 4 directions, and finally connected and merged together, like a wall, enclosing the marine battleship and the Whitebeard pirate group in the center. And with the impact of the tsunami, the area of the wall was shrinking. For a while, everyone was panicked, even some members of the Whitebeard pirates. Because those people didn't know Whitebeard's plan, many people felt fear in the face of this huge tsunami. Damn it, Whitebeard, is this your plan? Is it all? Kizaru frowned and said, he can't stop this situation now. His ability is useless to the tsunami, and he can't resist it. Advertisement. Point 0. Moreover, marine warships cannot remain intact under such a tsunami. The casualties are certain, but the results of the Whitebeard pirates will definitely not be good. Because the marine warship is at least better than the Whitebeard pirates in terms of equipment, it can also make up for some losses. Therefore, Kizaru did not understand why Whitebeard did this. Although Kizaru has been unable to prevent the tsunami from happening, Kizaru launched a fierce attack on Whitebeard, trying to cause some damage to Whitebeard and at the same time preventing Whitebeard from further expanding the tsunami. Kizaru, accept everything and watch a good show. Whitebeard said to Kizaru with a smile, while allowing Kizaru to attack himself. But no matter how Kizaru attacks, he can't leave a mark on Whitebeard's body. That powerful body can ignore many attacks. Damn it, everyone protects. Marine Vice Admiral can only issue this order when facing this kind of crisis, because he doesn't have more time. At this time, all the attacks of the marine battleship stopped, and the surrounding tsunamis had been surging towards the center. Quick, Tesla! Marco shouted anxiously, because the bubble hadn't fully appeared at this time. With the impact of the tsunami, those marine battleships that were swallowed first would instantly be swept away in the sea. These carefully crafted steel monsters felt like leaves in front of the tsunami and were fragile. And Chapter 337. The World Shakes. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. These marine warships were swallowed by the sea in an instant, and when the tsunami approached the Whitebeard pirate group, a huge bubble suddenly rose from the bottom of the sea and enveloped all the Whitebeard pirate ships. And just after the bubble enveloped, this area was also swallowed by the tsunami, but because of the protection of this huge bubble, they did not actually suffer the impact of the sea. It's so risky, it's almost. Marco said in a somewhat thrilling voice. Hey, it would be great if Shirahoshi were here. Jinbei suddenly missed it. After all, Shirahoshi can summon sea kings, and he is a merman. He can summon sea kings to attack these marine warships, which is much easier. In the sky, Kizaru has retreated, and Marine is completely submerged. He has no need to continue fighting Whitebeard. And Whitebeard was not entangled with Kizaru because he was worried about the safety of his pirate group. Whitebeard flew down from the air, but, at the position just now, all the ships had disappeared, and all of them were now involved in the sea. Whitebeard waited for a while above the sea surface before a huge bubble rose slowly from below the sea surface, bringing all the ships up. After everything calmed down, Tesla lifted the huge bubble film. Advertisement. Good job, Tesla, thanks to you, I can protect everyone. Whitebeard praised. It is my honor to be able to contribute my own strength. Tesla said happily. It seems that these Marines have all been wiped out. Daddy, let's go back right away, Marco said. Well, return home immediately. After the Whitebeard pirates defeated Marine, they continued their return route. On the way, everyone was extremely happy. In this short period of time, they fought dozens of battleships against the Ant pirates and Marine, and they hadn't caused many casualties. It can be said that they retreated all over the body. It seems that after this incident, Marine's pressure will be exceptionally great. Marco said, and their captains sat on the deck and chatted. Of course, but then again, since the father reappeared, Marine has been under great pressure. Joe said. This time is different. Dad has annexed the anti-pirates, and his power has grown by almost a half, and this time it has caused such a big loss to the Marine government. I think the current senior Marine government will definitely be angry. Teeth itching, Bista said. I think it is not only Marine that is under great pressure. I am afraid that Kaido is also sitting on pins and needles. There has been no direct confrontation before. Maybe Kaido is just afraid of Dad. Now, even the Ant pirates are completely defeated by Dad. I think Kaido won. Will surely weigh the gap between his own strength and his father. Jinbei said. Ha ha ha. In short, we will be done, and whoever refuses to accept it will be beaten. We will soon be able to unify the sea in the future. Yaluo said very excitedly. Advertisement. Guhahaha. It seems that you are all very energetic, but it is still far from the time when you can be proud. In my opinion, your strength can be improved. Whitebeard poured cold water on them in time. Whitebeard doesn't want them to be proud. After all, this has just begun. There will be no fewer wars in the future, and they will definitely be more sinister than the previous battles. So Whitebeard hopes that they can continue to improve their strength, and hearing what Whitebeard said, several people immediately said that they would work harder in the future. At this time, when Kizaru reported that the marine warship was engulfed by the tsunami, Akainu was immediately furious. He didn't expect that their carefully prepared strikes would fail. Damn it. Damn Whitebeard, there is such a method. Akainu shattered his desk with a palm. Finally, after the Whitebeard pirates went through a war, they surrounded it and attacked, and they also prepared laser weapons. In that case, Whitebeard almost wiped out Marine with his own power, while his own pirates were intact. This makes Akainu extremely angry. Hey, Akainu, it's not the time to scold Whitebeard. Send someone to help. Kizaru complained on the phone. Akainu immediately sent a team to rescue the submerged warship when he was furious. Although this tsunami would cause great losses, it would not be annihilated. Because after the loss of Whitebeard last time, Marine installed some special spaces on the warships to avoid shipwrecks. Relying on this special space, every warship can survive some people. And Akainu doesn't care about these losses. If they can lose these and successfully defeat the Whitebeard pirates, then even all the sacrifices are worth it. However, what angered Akainu was that his carefully prepared strikes still failed to cause serious damage to the Whitebeard pirates, which he could not accept. Advertisement. After this war, the Whitebeard pirate group is certain to grow, and it is even more difficult to deal with it. Convene a marine meeting now. Akainu ordered to go down immediately. Within a few days of the Whitebeard pirates defeating the Ant pirates, the news quickly spread all over the world, and relevant newspaper information was madly printed. For a while, the whole world shook. 4 emperors Whitebeard defeated the Ant. The Ant pirate group fell apart, and its base camp Cake Island was occupied by Whitebeard within a few days. Cake Island became the possession of Whitebeard. Originally, Kaido was planning to take advantage of the battle between the two of them to gain a profit, but because the Whitebeard pirate group won too quickly. Almost when Kaido was just preparing to take action, the news came out that the Whitebeard pirate group was destroyed and defeated the Ant pirate group, which made Kaido dare not continue to compete with Whitebeard. At this time, he followed Rayleigh to practice on Nine Snake Island. He also heard the news that the 5.0 Whitebeard pirates defeated the Ant Pirates. Ace's father. He actually destroyed the anti-pirates. It's too powerful, Luffy said with great anticipation. He hoped that he could become so powerful in the future. Whitebeard really deserves to be the most powerful man in this era. I thought that the top of the war was his end, but now I can't predict his future. Rayleigh also sighed. As One Piece Roger's deputy, Rayleigh and Whitebeard are old acquaintances, but now Whitebeard makes Rayleigh feel a little changed. In the past, in Rayleigh's mind, Whitebeard was just a strong man who liked to collect his sons. He used his strength to create a comfortable environment for his sons to enjoy themselves. Chapter 338. Marine Conference. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. But now, the momentum that Whitebeard showed has shown that he is no longer an old man who enjoys ease. If Captain Roger sees Whitebeard now, I'm afraid he will be surprised. Rayleigh couldn't help drinking a glass of wine, thinking of the past. Hey, Rayleigh, who is better than Whitebeard? Luffy asked carelessly. Rayleigh was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and replied, of course it is Whitebeard. I am old, but Whitebeard's heart seems to have become younger. Whitebeard is so powerful, I really want to see quickly. Luffy said expectantly, and he also wanted to be able to walk in front of Whitebeard on an equal footing in the future. Rayleigh suddenly laughed. Haha, you should hurry up and practice, you are still far from Hockey's master. At this level, even if you get to New World, you can't go far. Hearing this, Luffy immediately showed the self-confidence he should have. He clenched his fists and immediately stood up and said, wait, I will succeed. After speaking, Luffy continued to practice hard, and Rayleigh nodded in relief. Advertisement. It has been a week since the battle between the Baihuo 1 sub-pirate group and the Ant Pirate group. During this time, Whitebeard returned to his base camp Noah and began to slowly occupy the territory of the Ant Pirate group. Marine executives are also about to hold a meeting, but before that, Akainu first went to Five Elders. The big incident between Whitebeard and Anti was enough to shock Five Elders, and Marine's senior management's attitude towards Whitebeard became more and more serious and solemn. After this incident, Whitebeard's strength will increase again, and it will occupy a large area of New World. I am afraid that it will not be able to be removed in a short time. One of the Five Elders said. The main reason is that Marine currently lacks combat power. Since the battle between Akainu and Aokiji has nowhere to go. The plan of world conscription must be accelerated. Only when Marine high-level combat power can be expanded can action be taken. Saber's Five Elders said. But when Whitebeard came this way, it was tantamount to exposing his ambition. Four Emperors Kaido must be very nervous at this time. Another Five Elders said. So before the completion of the world conscription, will we not launch an action against Whitebeard? Akainu asked unwillingly. Akainu, maybe you need a support. Your temper is too impulsive, just like Garp back then, but Garp has the cooperation of Sengoku, this time Marine needs to calm down. Whitebeard has broken the existing Four Emperors situation, so other Four Emperors must be more nervous than Marine. We need to wait for the opportunity, otherwise, like this time, we will lose nothing and lose our army. In the face of Five Elders' criticism, Akainu didn't care at all. He is now full of brains on how to deal with Whitebeard. Only by eradicating Whitebeard's confidant trouble can he be at ease. However, after these things, Akainu also roughly understood that Five Elders was not in a hurry to solve Whitebeard, because Whitebeard was able to clean up other Four Emperors for Marine, which saved Marine a lot of effort. Advertisement. It's just that in the process, Whitebeard needs to be constantly suppressed. The process of Whitebeard's annexation of the Ant Pirates was too smooth and did not pay much, which caused Five Elders to have a crisis. I understand, then I will renegotiate the Whitebeard bounty at the Marine meeting. Akainu left after speaking. At the subsequent Marine meeting, everyone looked gloomy, which is natural. Marine deployed such a large force and new weapons. After facing the fierce battle with the Ant, the Whitebeard pirates still got the ocean. The result of howling engulfed. This is definitely a shame to Marine, and Whitebeard is more tricky than anyone can imagine. Five Elders' opinion is that after the world conscription is completed, Marine's combat power will be expanded and then the plan to deal with Whitebeard will be studied, so I won't say anything, but today's Whitebeard, the bounty has to be changed. Akainu broke first. This silence. Situation. Crane Vice Admiral also talked about it and said, the bounty of Whitebeard has reached Roger's level before, and now his threat has surpassed that of Roger, and he now sits on such a big strength, the bounty must be large. Increased. Hey, I didn't expect Whitebeard this guy, the older he gets, the more he shows off. I thought he wanted to make noise in the last time, but now it seems that he may be serious. Sengoku sighed. Said. Whitebeard is now 72 years old, but still showing the style of his prime. Some people such as Sengoku speculated that Whitebeard may be a flashback, thinking that Whitebeard may want to make a big fuss in his few time in his life. Therefore, before, Sengoku treated Whitebeard with a more peaceful mind. After all, Whitebeard at this age has not been able to jump for a few years. Maybe he can help Marine clean up other four emperors. Advertisement. In this way, Marine can reorganize the sea without any effort and reverse the era of great navigation created by Roger. However, this time things were too bad. Whitebeard created a tsunami that swallowed dozens of Marine battleships. This strength and determination, with 993 points, proved that Whitebeard is not just making a lot of noise, he also wants to show his ambitions. The way you want to pursue. The road may be above Roger. In the current situation, there is no Marine high level that does not pay attention to Whitebeard. With Whitebeard's current strength, if there is another war, it may be the collapse of the Marine government. It is impossible for any Marine senior to ignore this threat. If it is not handled well, then they may be criminals who have been dishonored by the Marine government. The current Whitebeard has a strategy and force, it is not easy to stop him. Kizaru also sighed. The Marine battleships were all lost this time, but you were lucky to be able to retreat. Akainu said strangely, dissatisfied with Kizaru. I'm not happy about this. This time I tried my best to contain Whitebeard, but his defense has reached an extremely terrifying point. Kizaru retorted immediately. But the fact is true. Kizaru did his best to face Whitebeard, but one of the reasons for this is that this time only one admiral faces Whitebeard, not even vice admiral's assistants. That's why Kizaru worked so hard, and this is also for himself, otherwise I am afraid that his results will not be good. Chapter 339. New Bounty. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. This time. Didn't you work hard before? Akainu sees the loophole in Kizaru's words and accused. It's okay. Don't say that there are some. Don't you want to discuss Whitebeard's bounty? Don't digress. He Vice Admiral said in time. Garp, do you have any comments? Sengoku asked, and he saw that Garp had not spoken. Didn't Kizaru have the most contact with Whitebeard? He should have the most say. I won't participate in the discussion on this matter. Garp said. Sengoku was a little helpless and had to say to Kizaru, Kizaru, you can give me an opinion. The destructiveness shown by Whitebeard, as well as the huge pirate forces, has a certain threat to the Marine government and even the world government. I think the reward is at least 7 billion yuan. Kizaru thought for a while and said. After Kizaru finished speaking, Akainu shook his head and said, no, we can't let Whitebeard grow up. His threat has exceeded our imagination. My opinion is 9 billion. As soon as these words came out, the Marine executives were shocked. 9 billion. This is a terrifying number. You must know that Roger at the beginning was only 5.564.8 million, which was almost twice Roger's. Although this is mixed with Akainu's personal sentiment towards Whitebeard, although this number is surprising, there is no high-level opposition. After the final agreement, Whitebeard's bounty was determined to be 9.05 billion. After that, Marine issued the highest bounty order in history. Advertisement. On the new reward list, Whitebeard is standing on top of his mobile with a knife in his hand. This photo was taken by the Marine battleship during the siege of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard in the photo is full of spirits, still calm and calm in the face of many enemies. A king's momentum and majesty is on the paper. However, the most surprising thing is the number under the photo, 9.50 billion. This number has already left the other four emperors far behind. The reward list quickly spread to the world after being published in newspapers. For a time, discussions about Whitebeard flooded every corner of the world. Wow, Whitebeard's bounty has reached 9.50 billion. This is the first such high in history. It's terrible. 9.05 billion, my god, although Whitebeard defeated the ant pirates, it wouldn't rise so high all at once. Don't you know? I also said that after the Whitebeard and Ants war ended, Whitebeard was besieged by Marine, and it seemed that Marine was wiped out. Yes, and it is almost the power of Whitebeard who has fought dozens of Marine warships. I think this kind of terrifying strength is worth 9 billion. The streets and alleys are almost always talking about Whitebeard. People are surprised by the high bounty of Whitebeard, and they are also full of fear and admiration for Whitebeard. Even this brand new reward list has affected many children's sailing dreams. In a small town full of chaos, a boy who was often bullied happened to see this reward list. The boy was instantly attracted by Whitebeard's tall body, deep eyes, and upright aura on the reward list. His heart was full of desire and impulse. Is this the king of the pirates? The boy only felt that his beard was rushing up, and his heartbeat speeded up a lot at the same time, because he also wanted to be such a person. Advertisement. No one dares to oppress, no one will look down on it, being able to live and fight as they please, this is the life of the strong. I want to become stronger. I also want to be such a pirate. The boy vowed secretly. The next day, the boy prepared a simple single-handed sailboat and started his own sailing journey. No matter what the outcome, the boy will move towards her dream. He firmly believes that this is the only way for her to change her situation. And similar things happen all over the world. Whitebeard's new bounty list brings people not only shock and surprise, but also a strong vision. The day after Marine released Whitebeard's reward list, the Whitebeard pirates learned of the news, and Whitebeard lay leisurely on his chair. Marco stood on the deck, holding Whitebeard's reward list in his hand, watching with the other captain and crew. 9 billion. When Aroko saw this number, he exclaimed in an instant. There is another 50 million behind. Marco added faintly, it seems that there is not much fluctuation. This, Brother Yaluo stammered in surprise. It's really surprising that Marine will offer such a high bounty. Even Jinbei exclaimed. Ha ha ha, this shows how jealous the Marine government is for Dad. I think after the last incident, the Marine government has not dared to attack us casually. Joes suddenly smiled. No one knows how the Marine government will act, but as long as we become stronger and stronger, we will be fearless. Beasta said. Advertisement. If Dad kills Kaido later, it will probably exceed 10 billion. Tesla said with a smile. Kaido is not in a hurry, we need to stabilize for a period of time now, and now we need to deal with those prisoners. Marco said. Father, I have reorganized the pirate group that surrendered to us before. Their original crew remains the same, but on each ship, we have arranged a staff officer to supervise them. Marco walked over and said. Whitebeard said. Yeah, Whitebeard nodded. He didn't care much about these things. He believed that Marco and Wentai could handle them well. By the way, Father, Ka no good Takuli, they have been imprisoned, maybe they have changed their minds. Marco said. Time can dilute the grievances, so Whitebeard has never paid attention to Katakuri and others until now. Marco mentions it. Well, bring the main cadres. Whitebeard said the shop. Whitebeard didn't want to continue wasting time. If these people really couldn't join his pirate group sincerely, then Whitebeard would let them go, and would not continue to imprison them. Anyway, now the Ant pirate group has also been destroyed. Unless these people start anew, it is the best choice to take refuge in Whitebeard. It is impossible to take refuge in Kaido or Redhead. You know, even if Kaido is better than the Ant, it is not much better, and it is still impossible to compare with Whitebeard. As for Redheads, Shanks has always disliked cliques, and perhaps won't take them in at all. Chapter 340. The addition of Card 2. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Katakuri, Peros Pello, Cracker and other senior cadres of the original Ant pirate group were brought to Whitebeard. At the same time, Smokey was also on the scene, but she was not considered a prisoner. She is currently on the boat as a friend of Arrow Brothers. After seeing Katakuri and others coming, Smokey stood with them immediately. Brother Katakuri, after this period of thinking, do you have any thoughts now? Smokey wanted to confirm Katakuri's thoughts before Whitebeard asked. But Katakuri fell silent and did not answer her question. At this time Whitebeard asked, Katakuri, the Ants pirate group has been destroyed, and you have been prisoners for such a long time. I don't know what you think now. After Whitebeard finished speaking, everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group looked at Katakuri and others. For these prisoners, most of them were relatively indifferent, and the previous battle was only a question of position. But Kata Curry fell silent, seeming to be hesitating how to answer, while Cracker and Peros Pello looked at each other. Their attitudes were clearer. Cracker wants to join the Whitebeard pirates, but he wants to follow Kata Curry and be with him, while Peros Pello is determined to maintain the Ant Pirates. Although the Ant Pirates is no longer there, he 993 don't want to join this. Advertisement. The enemy's pirate regiment. Brother Kata Curry, I think we might as well join the Whitebeard pirates. My mother is no longer there, and even if she is there, we have the right to pursue our own freedom. Cracker said to Kata Curry. Cracker, what nonsense are you talking about? Have you forgotten the honor your mother gave you 3 admiral stars? Peros Pello immediately yelled contemptuously. HMPH, didn't I use my own strength to win this general star? It was originally from the 4 admiral stars, but just because one was defeated, my mother removed him. Cracker said unconvinced. At the beginning, there were 4 general stars in the Ant Pirates, but one of them was defeated by the super planet Monker Rouge, so the Ant felt that he was not worthy of the name of the star, and since then became a 3 general star. From Cracker's point of view, he can become a general star only by relying on his own strength, otherwise the Ant will not look at you head on. Therefore, this is not the honor given to him by the Ant, it was obtained entirely by her own assiduous practice, as it should be. In the face of Cracker's rebuttal, ABFA, Perospero was also angrily speechless, and Cracker said to him immediately, Brother Perospero, don't forget, mother is suffering from schizophrenia. But almost killed you a few times. Of course I remember, but that was when my mother was unconscious. Should I hate her for it? Said Peros Pello. I didn't say to resent my mother, but it's too dangerous to stay by her side. Just because we are her children, do we have to follow her? Don't we have the freedom to choose the pirate group by ourselves? Cracker said. Faced with Cracker's retreat, Perospero was also stunned. He only now discovered that although the Ant's power policy has made her children full of cohesion on the surface, this kind of secret opposition is not dead. Phew. After all, Cracker is still considered to be a more important cadre in the Ant Pirates. He is trusted and cared by Ants more than others. Even he has this sentiment. It can be seen that ordinary cadres will also have a lot of dissatisfaction. Advertisement. Smokey, do you think so too? Perospero asked, looking at Smokey. Yes. Smokey nodded. Well, it turns out that you all think so. It seems that I am too persistent. I still keep my ideas, but I don't oppose any of your actions. Perospero said. At this time Whitebeard also spoke. Perospero, if you don't want to join me, you can leave now. Of course, as your enemy, you can avenge your aunt at any time. Peros Pello frowned slightly. These words seemed particularly harsh, because he was not Whitebeard's opponent at all. Even if he stood there and let him attack, he would not be able to cause some effective damage. He wanted to avenge him. Really, thank you for shooting, I want to go back to Cake Island. Perospero said. I'm sorry, Cake Island is already owned by Daddy, outsiders can't enter casually. Marco said lightly. Peros Pello couldn't help laughing. Ridiculous, ridiculous, his original base camp is now someone else's territory, but he doesn't even have the right to go in. If he can't go to Cake Island, where can Peros Pello go? He can't choose for a while. Whitebeard, the last time you refused me to join, implying that my purpose was impure, but now, I don't have to worry about their safety anymore. At this time, I reapplied to join the Whitebeard pirates. Smokey stood up to Whitebeard said. Brother Arrow stood aside, watching Smokey's gaze secretly approving. Of course, I agree with your attitude. Whitebeard said with a smile. Advertisement. Smokey has successfully joined the Whitebeard pirates, and Cracker is still watching Kata Curry. I have one condition, Kata Curry said to Whitebeard suddenly after a long silence. Let's talk about it. What is it? Whitebeard asked. I want stronger strength. Do you have a way to improve me? Kata Curry asked. Last time I lost to Marco, this has always been a knot in Kata Curry's heart, but his current strength has reached a bottleneck. It is very difficult to rely on your own practice to improve your strength, almost always with half the effort, so, if Whitebeard can do this, then he can give everything. Gum ha ha ha, do you want to improve your strength? If you are my trusted family member, then I will be willing to help you, but the process may be very difficult. Whitebeard laughed. As long as I can improve my strength, I am not afraid to endure hardship. Katakuri said firmly. This guy, it seems that the last battle left a shadow on him, but I won't let you overtake me easily. Marco on the side knows what Katakuri is thinking, but he is not a vegetarian either. Yes, he has been working hard to cultivate. Whitebeard stood opposite Katakuri, and Haki said softly, "So, are you willing to be my son? In the future, I will play in this sea in my name." I do. 14 PIW. Chapter 341. New Bounty. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Katakuri finally decided to join the Whitebeard pirates. Marco also came over happily and patted Katakuri on the shoulder. Katakuri, congratulations, we will be family in the future. I hope you can find your own way again. Marco said. It's great, brother Katakuri, I can continue to be together in the future. Smokey also said happily. I also joined the Whitebeard pirate group. Cracker said quickly. In addition to these senior cadres, there are some ordinary ministers of the former Ant pirate group who have also joined the Whitebeard pirate group in accordance with the times. The addition of these people has also strengthened the Whitebeard pirate group a lot. After all, they are all high-level combat powers. Just the three of Katakuri, Cracker, and Smokey can grow a lot. After all, the lowest of these three people is more than 900 million bounty. This kind of strength is basically not much in the world. And seeing that Katakuri and others have joined the Whitebeard pirates, Pero's pillow is also a little mixed. After all, no one sticks to his beliefs with him and makes him more sad. At this time, Whitebeard said to Katakuri and others, "Very well, you will be a member of the Whitebeard pirate group in the future. You will still remain on the Cake Island in the future. I will not interfere too much." Hearing this, Katakuri was shocked, because keeping them in the possession of Cake Island meant that they did not need to follow Whitebeard's boat all the time. This was not just it was a great freedom. At the same time, they have great powers. More importantly, these cadres almost occupy most of the small towns on Cake Island. If they want to rebel, they can also cause some turmoil. Advertisement. Therefore, Whitebeard's move not only gave them freedom and rights, but also represented trust in them, which made Cracker and others feel incredible. Because they had just joined Whitebeard, they were allowed to have their own residences, and they were the original residences before each, and everyone has their own foundation. I also want to join the Whitebeard pirates. At this time, Pero's pillow said directly. Perospero changed his firm attitude before, and at this moment chose to join the Whitebeard pirates, which made everyone feel a little strange. Brother Perospero, why do you change your attitude so quickly? Smokey asked in confusion. Because I also want to return to my station. Perospero explained lightly. Smokey is right when he thinks about it. After all, they all have deep feelings for their station, and now, even if he continues to remain loyal to the Ant Pirates, it is meaningless. It is better to choose to protect his station. Very well, this is your own choice. If you want to quit in the future, then you only need to report to me. With me, you only need to remember one thing. That is, you must never hurt your companions, otherwise I will definitely not will easily let it go. Whitebeard said to them. After accepting the establishment of the Whitebeard pirate group, Katakuri and others set off to return to Cake Island. Within the limits of Cake Island, all the flags have become Whitebeard. The news that Katakuri and others had surrendered to the Whitebeard pirate group soon spread like wildfire, and immediately spread to the world. The Marine government also got this news, which made Akainu and others astonished. It was the first time they heard of this large-scale surrender to the enemy. Advertisement. Damn it, how come you join Whitebeard? Don't these people take revenge for the ant? Akainu was sitting in the office, and he was very annoyed when he got the news. After all, these people have invisibly strengthened the Whitebeard pirates, making the Whitebeard pirates more and more difficult to deal with. Akainu doesn't care about the number of miscellaneous things, but the powerful Katakuri also joins the Whitebeard pirates, which has to make people feel annoying. Maybe Whitebeard has a special charm. I heard that Jinbei has also joined the Whitebeard pirates, and there are 2 new members in Whitebeard's corps captain. Kizaru said lazily from the side. After several confrontations with the Whitebeard pirates, Marine also has some understanding of the current information on the Whitebeard ship. At this time, there is a report on Akainu's desk, which describes the current information of several corps captains of Whitebeard. The 3 captains Marco, Jose, and Vista Marine knew better before, and the focus was on Arogo and Tesla. 0 seeking flowers, 0. Brother Arrow, the wind and wind fruit ability, belongs to the fruit of Logia. He once assassinated Whitebeard and was called to surrender. Tesla, the person with the ability to bubble fruit, belongs to the fruit of Paramesha. He used to be the king of Step Island, and then he returned to Whitebeard. Looking at these reports, Akainu had a headache. He couldn't understand why a person who had assassinated Whitebeard would be surrendered. Is it really because Whitebeard has a special charm? This is impossible. Akainu will never believe what charm a pirate can have. A pirate is always evil. Only Marine can represent justice, and only justice can be attractive. Advertisement. I heard that the new bounty of the Whitebeard pirates has come out. Do you want to see it? Kizaru asked. With the strength of the Whitebeard pirates, the captains who followed Whitebeard have also been reset the bounty amount, and these characters Marine has a special part to formulate the bounty, so Akainu doesn't know yet. Only with such a special status as Whitebeard will the Marine executive specifically set the reward amount. Let me see, Akainu said. Kizaru then handed Akainu a stack of reward lists. The first page is Marco's reward list. The amount on it is 1.2 billion. Next came Joe's 1.03 billion, Beasta 960 million, Alorgo 650 million, Tesla 840 million, and Jinbei 980 million. These are the new bounties for some of the main captains in the Whitebeard pirates. Among them, Marco is the captain that Whitebeard relies on the most, so his bounty has also increased. In addition to these people, there is a special reward list on the last page. When Akainu sees this person, his eyes will burst into flames. This is the person who makes Akainu the most angry, because this person was a Marine before. On the last page of the reward list is the image of Wentai, and the reward amount on it is 1.1 billion. The damn guy, as a Marine, he didn't realize that he would join the pirate. Although Akainu knew about this, he was angry every time he thought of it. And Chapter 342, Akainu's Wrath. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Akainu's anger is uncontrollable, because he hates pirates the most in his life, and the justice he pursues as a Marine is absolutely to eliminate pirates. Any pirate must spare no effort to fight, but now, there is Marine's return to the pirate, which completely touched his bottom line. And Marine also took this into consideration, so it set Wentai's bounty so high, and another important reason is that Wentai got dark fruit. Hey, there is no way. After all, he is just an ordinary Marine soldier, but after joining the Whitebeard pirates, he has gained such a powerful fruit ability as dark fruit. Ordinary people may choose the same as him. It's impossible for everyone to have the same consciousness as you. Kizaru immediately comforted. It's because he didn't realize. 993, so he is just an ordinary Marine soldier. If he wants to fight against the pirates, he will work harder. Akainu said even more angrily. Kizaru also had to nod his head, because it is indeed the case. It is not a peaceful age. In this era of rampant pirates, ordinary soldiers have a very good chance of gaining military exploits. And Marine also has a special training camp. The basic Marine 6 styles only needs to be the master, and it is no problem to deal with some ordinary pirates. Then you will be promoted one by one, you will get more and more resources, and your strength will become stronger and stronger. As long as your heart is firm, you will not be so difficult to rise. If you think these are okay, then you can let them publish. Kizaru said to Akainu. Post it. Akainu gritted his teeth. However, even though Akainu is so angry, there is no way. To deal with these people, it is tantamount to a direct battle against the Whitebeard pirates, and it is inevitable to confront Whitebeard head-on. Advertisement. The Marine government is now facing a serious shortage of manpower. There is no shortage of ordinary Marine soldiers, but there is a lack of middle and upper-level generals. Like the Marine Vice Admiral level in the Marine government, it is basically the mainstay against the pirates, but the number of this part is still scarce, let alone the Admiral level. By the way, is there any good news for world conscription? Akainu asked. Regarding the world conscription, Marine has been opened before, but it only recruited some vice admiral, and more of it was a huge number of school lieutenants. But Akainu doesn't care about it. What he needs now is admiral level personnel. Since Aokiji left, the Marine government now has only one admiral like Kizaru. And Sengoku, Garp and others have long since retired to the second line. This kind of thin power is impossible to deal with Whitebeard. Well, I heard that some monsters appeared. Kizaru thought for a while and said. Monster. Akainu became interested. Yeah, but it's still in the review stage. I also heard from the smoker guy. It is said that there are two powerful monsters. Kizaru said. Hearing this, Akainu's eyes suddenly brightened, and he immediately said, now the Marine government needs monsters. Order to go down and report these two people to me immediately. No other department's review is needed. Okay, but are you going to test their abilities yourself? Kizaru asked after agreeing. Not only the strength, but also to see if they have the pursuit and loyalty to Marine's justice, said the Red Dog. Advertisement. After Marine released the new reward list from Marco and others, this has caused a lot of discussion around the world. After all, any news about the Whitebeard pirates may be used as a post-dinner talk. Somewhere in New World, have you heard, Whitebeard couldn't help but defeated the Ant and included the Ant pirates. Now the captain of the Whitebeard ship has also released a new reward list. Yes, it seems that 3 of these captains are newcomers, and they are all monsters. The crew members of the pirate band of brokers are discussing the affairs of the pirate band of Whitebeard, and their captain is Rouge, one of the supernovae. I didn't expect the Whitebeard pirates to be so terrifying. Rouge looked at the rewards of the Whitebeard pirates with a smile on his face. As a monk, Rouge always had a smiling face, but in fact he was a little bit shocked at this time. At the time of Sabayati Archipelago, their 11 supernovae were in the limelight, so after moving to New World, Rouge challenged one of the stars of the Ant Pirates group vigorously. Although it is said that the star Snug was removed from the Ant, but at the time, it was still one of the real 4 emperors, but it was defeated by Rouge by 0. But Rouge also knew that he had used a lot of strength to defeat Snug, and then he was defeated by Cracker. And it was such a powerful Ant pirate group, but it was vulnerable to the attack of the Whitebeard pirate group, and even was directly incorporated. Whitebeard's bounty has reached 9 billion, and the captains under his hand are 900 million, 1 billion, this powerful pirate group, Rouge feels that he has been severely hit. Advertisement. Because he will not be able to do this to such a degree in the future, which makes him lose a certain prospect of the future. Boss, now New World has changed from 4 emperors to a super strong situation. In the future, the Whitebeard family may be the only one. This is very unfavorable for us. The crew said to Rouge. Indeed. Rouge nodded. Now there is no force that can fight the Whitebeard pirates. It is very likely that Kaido and others will also be swallowed by the Whitebeard pirates. If the 4 emperors struggle for hegemony, they can also contain each other, leaving a lot of room for other pirates. Even so, many pirate groups still choose to join one of the 4 emperors after entering the New World. Therefore, once the Whitebeard family dominates in the future, it may directly monopolize the entire sea, and there will be no existence of 5.0 similar to the 4 emperors in the future. It is impossible for all pirates to develop. This is what Rouge is worried about. He doesn't want his pirate career to end in the supernova stage. I can only help Kaido, Rouge said. What? Boss, shall we take refuge in Kaido? The crew were a little surprised. Of course not, but if Whitebeard really wants to deal with Whitebeard in the future, then we must go to help Kaido in the future, otherwise we can only rely on Whitebeard. Rouge said. In addition to Rouge, other contemporaries are also planning for their future, of course, except for Luffy and Zoro. At this time, Luffy is still practicing with Rayleigh, and Zoro is also learning from Hawkeye. Although they have seen this information, they are not worried about their future. Chapter 343, Restart. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The New World was calm within a short time. After all, there had just been a war between Whitebeard and the Ant. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group also began to recuperate, and the captains are also working hard. Look, everyone, Marine has released a reward list again. Brother Arrow suddenly shouted with a stack of newspapers. What are you shouting? Is there another big person? Joe said dissatisfied. I want to talk about big people, it is true, but it's not a recent one, said Brother Yarrow. Don't sell it, take it quickly and show it to everyone. Marco snatched it over, and several captains watched around Marco. Subsequently, a string of characters and numbers appeared in front of everyone. Marco 1.2 billion, Joe's 1.03 billion, Beasta 960 million, Alorgo 650 million, Tesla 840 million, Jinbei 980 million, Wentai 1.1 billion. Oh, is it our reward list? Why, Wentai actually has 1.1 billion. Joe suddenly exclaimed. Who knows, but Wentai owns dark fruit. The last dark fruit owner Blackbeard brought a lot of trouble to the Marine government, so it may be because of this. Beasta said. However, other people also feel a bit far-fetched for this statement, because how could the previous fruit ability affect the current bounty, and even if dark fruit is strong, Wentai did not cause damage or threat to Marine. Generally speaking, Marine will comprehensively formulate bounties based on the damage caused by the pirates, as well as the actual combat power and the threat to Marine, but Wentai has not really confronted Marine directly, and directly gave such a high bounty, which is obviously advertisement. There are some special reasons. Looking at this list, Marine should be based on the strength of the bounty. Maybe they estimated the strength of Wentai wrong. Tesla said. No, I firmly disagree that they use strength to formulate the bounty. At least there are other determinants, otherwise my bounty will not be justified. Yaluo said quickly. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. The rewards for these people were almost the same, but only the bounty of Yaluo was far lower than them. Seeing that they were all laughing, Brother Arrow immediately blushed and yelled, "Why are you laughing? I really don't know what this group of Marines think. He only gave me a reward of 600 million yuan. Indeed, how could Marine be so imprecise? Marine must have noticed Wentai's special status in the Whitebeard pirates." Marco said. Everyone agrees with Marco's statement, but another strange point is that Allure J, his bounty is much lower than others. Speaking of the bounty of Allure brother, it is really strange. He obviously fought against Marine with us, and he joined us before Tesla. Even Tesla gave 800 million, and Allure brother only 600 million. This is weird, Jinbei said. Brother Yaluo looked at Jinbei and nodded with deep conviction. The bounty was not a trivial matter. It was a testament to his dignity and strength in the pirate world. First think Marine may think that Tesla is more special. Think about the last time that Dad used his own power to launch a tsunami against Marine. One of the key points is that Tesla's ability protects us. Marco thought about it, said. Hey, it's okay, there is still a chance in the future. When you show your skills, Marine will not ignore you. Beasta comforted. Advertisement. After that, a group of people began to comfort Aeroge, but these people's words were of no use, and only one person could immediately change Aeroge's attitude. It seems that the Marine government really doesn't know how good you are, and you have to give them a taste of color next time. At this time, a figure walked, and immediately let Arrow Brothers' gaze be attracted. Smokey, you still know me best. Brother Yaluo said aggrievedly. Hey, I'm gone. The others left here one after another when they saw it, leaving only Aeroge and Smokey. Since Smokey joined the Whitebeard pirates, their relationship has been getting better and better, and Smokey didn't go to his station, but chose to stay on the ship. Whitebeard naturally has no objection to this. After all, as a standing combat force, there is not too much. After a week of recuperation for the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard decided to set sail again, without a destination, just let everyone take a vacation. Of course, it doesn't really mean everyone. Whitebeard now has more than 10,000 people in his group, but it is mainly based on the direct line on the mobile. Everyone, you don't need to train during this time. Let's have a good time. The helmsman does not need to be controlled. It counts where you drive. Whitebeard said to everyone. The reason for this decision is that Whitebeard considered that the pressure on everyone during this period was too great. He always said that in his name, let everyone ride the sea as much as possible, but in fact, he is always urging everyone to train. Because, Whitebeard thinks over and over again, this goes against the treatment he should have to his sons, and Whitebeard also sees everyone's efforts during this time. Advertisement. At the same time, since Marine has increased his bounty to 9,993, it means that they should not take any action in a short time. Under this circumstance, Whitebeard wanted to take everyone to play, but only one Mobity was allowed. Of course, everyone else had their own freedom. There is no need for many people to be stationed in the base camp, and everyone was excited after hearing the news. Really, the old man is so good, I sometimes cried when I read it. Aroj was moved immediately. Father, is it really okay if you don't control your direction? Jinbei asked a little worriedly. In fact, Jinbei was not afraid of encountering any enemies. After all, as far as the combat power of their ship is, even if it drives to the Marine government headquarters, it will also make the Marine headquarters quake. Jinbei is mainly worried that their ship will travel to the Com Belt. Calm belt is basically a nightmare for ships, but Whitebeard said, "It's okay, I have everything." Whitebeard didn't want his sons to be scrupulous while enjoying freedom, so the Mobity set off soon. They drove arbitrarily in a direction, and then no longer bothered, because Whitebeard pretended that even if it was a mainland ahead, it would tear open a hole. If hockey is so majestic, who else would be insecure? Nothing can stop them. Chapter 344. Aokiji. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. A lot of food was prepared on the Mobity before departure. Therefore, after setting sail, the whole ship was full of carnival scenes. Hey, I've never been so happy before. It's really comfortable to follow the old man. Tesla exclaimed. This is the first time that he is so unrestrained and unscrupulous to revel in the sea. Ha ha ha, this is the charm of the old man. Marco said with a smile. I am in a good mood now, I want to fight. Joe said excitedly. Come on, it's a rare carnival time now, and I'm still thinking about fighting. Be careful, Dad will let you practice again. We won't be with you at that time. Yaluo immediately objected. In fact, the practice is quite good, you can also exercise your strength, and it's not boring. Joe said immediately. Hearing that, the others are a little helpless. This Joe's and them must have enough endurance, and even the training intensity arranged by the old man is not tired. Father, do we have any plans for the next step? Just as the others were caring, Wentai came to Whitebeard's side at some point, and he was more concerned about these things. Don't keep thinking about these things, otherwise you will be stressed. Whitebeard said. But Daddy, if you have any thoughts, I can help you share the burden. It is very tiring for you to worry about it alone. Wentai said. Tired? How can I be tired? Everything I do is done because I am happy. Whitebeard suddenly laughed. Advertisement. Hearing that, Wentai didn't have too much questioning, and after sailing on the sea for a day and a night, the Mobity had already left the territory of Whitebeard far away. Wandering in this blank sea area, suddenly, the observer who was in charge of observing the situation in the sea area ahead discovered a trace of anomaly. Report, Daddy, a person appeared in front. The observer reported. One person. Yes, driving a small boat alone. This attracted Whitebeard's attention. After all, those who dare to drive a small boat alone on the sea are either the absolute strong or the ignorant and fearless. But here is New World. The second case is less likely. Show me. Whitebeard took the telescope and saw a tall man with black curly hair appeared in his field of vision. He was sailing leisurely at sea, and he did not find the Whitebeard pirate group. Is that Aokiji? Whitebeard was a little surprised, he didn't know why Marine Admiral Aokiji appeared here. As the Marine Admiral, Aokiji should be at Marine headquarters. It is impossible to appear somewhere for no reason, and even if there is a major incident, it should be led by at least one warship. But Aokiji is just a small boat. Strictly speaking, it is not a boat. It can only be regarded as a small boat, but Whitebeard quickly remembered that Aokiji had already left the Marine government at this time. Aokiji, have you already started wandering? Whitebeard secretly wanted to win Aokiji onto his ship, after all, it was an admiral combat power. Whitebeard knew that according to the original plot, Aokiji would join the Blackbeard pirates, but now that the Blackbeard pirates has been destroyed, then Aokiji is likely to join his own pirates. Advertisement. But, before again, you have to control Aokiji first, and let him see his own strength by the way. Aokiji, don't come here without trouble. Whitebeard used the power of the shock to pass the sound. Aokiji was shocked when he heard the sound, and then searched around, and soon found the Whitebeard pirate group in the distance. Whitebeard, I didn't expect to meet here. He can transmit the sound so far, and he will really develop the fruit. Aokiji couldn't help but be a little surprised. The accidental encounter with the Whitebeard pirate group made Aokiji feel a little complicated, but although Whitebeard is now listed as the most dangerous pirate by the Marine government, in Aokiji, his status is not the standard of good and evil. Since you can't hide, let's meet. Aokiji said heartily. As a result, Aokiji began to drive in the direction of the Whitebeard pirate group, and saw that his hands released a lot of cold air, and the seawater was frozen on the route ahead. Aokiji stepped on his own boat, as if he was on a skateboard, sprinting quickly on the ice. It's Marine Admiral Aokiji. As Aokiji's distance got closer and closer, some of the Whitebeard pirates were suddenly surprised. Who would have thought of encountering Marine Admiral here? Is it against us again? It's really disappointing, but at this time, Beasta said. HMPH, it just happened, I was about to fight, just let me see how far is the gap between me and Marine Admiral. Joe said with excitement. Don't stop me from anyone, first we'll let Marine Admiral see how good I am today. Alorge was also excited, because he had been caring about his bounty. At this time, he could just show it in front of Marine Admiral. Fan owns strength. Advertisement. He shouldn't be here to target us. Our route is so random, how could Marine know it, and even if he knew it, it was impossible to chase it so quickly. Marco immediately analyzed. Jinbei also nodded and said, yes, I also think that Marine is not here to deal with us, otherwise he should not be alone, and Aokiji is a kind of Marine, different from a Kainu. For Aokiji, Jinbei is very fond of, after all, that guy really has his own beliefs, and is not bothered by the identity of Marine and pirate. HMPH, no matter what, I will fight him, you guys don't intervene. Yaluo brother exclaimed vigorously, as if he had been able to single out Admiral. Then I can help you. Te, no good, SLA said. After finishing talking, Tesla attached a bubble film to the feet of Joes and Arog. This bubble film can easily make his mother float above the water. Huh, let's do it again. Arogo said suddenly, because he could use his own wind force to stay in the air without landing at all. But he said so, but he did not reject Tesla's kindness, and Joes immediately said thank you, because his ability could not support him in the Sea War shop. Afterwards, Joes and Aroge jumped down together, and both stepped on the surface of the sea. The thin bubble film isolated them from the sea. This kind of floating is worthy of Tesla. Aragorn suddenly sighed. It's amazing, it's too convenient. Joes also said. Aokiji saw two people appear in front of him after sliding over from a distance, and stopped. Chapter 345. Probing. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Seeing that Alorge and Joes are leading the way, Marco is also a little helpless. He suddenly sighed. These two guys, really, this is not a problem for Dad. They are not yet Admiral's opponents, but if they join forces, they will fight against them. Jinbei analyzed. Aokiji Admiral. Moreover, Wentai has always admired Aokiji Admiral's guidelines, this is the person he admires and admires most among Marine. Facing the two Whitebeard pirate team leaders in front of him, Aokiji didn't care at all, and his gaze directly looked at Whitebeard on the ship. Whitebeard, I didn't expect to meet you here. I heard that you are causing Marine a headache. Aokiji said to Whitebeard. Hey ha ha ha, you have given the old man a headache. During the war, you Admiral, but the old man suffered a lot. Whitebeard suddenly laughed. I didn't expect you to remember it so clearly, but now my 993 is not hostile to you anymore. Aokiji said. It shouldn't be a coincidence that you are here. Since you have appeared, then we have to take revenge on the top of the war. Joes said suddenly. Yes, I will let you Marine see how good I am today. Brother Yarrow also said. Advertisement. Seeing that Joes and Alor brother are so fighting spirit, Whitebeard also acquiesced to their behavior, wanting to see how much they can do against Admiral. So Whitebeard said to Aokiji. Aokiji, meeting is fate, and the past cannot be written off. Why don't you help me verify my two ineffective sons? Hearing this, Aokiji also understood that he had to make a move, so he immediately exhaled a cold air from his mouth, which instantly formed a weapon, which looked very sharp and sharp. In that case, come on. Aokiji said to the two people in front of him. Then you're welcome. Joes took the lead and rushed directly towards Aokiji, attacking with a heavy punch, and at the same time partly diamondized and covered with armament hockey. This kind of powerful attack even Aokiji didn't dare to take it hard, but he could easily avoid it. Bai Jingjia's attack speed was too slow. The moment he avoided Joes, the weapon in Aokiji's hand pierced Jaws' body, but was blocked by Jaws' emergency diamondization. Damn it, it's dangerous. Joes said in a thrilling tone. He originally wanted to use the part of the diamond that his father trained him to save energy. However, due to Aokiji's reaction and attack speed is too fast, it is easy for people to have no time to react, just like before, if Joes did not diamond in time, then this blow may have seriously injured him. In the next battle, Joes intends to diamondize his whole body so that he doesn't have to worry about Aokiji's attack. Joes, you'd better step back and let me deal with it. Arrow brother saw that Joes was almost stabbed, he shouted. At the same time, Arogo formed a small tornado and moved quickly towards Aokiji, trying to get Aokiji into it. However, when Arugo approached Aokiji within a certain range, Aokiji calmly released a large amount of cold air, which directly caused Aokiji's body to be partially frozen. Advertisement. Damn it, it's so cold. Aro felt his body trembling under this cold air, and because of the freezing, his whirlwind was directly forcibly stopped, and then, Aokiji's weapon just pierced. Oops. Brother Yaluo's gaze saw the weapon blade getting closer and closer to him, and he began to struggle fiercely. Fortunately, at the last moment, he used the wind pressure to break through the frozen part of himself, and then escaped in a thrilling manner. ABFA, Brother Yaluo backed away a little bit of breath. Joe suddenly laughed and said, "You also said to let me back, you seem to be more dangerous just now." "It's Marine Admiral, it's really not a joke," Yaro exclaimed. "What do you think? Although our strengths each have their own strengths, Admiral's overall strength is relatively comprehensive, not to mention the rich combat experience with various monsters." Joe solemnly said. As a student of Zephyr, Aokiji was trained internally by Marine Admiral. He has performed many missions and captured how many cunning and cruel pirates before he can get the status of Marine Admiral. Therefore, Joe's is still quite sober. He knows that he has a lot of gaps with Marine Admiral, but it is precisely because of this that he can improve himself. "It was so dangerous just now," Beasta said worriedly. Marco and the other captains watched the battle below nervously, as if they were fighting themselves. After seeing the celebration appear, Wentai on the side showed awe, because he had been saved by Aokiji, and that was his savior. "Aokiji seems to be stronger than before," Wentai said slightly, and he felt that Aokiji's moves were more decisive than before. What Wentai doesn't know is, after all, it is Marine Admiral, they are still too difficult now. Jinbei also said. Advertisement. If Marine Admiral is really so easy to deal with, it is really worthy of the evaluation of Marine's highest combat power. Whitebeard watched the battle just now, and sighed slightly, thinking that it had only been a round to fight, and the gap between Arugo and Joe's and Admiral was revealed. "Damn it, I didn't take it seriously just now I am going to take it seriously," Brother Yaluo said somewhat unconvinced. "Don't be too aggressive. Your defense is not as strong as mine. Be careful that you are really injured," Joe said. "Huh, man, what are you afraid of being injured?" Brother Yaluo said through gritted teeth. After that, Eroge and Joe's were a lot more cautious, and each time they attacked, they would give priority to ensuring that they were not attacked. However, this also caused their attacks to be less decisive. In the ordinary physical combat, the two of them joined forces to tie with Aokiji. In addition, this tie was basically achieved by Jaws' pervert defensive power, and Aokiji basically performed very easily. "Brother Aro, Joe's, you should probably have enough, too," Whitebeard shouted to them, because Aokiji had enough face to give him face, and if the fight continued, they might get hurt. Seeing the old man seemed to stop himself, Eroge was also a little worried, and he directly launched his own trick on Aokiji. Endless whirlwind. The strong wind pressure suddenly raged the surrounding sea water, and Arog summoned a huge cyclone. This cyclone set off countless sea water on the sea, forming a cyclone with sea water. Chapter 346. Aokiji's Fighting Spirit. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Arugo wanted to use sea water to attack Aokiji, and in order to prevent Aokiji from freezing, Arugo expanded the range of the cyclone greatly. The large area cyclone created strong wind pressure on the sea, and the turbulent air current tore in the air. Some people on the ship couldn't even open their eyes, and some even hid in the cabin. "Joe's covers me," Yaro shouted. Joe's immediately launched an attack on Aokiji, and Aokiji faced him against Joe's while paying attention to the next move of Roge. Soon, Arugo moved the whirlwind in the direction of Aokiji. At this time, Joe's immediately retreated, and Arugo burst the whirlwind from the middle. The strong wind pressure spread to the surroundings in an instant, forming bursts of sound in the air. The use of wind pressure to explode, thereby forming a more powerful destructive force, this is also a new move of Yaluoge. He has never tried it, this is the first time he has used it. "When will Arrow Brother still use this trick?" Marco asked in a bit of surprise. "This kind of powerful attack, I am afraid that no captain can retreat. Maybe I practiced secretly by myself, who didn't use one or two whole cards," Beasta said calmly. "I don't know if this trick can cause harm to Aokiji. Tesla asked curiously. It should not be possible, Jinbei said slightly. Although this trick is very powerful, it is still impossible to injure an admiral head-on. Advertisement. And things were exactly as Jinbei said, only Aokiji's figure quickly broke out of the blasting whirlwind, and there were no traces left on his body. Damn it. This didn't work. Brother Yaluo couldn't help clenching his fist. Sparkling collision. I saw Joe's lift the diamondized arm in front of him, then lifted the diamond from the leg, and moved towards the collision that Aokiji told him. During the war at the top, Joe's once injured Crocodile and Aokiji with this blow. Now, the more powerful, he uses this move to double his power. Ice Ball. I saw Aokiji release 5 icicles from his palm, directly blocking Jaws' route and trapping him within the icicles. The cold air generated by the icicles gradually formed a layer of ice on Jaws' diamond body. After that, Aokiji threw the war knife in his hand directly and pierced Jaws' eyes directly. With a bang, the sword was shattered by a shocking force while it was flying in the air, forming ice chips and falling down. Afterwards, the icicles around Joe's also suffered from the shocking force, and were destroyed in an instant. Whitebeard's figure volleyed out, and he said to Joe's and Arogo faintly, "Retreat." "Father." Joe's and Yarrow shouted, both of them were a little regretful, and retreated to the boat in shame. "How about it, okay?" Marco asked immediately after the two returned to the boat. "It's okay, thanks to the old man." Joe said, "The situation just now was indeed a bit dangerous. If it weren't for the old man, he himself would not be sure that he could stop Aokiji's attack. This is Admiral, we are still far behind." Marco sighed. Others have also started to examine the gap between themselves and Admiral. Only Wentai is still in doubt. Why did Aokiji become so decisive and decisive? The attack just now can be called fierce. Advertisement. I didn't expect to see you for so long. Your strength increased, is it because of Akainu? Whitebeard asked. Speaking of this, Aokiji's body suddenly shook, because this will always be a pain for him, or a regret. My level of improvement is far behind you, Whitebeard, even your captain has such a terrifying strength. How should Marine compete against you in the future? Aokiji said lightly. Guhahaha, you seem to be insincere in what you said, do you really want Marine to defeat me? Whitebeard asked. After speaking, Aokiji fell silent, because he really didn't want Marine to get rid of Whitebeard. Now the situation at sea has become very single. Whitebeard eliminated Blackbeard and the ant pirates one after another, and now the 4 emperors are left with red hair and Kaido, but no matter which side is alone, it is difficult to support. If Whitebeard is really picked up by Marine, then there is nothing left to be afraid of. It will not take long for the sea to be under Marine's master again. 0 seeking flowers. Point 0. ... However, is this really a good thing? As admiral in the marine government, Aokiji is also well aware of the darkness of the world. The Shichibukai system alone does not know how many high-level people are involved. Marine is active in fighting the pirates, but can't do anything about the darkness inside, or turn a blind eye, instead relying on the pirates to rectify in some cases. For example, the Luffy pirate group that Aokiji encountered back then was the same. In the Balabaston Kingdom incident, the Luffy group as pirates replaced the Marine's duties and defeated Crocodile. Advertisement. So, when the world loses these pirates, can the absolutely justice Marine under the control of Akainu really protect the world? The answer is obviously no, because Aokiji has understood in the Ohara incident many years ago that Akainu and him are people in different worlds, and the absolute justice he pursues may only be the sword of the world government. I'm just a wanderer. My opinion is irrelevant. Aokiji said lightly. Really, but I still see flames in your eyes. A pure wandering person has a different face from someone who wants to do great things. Whitebeard joked. I just want to wander. I have nothing to do with the marine government, and I don't want to care about the situation in the world. Aokiji said lightly. After speaking, Aokiji wanted to leave, but Whitebeard said coldly, then, if I stop you from wandering. A person who is blocked from the back will definitely go all out to fight for his own vitality. Aokiji's eyes began to turn cold. Seeing Aokiji's fighting spirit burned, Whitebeard also laughed, but he didn't rush to do it because Whitebeard felt it was unfair. Aokiji just fought with his 2 captains, Joes and Arogo. Although the combat practice is not long, dealing with 2 people at the same time should also consume some physical strength. Therefore, Whitebeard wanted to wait for Aokiji's physical strength to recover a little while fighting. He immediately smiled and said to Aokiji, I appreciate this attitude, because resistance is always better than compromise. Why don't you do it yet? Aokiji asked. Don't worry. Anyway, there is time now. And. Chapter 347. Whitebeard vs Aokiji. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Whitebeard didn't do it right away, which made Aokiji a little unpleasant, but he also knew that Whitebeard was taking care of his physical strength and wanted absolute fairness. But this kind of fairness actually didn't make much sense to him, because they weren't talking about each other, they had grievances, and they were in a life and death contest. If you don't fight, then I will leave. After Aokiji finished speaking, he pretended to leave. Upon seeing this, Wentai glanced at Whitebeard, he immediately understood it, jumped out, and then summoned a dark Uzumaki that blocked Aokiji's path. I'm sorry, Aokiji Admiral. Wentai apologized to Aokiji. Aokiji was a little surprised when he saw Dark Fruit's ability. He glanced at Wentai. Aokiji didn't know that Wentai's previous identity was Marine. He just saw Wentai's 993 reward list. Whitebeard, what do you mean? Aokiji looked at Whitebeard. Aokiji, it's not easy to meet, do you want to fight me? Whitebeard said with a smile. I am no longer Marine, and it doesn't make sense to fight against you. Aokiji said. How can it be meaningless? I am looking forward to fighting you very much, Whitebeard said. If that's the case, why don't you do it yet? Aokiji demanded. Advertisement. Don't worry, we can chat for a while and talk about why you want to leave Marine. I'm quite curious about this. I heard that you were raised in Marine since you were a child, and now you have become an admiral, why do you want to leave? Whitebeard asked deliberately. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with you pirates. Aokiji didn't want to disclose. Don't you want to say it? It's uncomfortable to be buried alone, Whitebeard said. Then your Whitebeard pirate group is already so strong, how will you choose the future path? Aokiji asked. You guy turned around and asked me, okay, let me talk about my ambitions, I want to build a free empire. Whitebeard said. A free empire. Aokiji was taken aback for a moment. Yes, a free empire. I want to build a huge paradise of pirates on the sea. When civilians encounter government oppression, they can escape to this paradise and seek help. Whitebeard said. Hearing that, Aokiji was also full of self-deprecating smile. Is government oppression? This does exist, but not all pirates can do this. Whitebeard nodded and replied. It is true that there are many cunning villains among the pirates, but this is also the object of other pirates' conquests. In my case, all the pirates who attack the civilians have slandered the word freedom, it's impossible to forgive him. Whitebeard's words made Aokiji, who wanted to implement his own justice, see another feasible way. He looked at the sky and muttered, freedom. Is it good or bad? Advertisement. Aokiji believes that the world needs order. If there is no order, everything will become chaotic. The world government also exists for this reason. The freedom that Whitebeard said is undoubtedly a challenge to this order, because freedom means not accepting constraints and resisting order. But now, this idea of Aokiji has undergone a subtle change. What if such a unified order exists in the world? Even if all the pirates are eliminated, then the darkness within the government will not be born. No, those darkness will definitely be born, and because of the existence of this order, they have given some protection to these darkness. These restrictions on civilians and the world are the protective shells of these darkness. Anyone who exists within this constraint cannot easily attack these darkness, because this violates the order. Aokiji's admiral identity looks very prestigious, but it is also in order. On top of Aokiji, there are real high-level marines and rulers of the world government. Therefore, under this system, Aokiji can only ignore the darkness, or cannot do what it wants. His power can only fight the pirates, but he is helpless in the darkness within the government. At this time, what he needs is a pirate with a certain amount of freedom, and the pirates can easily do what he wants. Things that can't be done. For example, beat celestial dragons. These problems have been plagued by Aokiji. The failure to compete with Akainu for the marshal prevented him from staying at Marine because he could not accept Akainu's set of rules, and he is now free. However, Aokiji is just a wanderer, not a pirate. Pirates have always been his enemies. It is impossible for Aokiji to accept this identity all at once. Even if it is really like you, can you guarantee that your boat is righteous? Aokiji asked. Justice. I will never pursue this slogan, because everyone's justice may be slightly different. Shouting these slogans is nothing more than attracting a large group for my use. Could it be that the justice an ordinary marine soldier wants is Buster Call? Advertisement. Am I right? Whitebeard stared at him and said. Aokiji suddenly fell into thinking, and Whitebeard saw that Aokiji should be resting almost, so he immediately put the broadsword in front of him and said, Aokiji, let me fight first. After speaking, Whitebeard kicked his foot and his figure suddenly rushed out. A blade of light flashed in front of Aokiji, and Aokiji quickly adjusted his figure, and then blocked Whitebeard's light with an ice blade. Absolutely frozen. Facing Whitebeard, Aokiji didn't dare to rush. As long as he could catch Whitebeard's flaws, he planned to attack without leaving any room, otherwise he would have no chance of winning at all. A large amount of cold air radiated from Aokiji's hands, and at such a close distance, Whitebeard's broadsword and his general body were instantly frozen. Then, a shocking force erupted from the inside, bursting the ice 5.0 in an instant, but as soon as the shackles were broken, Whitebeard faced Aokiji's kick. Aokiji's right foot turned into a ball of ice and kicked it directly towards Whitebeard's head. Whitebeard then lifted the blade of the big knife and decisively stabbed Aokiji's right foot. At this time, Aokiji suddenly spun in the air, avoiding Whitebeard's attack, and kicking Whitebeard from another direction with his left foot, but the strong body strength made Aokiji feel like he had kicked Jaws's. Diamonds are average, and may be harder than diamonds. There was no trace of Whitebeard's body, and a shock burst out soon, which bounced Aokiji away. Aokiji was backed a lot, and then he stood firmly on the ice surface he made. Chapter 348. 4 Emperors vs Admiral. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Whitebeard knew that Aokiji, who had fought with Akainu, had severely burned his left foot. At this moment, he was just wearing a prosthetic limb, which was equivalent to losing some strength, so Gango was almost unsteady. That guy Akainu hit you so hard that he ruined one of your legs, Whitebeard said. Did you see it? That guy's belief is stronger than mine, so others blocked killing. Buddha blocked killing Buddha. I am lucky that I didn't die in his hands. Aokiji said lightly. People stop killing. Buddha stop killing Buddha. Whitebeard read it again, and he couldn't help but remember how he was when he fought Akainu during the war on the top. At that time, I was old and sick, and was seriously injured, and I was only able to take advantage of Akainu, but now my physical strength has returned to its peak, and the strength is no longer comparable. So, now Whitebeard also really wants to fight with Akainu to see how he resists killing. The Buddha resists killing the Buddha. O1 Marine didn't let you be Marine Marshal, it was their failure. Whitebeard expressed regret for Aokiji. The past is over, let's continue our battle. Aokiji covered his prosthetic limbs with a layer of ice to make it stronger, and then made a fighting posture again. Whitebeard also nodded and said no more. He continued to fight with Aokiji. Every strike and collision between the two sides caused a fierce shock in the air. Advertisement. When Whitebeard was fighting Aokiji, Marco and other captains had to watch carefully. A top-notch battle can learn a lot. But for this battle, everyone believes that Whitebeard will win, because there is no other possibility. Kizaru fought Whitebeard before, and Aokiji was only an admiral of the same level as Kizaru. However, Wentai seemed very worried. His eyes had been fixed on the range of their fighting, and at the same time his hands were entangled because of tension. Marco quickly noticed Wentai's appearance, and he immediately asked, "What's wrong with you? Looks very worried." "Don't worry, don't you understand the strength of the old man?" But Wentai immediately replied, "I'm not worried about Dad, I'm worried about Aokiji Admiral." Just because Wentai hates Whitebeard's strength, he is worried that Whitebeard will seriously hurt Aokiji, and Aokiji has always been an idol that Wentai worships. Although he has now left Marine, he will never forget Aokiji. What's more, Aokiji is still his own lifesaver, so Wentai should naturally worry about him. Besides, Aokiji is not Marine anymore, just an ordinary person in his identity. Are you familiar with Aokiji? Marco asked. He felt a little strange, because Wentai was only a Marine soldier before, and Aokiji was Marine Admiral. Generally speaking, there is no possibility of intersection. So Wentai told Marco about his life saved by Aokiji. This gave Marco some understanding of Aokiji. In Marine, not all people are indifferent and ruthless. Don't worry, The old man shouldn't hurt him. Marco patted Wentai on the shoulder and comforted. Based on Marco's knowledge of Whitebeard, he felt that if Whitebeard really wanted to kill Aokiji, then he would not waste so much time and talk so much before. Advertisement. So Marco thinks that Whitebeard should have his own plan. It is very likely that he wants to recruit Aokiji. Although the possibility is relatively low, Bai Jing Aokiji was originally Marine Admiral. Moreover, the situation of Aokiji and Wentai are different. Wentai is just an ordinary Marine soldier, while Aokiji is Marine Admiral, and the influence of Marine is deeper, not to mention that the Marine government has been training since childhood. Therefore, Marco feels that if Whitebeard really wants to recruit Aokiji, then the probability of success is not high, but he can be sure that Whitebeard will not kill Aokiji. The battle between Whitebeard and Aokiji has become increasingly fierce, and the frequency of moves by both sides has also increased. Ice Spike. I saw Whitebeard leaping into the air and attacking Aokiji. To Whitebeard. Whitebeard brandished his big knife in the air, cutting the ice thorns like melons and vegetables, and then continued to jump down and chop Aokiji. A huge sword aura radiated from the blade of the broadsword, and struck from the sky above Aokiji through a few meters. As soon as Aokiji drew away, a series of sword auras crept down again. In an emergency, Aokiji froze an ice wall directly above him. Although the ice wall was quickly penetrated by Whitebeard's sword energy, it also bought Aokiji some time. He immediately moved to another place, and then launched a counterattack against Whitebeard. Ice Cube. Childish Mouth. Advertisement. I saw that Aokiji gathered the air conditioning on his right arm, and then released a frozen bird. As soon as the frozen bird appeared, the surrounding temperature dropped a lot, and the naked eye air conditioning came out of his body. Afterwards, the frozen bird rushed in the direction of Whitebeard. During its impact, a large amount of cold air formed a visible trace. As long as it is affected by the frozen bird, even for a moment, it will be frozen, and the frozen bird has a strong impact. Facing the impact of the 993 frozen bird, Whitebeard quickly shot out with a shock force. However, although Whitebeard blocked the frozen bird's impact, the cold air on its body still spread. Whitebeard's hands were frozen instantly, and at the same time the air conditioning was still spreading. Aokiji's eyes lit up, and he seized this opportunity and attacked Whitebeard again. Aokiji fired 2 ice spears from his arms, very hard and sharp, and flew directly in the direction of Whitebeard. However, when the attack was less than 1 meter away from Whitebeard, Whitebeard burst out a strong imperial color haki, instantly destroying the ice around him, and crushing the ice spear without a trace. As the Whitebeard Emperor haki exploded, the surrounding airflow also became violent, and Marco and others even had to exert all their strength to resist this momentum. The final form of Conqueror's haki, which was upgraded by the Emperor haki and Whitebeard due to the card system, can not only show endless coercion, but also increase the substantial destructive power to the maximum. As this, Conqueror's haki. It has substantial destructive power. Facing this pressure, Aokiji couldn't help but stepped back a little. The strong air current slapped on his face continuously, making him a little frightened. Chapter 349. Shocking Aokiji. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Aokiji does not have Conqueror's haki himself, so when facing Whitebeard's Emperor haki, he can only be in a suppressed state, and it is not because of the strength to support it. I am afraid that he will not be able to support a few seconds under this turbulence. Bell. Although I know that Whitebeard owns Conqueror's haki, Aokiji never thought that his haki would be so powerful. Not only did he fully suppress him in aura, but he also had a lot of destructive power, this kind of substantial damage. It's definitely not something ordinary Conqueror's haki can cause. Aokiji was very shocked, because Whitebeard was the strongest one of the people he had seen, Conqueror's haki, and it felt completely different from the other people's Conqueror's haki. This terrifying shock made his heart hesitate. The rough sea is generally overturning. Fortunately, Aokiji's strength did not suffer any harm in the face of Conqueror's haki, except for a little shortness of breath, but on Whitebeard's boat, Marco and others were very affected. Under the pressure of Whitebeard, almost no one can be intact. Even if Jinbei, Wentai and others use their own Conqueror's haki to fight, they still feel a thrilling shock, as if they have completely destroyed their hearts and bodies. Quan was shocked. Advertisement. However, Whitebeard stopped after releasing the Emperor haki for a few seconds. For this degree of suppression, Whitebeard was quite satisfied. At least under this deterrence, Even the admiral level can only be self-guarantee, and can't make. What means of attack and actions? How about, Aokiji, is my conqueror's haki okay? Whitebeard asked interestingly, seeming to be showing off. It's really amazing. It's the most detached one of conqueror's haki I have ever met. Whitebeard, you are the pinnacle of your real era. No wonder the Marine government has issued such a high bounty. I can fully understand it now. Whitebeard couldn't help laughing, and said, Guhahaha, I'm a little surprised when it comes to such a high bounty, but Aokiji, if you can beat me, you can take me to Marine to exchange for the bounty. I'm afraid it's enough for you. Do anything. That's right, I'm also thinking about this now. Aokiji nodded, but although his face was still calm, Aokiji's heart was already very solemn. Just a conqueror's haki stunned him to this point. It is conceivable that their strength gap is still not small. Therefore, this makes Aokiji feel that his chance of winning is not large. No, Aokiji has underestimated it, to be precise. The difference between myself and Whitebeard. Distance. In fact, from the very beginning, Aokiji knew that he was not an opponent of Whitebeard, but thinking that as one of the highest combat powers in the Marine government, how could he have a few tricks against Whitebeard? Maybe it could last a day. But now it seems that Whitebeard did not use all his strength against him. If Whitebeard used all his strength, what kind of terrifying power would erupt? Large. Advertisement. The tsunami flooded dozens of Marine warships. I can only run away. Aokiji thought to himself. After the shock of the Whitebeard Emperor haki just now, Aokiji has no desire to fight, because the gap between him is too obvious. Aokiji still knows himself. Aokiji doesn't want to be caught by him after losing to Whitebeard. Although I don't know what Whitebeard will do to him, he will basically lose his freedom. And he has a lot of things to do, and he has to see other things. World. Therefore, Aokiji has only one purpose now, and that is to find a chance to escape. However, this requires Aokiji's deep calculations, because Whitebeard obviously won't let him escape so easily. And Aokiji glanced at Whitebeard, who was floating in midair, and thought, that guy can stand in the air and fly. In this case, how can he escape? Obviously it is extremely difficult for Aokiji. It seems that I can only use that trick. Aokiji thought about it for a while before making up his mind. I saw Aokiji put his palm on the ice. Although Aokiji froze a lot of the ice in the previous battle, it was still limited in scope and did not freeze Whitebeard's ship. This time, Aokiji was ready to use it. My own trick. Ice Age, Aokiji said. Aokiji released a large amount of cold air with all its strength, and the cold air quickly spread from all directions. As it passed, the surrounding sea was immediately frozen into ice, covering a full 10 miles around it. The sea area under the Whitebeard ship was also frozen. Marco and others were a little surprised at once, because their ship would not be able to travel. At the same time, they were also surprised. Although Aokiji's move was very powerful, it was not used for it. Attack on Whitebeard. Advertisement. Because Whitebeard was in midair, the ice didn't affect him at all. Whitebeard was floating in midair. He watched Aokiji complete this series of actions, and he was thinking about what he was going to do. But soon Whitebeard understood, because Aokiji directly used those ice to reproduce many ice sculptures in the next moment, and those ice sculptures were all completed according to Aokiji's own figure. Although it looked like ice sculptures, under the cover of the large amount of air conditioning released by Aokiji, everything gradually became blurred, and only a lot of figures could be seen. Aokiji planned to use these ice sculptures to cover himself from leaving the shop. A large amount of air conditioning floats in the air, as if it is covered with a layer of white fog, which limits a certain field of view, and at this time, on the ice no is good, there are ice sculptures made by Aokiji everywhere. It's all Aokiji. What is Aokiji doing? Do you want to use fakes? Marco said. Aokiji deliberately created heavy fog and so many ice sculptures. It should be to cover people's eyes. Does he want to take advantage of this opportunity to attack Dad? Wentai is a little worried. He is not worried about Dad because he knows that even if Aokiji attacks Whitebeard, also absolutely, it won't succeed. Whitebeard's defense is definitely something ordinary people can break through, and once it gets close to Whitebeard, it means complete danger, so Wentai is actually worried about Aokiji, but the situation is just the opposite of Wentai's idea. Aokiji didn't intend to attack Whitebeard at all, but wanted to escape in the fog. He already knew clearly that he was not Whitebeard's opponent, and he didn't want to fight him forcibly. That way, he was always the one who suffered. Chapter 350. Beat Aokiji. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Aokiji still wants to keep a useful body. He wants to learn more about these worlds and explore his own view of the world from a perspective other than marine. Because Aokiji didn't want to lose his freedom here in Whitebeard, it would be too uneconomical. Aokiji, what are you going to do? Do you want to escape? Whitebeard said while looking ahead. Aokiji's figure is moving quickly in the mist. Because of the cover of ice sculptures, it can make himself less obvious, but what Aokiji doesn't know is that his actions have been clearly exposed to Whitebeard's perception. Ice sculptures can't move, but Aokiji can move. Once there is any movement, it will cause subtle fluctuations in the air, and this fluctuation is very obvious in the eyes of Whitebeard, who has the power of shaking. Therefore, Whitebeard can easily know the trajectory of Aokiji's movement, and Aokiji is moving further and further away from here, so he has only one possibility, and that is to escape. It's impossible to escape, Aokiji. Whitebeard's figure flew out quickly like a spring, flying swiftly along the trajectory that Whitebeard felt. Soon, Whitebeard blocked Aokiji's front. Aokiji was a little surprised. He 993 didn't expect that his carefully arranged cover didn't play a role. Whitebeard still directly detected himself. However, Aokiji did not hesitate. He immediately shot Whitebeard, and an ice dragon flew out of Aokiji's arm and directly impacted Whitebeard. Advertisement. While Whitebeard was defending, Aokiji didn't even think about it, and immediately turned his head to continue to escape, but was soon overtaken by Whitebeard and blocked his way. Aokiji, the battle is not over yet, why should you rush to escape? Whitebeard asked lightly. The gap between me and you is too big, there is no point in fighting at all. Aokiji said lightly. That being said, you can't escape. It's better to fight me with all your strength, Whitebeard said. As soon as Whitebeard finished speaking, a strong shock burst out of his hand, hitting Aokiji directly like a bolt of lightning, and the surrounding ice surface was shattered a lot. Aokiji frowned slightly, and then jumped back and backed a lot. He immediately controlled the ice sculptures, and went in the direction of Whitebeard. ABFA all smashed into Whitebeard. Every ice sculpture has a lot of weight, and with such a large number, its impact is not small. Now, Aokiji can only hope that each of his attacks can consume Whitebeard's physical strength. It is definitely not better than Whitebeard than the outbreak, so Aokiji can only actively attack Whitebeard, occupy an active position, and then extend the battle time. Although there is a big gap with Whitebeard, Aokiji feels that he still has an advantage. That is, he is younger than Whitebeard. Whitebeard is more than 70 years old. Although he is now full of strength, he cannot avoid the age limit. Therefore, Aokiji feels that his physical strength is an advantage compared to Whitebeard. Advertisement. As long as he can hold on for a period of time, then Whitebeard will inevitably be physically weak. At that time, Aokiji can think of other ways to escape or directly defeat Whitebeard. At the moment when the ice sculptures impacted from all directions in midair, Whitebeard raised his hand, punched out the shocking force, and instantly burst out a powerful force. The shocking force formed a spherical space and enveloped Whitebeard. Central location. The surrounding ice sculptures were smashed by the shocking force in an instant, and the broken ones could not be broken, all turned into powder, floating in the air like crystal powder, like a beautiful landscape. In this regard, Aokiji was not surprised, but continued to attack Whitebeard. The intensity of each attack was not the highest, but the frequency of attacks was very high and the attacks were intensive, allowing Whitebeard to continuously passively defend. This is Aokiji's idea. He has no other way at this time. He can only consume Whitebeard in this way. However, this method obviously cannot be aimed at Whitebeard, because first of all, Whitebeard's physical strength is not the physical strength of old age. His physical strength is stable at his peak period, so even if it is consumed for a long time, Aokiji will fall first. In addition, Whitebeard obviously does not intend to continue wasting time. After seeing the purpose of Aokiji's consumption, he launched a counterattack against Aokiji, and a powerful shock knocked Aokiji over. Aokiji's figure flew far away and left a deep mark on the ice along the way. Whitebeard jumped, and his figure flew over. He came to Aokiji's face, raised his hand and grabbed him. Stand up. It seems that you have no other means. This battle is over. Whitebeard took Aokiji back to his boat and had it locked up. Then, Whitebeard used the force of the shock to break through the surrounding ice. Advertisement. Go on, our voyage has just begun. Whitebeard said to the person. The Mobity continued to set off, and Aokiji became a captive of the Whitebeard pirates. He was locked in a chain with Seastone, so he could not resist, and even if he resisted, it was impossible to escape from Whitebeard's hands. Father, what are you going to do with Aokiji? Wentai asked concerned. Whitebeard looked at Aokiji, thought about it for a moment, and said, it depends on Aokiji's attitude. Although he is a good man, he attacked me and my captains. During the war at the top, Aokiji once severely injured Joes, not to mention other crew members injured under Admiral. The number will only be greater. Therefore, although Whitebeard wants to accept Aokiji, it must also be considered. To the thoughts of the crew. If you directly express your desire to solicit and treat Aokiji with courtesy, it will only chill other people. Therefore, Whitebeard intends to trap Aokiji on his ship in this way, so that the crew can learn more about Aokiji. At the same time, it also allows Aokiji to understand his crew. This is a two-way deepening. When Aokiji is shaken, the Whitebeard pirates should be able to accept Aokiji. Father, Aokiji Admiral is different from other Marines. He is a good person. I hope you don't hurt him. Wentai said to Whitebeard immediately. Whitebeard glanced at Wentai, and then said to Aokiji, Aokiji, have you seen it? On my ship, there are soldiers who served in Marine at the beginning, and they are still your fans. Chapter 351, Emperor. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Aokiji was also a little surprised when he heard the words, because the person who Wentai had just released the power of darkness, looking like this, seemed to be someone Whitebeard trusted, but he was actually a Marine. To be precise, he used to be a Marine. Aokiji was a little surprised, but it was not an accident that Marine would join the pirates. After all, an ordinary Marine was not deeply influenced by the Marine government. If it is a Marine of the general level, then it may be firmer in conviction, but an ordinary Marine may not have much idea of the word justice. And it's not necessarily because they hate pirates and come to be Marine, more, just mix and eat. After all, in this troubled world where pirates are rampant, if you want to not be bullied by pirates, then you can only go to be the sea thieves, or Marine, and civilians. It can only be bullied by the pirate and Marine at the same time. Therefore, the position of an ordinary Marine does not explain the problem, and to Aokiji's surprise, under the current high-pressure policy of Akainu, what an ordinary Marine must do to take refuge on the ship of the four emperors. Moreover, after taking refuge in Whitebeard, he can immediately receive the trust of Whitebeard and the dark fruit rewarded by Whitebeard. This is what surprised Aokiji. Why do you want to join the Whitebeard pirate group? Aokiji looked at Wentai seriously and asked. Advertisement. It was also Marine, and Aokiji wanted to try to understand Wentai's thoughts, but Wentai was slightly shocked. He didn't expect Qingwei to ask him such a profound question at this time. This question really cannot be answered in one sentence or two sentences, so Wentai thought for a while before answering, because Dad showed me a different piece of the world. Hearing this, Aokiji's heart was immediately shocked, because this was indeed what he thought. He has always viewed the world from the perspective of the Navy and the military. But the word justice is not just that the master is in Marine's hands. Aokiji already understood this at the moment of the decisive battle with Akainu, so he also wanted to look at the world from another angle. This is also one of the reasons why Aokiji decided to wander the world after fighting with Akainu. Aokiji thought that he would get rid of the identity of Marine, so he would see the world as an ordinary person. The only difference between Wentai is that he directly joined the Whitebeard pirates and went from Marine to the opposite. This subversion is more direct than Aokiji's. A different world. Aokiji muttered to himself, wondering what he was thinking. Whitebeard was not anxious about Aokiji for a while. He said to Aokiji, Aokiji, now since you have quit Marine, then we are not complete enemies. Since you have become my prisoner, then it is better to stay at ease. On the boat, it happens that I am preparing to sail freely, so you can enjoy the scenery along the way. Whitebeard intends to give Aokiji a period of time. There are some things that he needs to understand by himself. After he has determined his beliefs, then everything will come naturally. Great. Thank you, Daddy. Wentai thanked Whitebeard immediately. Advertisement. But Whitebeard immediately said, Don't thank me, I know you admire Aokiji very much, but even if you don't say it, I won't hurt him. In the following time, Aokiji has been living with the Whitebeard pirates, and Aokiji also learned a little about the life of the pirates. On Whitebeard's boat, everyone is very relaxed. Every day they want to eat and drink, they are very free, and their behavior is different from other pirates. Pirates, as the name suggests, are thieves on the sea. When food is scarce, pirates usually rob residents, and even rob property at ordinary times. Cruel ones will kill people. However, the Whitebeard pirate group is not like that. When they pass through some islands and small towns, they use money to buy food, etc. As for where these properties come from, Whitebeard now sits on such a large territory, and the tribute it collects is a very large amount, and after defeating other pirate groups, they will also annex all their belongings. But the Whitebeard pirate group has never bullied ordinary residents. It can be said that although they have the identity of a pirate, they did not do anything evil. All these have caused Aokiji's attitude towards the Whitebeard pirates to change a bit. In the end, Aokiji decided to stay on Whitebeard's ship. He intends to look at the world from the perspective of the pirates, just like Wentai. 0 Seeking flowers. 0. You may be able to see many things you couldn't see before. Therefore, after discussing with Whitebeard, Aokiji expressed his thoughts. In this regard, Whitebeard welcomes Aokiji to join. And with this time of getting along, most of the Whitebeard pirates can accept Aokiji. With such a huge battle force joining the Whitebeard pirates, the overall strength of the Whitebeard pirates has also increased a lot. Advertisement. After joining the Whitebeard pirates, Aokiji, like everyone else, called Whitebeard Daddy, and became the second combat force on the Whitebeard pirates. Great, Aokiji boss, we can fight together in the future. Wentai said to Aokiji happily. In the past, as a marine soldier, he never had the opportunity to see Aokiji. But now it is different. Both he and Aokiji have joined the Whitebeard pirates, and he is not an ordinary crew member. He is now the staff of the Whitebeard pirates and the close guard of Whitebeard. Follow freedom and dreams together in the future. Aokiji nodded to Wentai. Yeah, Wentai agreed. Regarding Aokiji's identity on the ship, Whitebeard did not decide, because Aokiji is special, and Aokiji personally does not want to be the captain. His personality is relatively lazy and laid back, so Whitebeard plans to set up a special position for Aokiji. The anti-pirate group has generals, and the Kaido pirate group has 3 plagues. Whitebeard intends to set up an emperor to be assumed by Aokiji. He doesn't need to be in charge of his own pirate group on weekdays, but is only the highest combat force under Whitebeard. Aokiji also agreed with this, because he also didn't want to take charge of a team, or set up a pirate group of his own, which didn't mean much to him. At this time, on the other hand, the Marine government has also gained a lot of mid-level combat power through world conscription, supplemented many officers at the general level, and more importantly, they have also identified admirals candidates. In a training field of Marine headquarters, all the soldiers that were usually trained here were evacuated. It appeared to be very empty. There were only a few people in the training field, and one of them was Akainu. And Chapter 352. New Admiral. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Akainu stood on the side of the training ground. His body was constantly braving hot lava rolled on his body. The surrounding ground is full of heat and traces caused by magma, and there are even some big pits. Obviously, there has just been a big battle here. As one of the parties in the war, Akainu stood opposite him, and at the same time stood 2 admiral candidates he had just identified, one named Fujitora and the other named Green Bull. After fighting, Akainu confirmed that both of them have great strength, and they are also very loyal to Marine. Of course, Akainu does not fight these 2 people at the same time. No matter how good Akainu is, it is impossible to fight 2 admiral-level opponents at the same time, even if both of them are weaker than him. You too, we will start Admiral tomorrow. I hope you will play well for Marine in the future. Akainu said to them with satisfaction. Marshal Akainu, I heard that the biggest enemy of the Marine government is Whitebeard. When shall we deal with it? Green Bull asked. Hearing that, Akainu's gaze toward Green Bull also showed a sense of appreciation. Although he was just a recruit, he had just joined Marine not long ago, but he has already shown a strong desire to make contributions. This makes Akainu feel quite satisfied. He just needs such a subordinate. Only such a person can move forward without any worries. However, It is obviously not the time to deal with Whitebeard. No hurry, you have just joined Marine, you still need time to get familiar with Marine, and there will be opportunities in the future. Akainu said. Advertisement. The old man hopes to make his own contribution to Marine soon. Fujitora also said. Whitebeard is not as powerful as you can imagine. I think you have heard a lot about Whitebeard, but if you hear more, you can't compare it to a real meeting. Kizaru, tell them about Whitebeard. Akainu said. Kizaru on the side immediately explained. Whitebeard was released by Marine as a 7 billion bounty. From this point, you should be able to see the power of Whitebeard. His strength is not something that any single admiral can contend, even two admiral may not be able. Fight with one. Both Fujitora and Green Bull were surprised. They did hear a lot of information about Whitebeard, but they didn't expect Whitebeard to be so strong. Akainu continued. So, don't think about dealing with Whitebeard. Now Marine is developing special weapons and it will take a long time to experiment. At the same time, I will move the Marine headquarters to New World soon. First, start with dealing with other pirates. Marine's target is not only Whitebeard, as long as the pirates are their targets, and now is not the time to deal with Whitebeard, so Akainu intends to put this hatred of Whitebeard on other pirates. New World is full of pirates who do no evil, and Akainu thinks that those pirates are likely to surrender to Whitebeard in the future. Therefore, if you attack these pirates by one more point, you may reduce Whitebeard's future power by 1 point. In a marine building next to the training ground, Garp leaned on the window and looked at Akainu and others below. He suddenly exclaimed. The newcomer now is really a monster. Garp clearly saw the battle between Akainu and Fujitora, Green Bull and others just now. He felt that the powerful newcomers of this era were emerging in an endless stream, and he was already old. Advertisement. Sengoku on the side laughed suddenly and immediately comforted. Forget it, it's because we are all relegated to the second line. If you don't retreat, where are the opportunities for these newcomers? While talking, Sengoku ate his own snacks. Garp then gave him a blank look and said, You will lift me up. We have dedicated all our lives to Marine. I really want to go out for a walk. Let's go. Let's find a Marine warship and go fishing. Sengoku said happily. You know fishing. Garp breathed. The news of Marine World's conscription and the expansion of 2 Marine admirals soon spread to the world, and after a while, another incident occurred that shocked New World. That is, Akainu moved the Marine headquarters stationed in Marineford to the original Marine G1 branch of New World, which made many pirates of New World panic, and Fujitora and Green Bull, as the newly appointed Marine Admiral, were on New World as soon as they were launched. World. A lot of tasks were performed. Fujitora and Green Bull have shown great strengths and shocked many pirate groups in New World. At the same time, under the severe blow of Akainu, Marine headquarters showed fierce combat power, and its momentum against the pirate groups has risen in a straight line. However, the Marine headquarters has always targeted the messy pirate groups. As for the large pirate groups such as Whitebeard, Kaido, and Redhead, Marine has no influence at all. The Whitebeard pirates did not finish their voyage at this time. They always sailed in New World. Aokiji soon received news of the new admiral on board. Aokiji stood on the ship, holding newspaper information about the appointment of 2 admiral from Marine headquarters. His expression was very complicated. Advertisement. Marine has recruited a new admiral again. I don't know how strong it is. Marco said next to Aokiji. I heard that the new Marine admiral is very powerful, and as soon as he took office, he eliminated a lot of difficult pirate groups. Aragorn said. Every time he encounters an island on the voyage, Aragorn will get off the ship. The small town on the island took a turn, so I also heard a lot of news. And first heard that Marine moved its headquarters to New World, but will we meet Marine? Jinbei said. And listening to their discussion, Aokiji had a complicated look, because he 5.0 knew that Akainu's move was to deter the more and more rampant pirates, and wanted to fight those pirate groups more fiercely. And Marine Admiral has always been closed to the public, at least it will not make such a big publicity, and this time Marine has specially released the news of Fujitora and Green Bull as Marine Admiral, so that the media will report on it, undoubtedly to deter the pirates. Regiments. Moreover, as the Marine headquarters actions against the pirates become more and more intense, the Whitebeard pirates and Marine may often clash, so Aokiji will have to fight Marine. Because Aokiji is now a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Although he has completely joined the Whitebeard pirates, if he wants to fight with Marine, then Aokiji's heart is still a bit hesitant. After all, Aokiji is staying in Marine for so many years. Chapter 353 Training for Crew. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Aokiji didn't want to fight with Marine. After all, it was Marine he was trained since he was a child. He himself learned from Marine. If he fights Marine instead, wouldn't it be ungrateful? Therefore, Aokiji does not want a large-scale battle between the Whitebeard pirates and Marine in the future, but this is a bit naive, because it is impossible to happen. Seeing Aokiji's side, Whitebeard immediately came over to comfort him and said, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy because you think you will fight Marine in the future?" "Father, don't worry, since I have joined the Whitebeard pirates, I will definitely be loyal to the Whitebeard pirates," Aokiji said immediately. Whitebeard nodded. He didn't doubt Aokiji's character, but he felt that Aokiji would still be sad about it, so Whitebeard continued, "You want to start, too. If you play against Marine in the future, you can't just do it. Revenge. The current Marine is the Marine under the Akainu Master. He dealt with the Marine government, which is equivalent to deal with Akainu. He injured one of your legs and one arm. This is not a trivial matter, and it is nothing if you cause him some trouble." After Whitebeard finished speaking, Aokiji Male 01's mood was slightly better. He felt that what Whitebeard said was correct. Akainu is now his enemy, and if the two sides really fight, then he can save a little bit for Marine feelings. After several months of sailing, the Whitebeard pirates returned to the land of Noah. After that, Whitebeard began to retrain Marco and others. On this day, Whitebeard called Marco and other captains as well as Wentai to him, and said to them in a majestic manner, "This time I've given you such a long vacation, you should all have a good time, so now to start hard training." Advertisement. "Ah, are you going to start the arduous training again? This seems to be very tiring." Eroge suddenly complained. He is not afraid of hard work, but also wants to improve his strength. It's just that he will lose being with Smokey. Time. "You guy, who was so fighting spirit before, are you still afraid of training now?" Joe suddenly laughed at the tide. "People have to accompany women, so it's like a single dog's." Beasta said immediately. Everyone suddenly laughed, and Whitebeard continued, "Don't worry, you won't train for too long every day, but it will increase the intensity. Father, in this training, are you assigning tasks to us as before and let me complete?" Marco asked. However, Whitebeard shook his head and explained, "The improvement of you by simply carrying out such a fixed training is already very limited. What you need now is actual combat." Actual combat. Several people were a little surprised. "Yes, I will arrange some plans for you. You need to complete this plan at each stage, and then you can move on to the next stage. When all the mission plans are completed, then you don't need to receive training." "Who?" said the child. Hearing that, the eyes of Yaluoj and others suddenly brightened, because according to this, as long as all the mission plans are completed, then there is no need to train with other people all the time. "Father, so if I complete all the mission plans in just one day, will there be no need to train in one day?" asked Yaluoj. Advertisement. "Yes, that's the case, provided that you can have this ability," Whitebeard said. "HMPH, look at me, I believe in myself, I can definitely do it." Brother Arrow clenched his fist, immediately full of confidence. This is the first time that the old man has accepted the training of the old man. I hope it will not be too difficult. Jinbei also ignited some fighting spirit. As long as I don't make it to the bottom, it's okay. Tesla doesn't demand much of himself, because he knows that he can't be ranked among the captains of this group of monsters. Seeing these people are more fighting spirit, Whitebeard also nodded in satisfaction, but then he saw Wentai seem to hesitate, as if he had no confidence in himself. "Wentai, what's the matter with you? Now that you have the most room for improvement in strength, don't you have the most confidence?" Whitebeard asked concerned. "No, I just have a problem," Wentai said hesitantly. "What's the problem?" Whitebeard asked. "Your mission plan for us should be different for everyone," Wentai asked. "Of course it is different. Your strength and talents are somewhat different. I have different expectations for each of you, especially you. You are now the chief of staff of the Whitebeard pirate group and my close guard. You have to improve your strength as soon as possible. Come," Whitebeard said. When Whitebeard said this, Wentai was also under great pressure, but he didn't have much confidence in himself, because when he was at Marine before, he failed to master Marine's 6 styles in Marine training camp. Advertisement. Therefore, Wentai has no confidence in his talents. When he first joined the Whitebeard pirates, he was full of fighting spirit, but after seeing such a right master and strong, Wentai felt more and more insignificant. Even though he is now the master of dark fruit, he still has no sense when facing the aura of those strong men, so Wentai feels that he might not perform well. Father, I didn't expect your 993 to be so caring about them, and you personally guided them to train. No wonder Jaws' strength has improved a lot before. At this time, Aokiji walked over and said, "Gu ha ha ha, it's not me who guides them personally, but you." Whitebeard suddenly smiled. He was looking for Aokiji, but he did not expect him to come by himself. Me. Aokiji was taken aback. With your admiral's strength, you can easily help me train them. It just so happens that you are here too, so let's listen to it together. Whitebeard said. Afterwards, Whitebeard told them about the goal of the first phase, that is, to support 50 rounds under Aokiji's full attack. 50 is an average, while the more special ones such as Marco and Wentai are different. For example, Marco is not easy to be defeated, so he needs to support 80 rounds, Joe's needs to support 70 rounds, and Wentai because of lack of combat experience, so only need to support 20 rounds. Everyone else basically needs to support 50 rounds, and after Whitebeard finished these rules, the duel training began immediately. First of all, it was Marco against the young man. Marco's strength is the most prominent among the captains, and Whitebeard has the highest expectations for him, and Aokiji's physical strength is undoubtedly the best at this time. Chapter 354. Whitebeard standing in the sky. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. On the huge nose boat, Whitebeard prepared an area for them to fight. Marco and Aokiji stood opposite each other. Other captains and many crew members surrounded them to watch the battle. Even Shirahoshi was very curious about this to join in the fun. They all cheered for Marco, and few people cheered for Aokiji, but this is only natural. Aokiji was still a marine not long ago. Marco, it's up to you, I hope you can do it all at once. Orochi shouted. If Marco succeeds, then it will be a great encouragement to the following personnel. And they all want to take a serious look at Aokiji's strength through Marco. After all, a Marine Admiral's all-out effort is still very exciting. Whitebeard stood volley in the air, and when he saw that both of them were ready, he said to Aokiji, "Aokiji, you must go all out, you don't need to keep any hands." Whitebeard doesn't want them to simply compete, because that way, the improvement in strength is minimal. Whitebeard hopes that they can have a real life and death battle. Only a real life and death battle can have a great training effect on people, but these words surprised Aokiji a little. Aokiji is very confident about his strength. After he concentrates, no one except Whitebeard can stop him, and when the battle is fierce, every blow is very dangerous. So, if you don't leave your hands at all, then Marco will definitely be seriously injured, which makes Aokiji feel a little frightened, but Whitebeard immediately explained, "Don't worry, no one will be injured if I am here." Advertisement. Aokiji is dubious. To do this, it is not only necessary to be strong, but also to have keen reaction and super judgment, but since Whitebeard has said so, Aokiji has no objection. Afterwards, Aokiji and Marco started their battle. First, Marco took the shot. Marco turned into a state of phoenix, flew into the air, and kicked a heavy blow against Aokiji relying on gravitational acceleration. The cyan flame fell rapidly in the air, and a strong air current also rolled down, and I saw an ice dragon on Aokiji's arm. The ice dragon gave out a lot of cold air while welcoming Marco's flying kick. The moment the two sides contacted, Marco's whole body was frozen by the breath of the ice dragon, and the ice formed by the cyan flame was even cyan, which looked very crystal clear and beautiful. No, is it a second time? Roger suddenly gasped, and everyone around him opened his mouth wide in surprise. Everyone was shocked. In the first round, Marco was directly frozen to ice, and it was still full of ice. Wentai sat on the ground all of a sudden. He saw that the results of Marco's dealing with Aokiji were like this. Then he was more predictable. It was definitely a second. If he wanted to support 20 rounds under Aokiji's hands, this simply. Fantastic Knights. How could this happen? Did Marco kneel at once? Joes looked incredulous, because he hadn't played against Aokiji before. He had a certain understanding of Aokiji's strength before. But at the time, Joe's did not feel that Aokiji's strength was so terrifying, and it was strange that Joe's himself was still holding Aokiji for a while, and Marco should be better than himself. This result was unacceptable to everyone present. They couldn't accept that their first captain was so far worse than Marine Admiral. Advertisement. After Aokiji frozen Marco, his expression was indifferent. He didn't think it was too difficult at first, but he was a little surprised. He didn't expect to deal with Marco so easily. At this time, the ice layer on Marco seemed to be shaking. Jinbei, who was watching the battle, suddenly lit up, and he immediately said, "It's not over yet, Marco still has a chance." As soon as the voice fell, the ice layer on Marco was shattered, and Marco reappeared in front of everyone with a water stain. "Everyone, it's a bit careless, but then it won't be so easy," Marco said with a smile. "Great, Captain Marco is not over yet." The people around cheered again, but Whitebeard, who had been watching the game, frowned, because Marco had failed at the beginning. Even if it is not over, it is still in a situation. No. That's great. And the development of the matter was the same as Whitebeard thought. After Marco took the shot again, Aokiji immediately froze the surrounding area and Marco. And this time Aokiji did not give Marco a chance to break the ice. He directly covered the ice with a stronger ice lock and trapped Marco firmly, so that he could not have the slightest struggle. "Damn it, can you only get here?" Marco said helplessly. His body was frozen in it, completely unable to move. Marco wanted to use his haki to break some of the ice, but it was too strong, and finally helpless, Whitebeard announced that Marco had lost. After it was over, Aokiji released Marco. Marco walked out a little discouraged and left without saying a word. Advertisement. The other captains felt a little sad, because he could not imagine what Marco was thinking now, and besides that, each of them had no confidence. Even Marco faced Aokiji like this, not to mention them. Is this the true strength of Admiral? Aokiji hadn't fully used his strength before. No. Joe suddenly sighed. This is too exaggerated. The old man thought that Marco could at least fight Aokiji for a while, not even worse than Aokiji, but I didn't expect it. Jinbei was surprised. He was Shichibukai for a while, and how strong is Marine Admiral? Some also understand the shop. Marco's strength is already considered good among the captains of the four emperors. There is naturally a gap in the face of Admiral, but it shouldn't be so big. I'll comfort him. Wentai immediately followed Marco in the direction where he left. Has Marco failed? This Aokiji is amazing, Shirahoshi said simply. As the object of discussion, Aokiji did not fluctuate. He was still standing in place, waiting for his next opponent. And Whitebeard stood in the air. He was also a little surprised. Chapter 355. The Strength of the Captains. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The previous battle between Whitebeard and Aoki was completely crushed by Whitebeard, so Whitebeard didn't know much about Aokiji's strength. Whitebeard thought that Aokiji had only improved some strength compared to the period of the War of the Tops, but from now on, the strength of Aokiji has improved more than a little, because during the War of these, Marco can have a few tricks with Admiral. Moreover, now under the guidance of Whitebeard, Marco's strength has improved a lot, and it will not be suppressed by Aokiji in any way, but this is the case, which shows that Aokiji's strength has improved a lot compared to the top of the war. And there is another point that makes Whitebeard more concerned, that is Aokiji's own fighting intent, which is a kind of will and aura reflected in the battle. When two people of similar strength are in a duel, then the higher the fighting intent, the stronger the person. The more likely it is to win. Big. This is especially obvious when putting this on the strong. Aokiji now feels this to Whitebeard. His fighting spirit is much stronger than that of the war period, which surprised Whitebeard. However, Whitebeard can probably guess some of the reasons, that is, the battle between Aokiji and Akainu for the Marine Marshal. Whitebeard heard Aokiji talk about it. He and Akainu fought on the island for 10 days and 10 nights. This level of 993 battle will not fail. Uplift. The role of strength. And this battle also brought some mental changes to Aokiji, but for whatever reason, Aokiji's current strength is obviously stronger than before. This is definitely a good thing for Whitebeard, but it is compared to Marco and others. It's difficult. Advertisement. Training continues. Joes, it's your turn. Whitebeard interrupted the discussion of the others and said lightly. Hearing that, Joes slowly walked up. Now, he no longer had the confidence he had at the beginning. When he saw with his own eyes how Marco lost to Aokiji's hands, Jose was thinking about it now. Just how to protect yourself. How to deal with Aokiji for a few more rounds with his excellent defensive ability, so after Whitebeard announced the start of the battle, Jose had no plans to attack. I saw that Jose had diamondized his body from the beginning, and then stood up to Aokiji. Jose did not attack, so Aokiji attacked. I saw that the ground under Aokiji's feet became ice and slippery, and Aokiji slid over like ice skating. And then from a sharp weapon extended from the fingertips. Does he want to fight melee? That's great, it's good for me. After seeing Aokiji create a weapon, Jose looked a little happy, because this way physical defense is what he is best at. Before welcoming Aokiji's attack, Jose instantly covered his body with armament haki, because even though he had confidence in his diamond defense, Jose was still more cautious. However, Aokiji is obviously not so stupid. He also knows that Jose's defense is strong. He saw that his ice blade was shining with a black light in the air. It turned out that Aokiji was also covered with a layer of armament haki. However, Aokiji's target was not Jose, but the ground at Jose's feet. Aokiji hit the ground with a heavy knife, and immediately caused a crack on the ground, and it extended directly to Jose's direction, which made him unable to stand immediately. Stabilize your figure. At this time, Aokiji quickly sent out 5 icicles, trapping Jose firmly inside, and since then, Jose has also been subdued. It's amazing. Brother Yaluo was shocked and shook his head. Advertisement. They don't have the power to resist, and we are even worse. Beasta realized that the actual combat training of the old man is a bit pervert. How can such a powerful Aokiji be able to support 50 rounds under his hands? Marco and Jose basically only persisted for 1 or 2 rounds. Jinbei was lost in thought. He felt that if he was in the water, he might be able to hold on for a longer time. However, Jinbei changed his mind to think that Aokiji's freezing ability just restrained him, because he can directly freeze the seawater, so Jinbei has nothing to do. ABFA. The next few people who are going to play are a little bit ambitious, because playing when the defeat is set, then it is undoubtedly a shame to go up. Therefore, at this time, all people behaved more negatively, but there was one exception, and that was Tesla, who had been silent all the time. Tesla saw that everyone was not in good shape, so he started to encourage them. Think about it the other way around. Even Marco and Captain Jose are like this. No matter how we behave, we won't be ashamed, Daddy. This is trying to temper us, don't we? Can't you accept failure? Even though I said that, it was still quite shocking, and I didn't want to be ashamed of going up. Brother Yaluo said immediately. In fact, don't worry, maybe when it's your turn, Aokiji's physical strength will weaken, but you can support it for a while, Tesla said. Tesla is right, we can't give up, and the old man must prove himself. Jinbei suddenly exasperated. Advertisement. Speaking of which, Jinbei, you said this because you were the last one. Brother Arrow thought about it for a while, and suddenly looked black, because Jinbei will be the last captain to fight Aokiji in order. Don't care about the details. Jinbei said. Afterwards, Beasta came on the field, and Aokiji used the ice blade to start a swordsmanship battle with Beasta. Although Aokiji showed strong suppression, Beasta relied on his flexible body and sword skills to fight Aokiji. More than a dozen rounds. In the end, Beasta revealed a flaw, allowing Aokiji to release absolute coldness, and directly frozen Beasta at close quarters. In addition, Beasta did not lose to Aokiji in swordsmanship, but the strength gap was too large. However, Beasta lasted more than a dozen rounds, which gave the next person some confidence. Look, Beasta already has some advantages, and I hope you can continue to expand this advantage in the future. Tesla said to Arogo. Okay, leave it to me. Aroge said excitedly. These kids will probably be hit hard. Whitebeard sighed suddenly, because he knew that if Aokiji hadn't used swordsmanship to fight Beasta, it wouldn't take so long at all. Although Marco and others are tough, the partial division is too serious. Their strength may be strong in one aspect, but the overall strength is far from enough. Whitebeard asked Aokiji to fight them just to make them face this point and continue to progress. These captains may be comparable to Admiral in some respects, but if they are compared together, it is far worse, so once they really fight, the result will be like this. Chapter 356. Aokiji's Tactics. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Marine Admiral's strength is relatively comprehensive, regardless of offensive and defensive or combat skills, etc., have reached the first-class level, and the captains such as Marco, are only outstanding in one aspect. Of course, this also has the limitation of the fruit. After all, although Marco's phoenix fruit has a strong resilience, this resilience does not have much meaning for the top power. The same is true for Joe's. Although his diamond fruit is strong, it pays special attention to defense, and it is not very prominent in other aspects, or even very lacking. Therefore, in this case, even if the fruit is developed come out, it is also inherently at a disadvantage in terms of comprehensive strength. After Arugo came on the field, the result was the same as Whitebeard thought. Aokiji defeated him with a direct blow. As for the next one, it was time for Tesla to play. Tesla, all come on, I hope you can last more time, Jinbei said to Tesla. I will try my best. Tesla felt pressured. The failed Allure brother watched Tesla slowly enter the field, and he couldn't help clenching his fists. Damn it, I was defeated in one blow. How could this happen? Tesla, only the two of you are left. We must earn some face for us. Speaking of the end, Eroge started to cheer for Tesla. He saw Tesla's serious and dignified face. He kept setting Aokiji's direction, and his eyes did not fluctuate. He replied, don't worry, I will prove our strength. Aokiji looked at Tesla and felt that his eyes were very firm, and it seemed that he felt a little different from others. However, Aokiji didn't take it seriously. He immediately shot Tesla and saw Aokiji's figure sliding over on the ground. Advertisement. Aokiji appeared in front of Tesla at an extremely fast speed, and then directly grabbed Tesla with both hands. At this moment, Aokiji quickly released a large amount of air conditioning. Frozen people into a tower. Ice sculpture. However, after the air conditioning, the result was not as Aokiji thought. Tesla's body was not frozen, but nothing happened. What's the matter? Aokiji frowned slightly. He had some accidents. His absolute freeze has never failed. Since I have rushed over, that's just right. Tesla's mouth curled up, and Aokiji is so close to him now, which just saves him the trouble of leaving the attack range. I saw the power of the fruit in Tesla's body surging, and some small bubbles began to appear on the ground under the feet of the pheasant. After a while, a huge bubble slowly appeared from under the ground. This is. Aokiji felt the abnormalities on the ground. He immediately stepped on his left foot, and a force of freezing too was released again. Aokiji wanted to isolate these abnormalities with ice. However, what surprised Aokiji was that this huge bubble actually ignored his ice layer and continued to rise, as if to completely enclose Aokiji in it. Almost all of this happened between lightning and flint. The moment Tesla defended Aokiji's absolute freezing, he was preparing for his attack. However, although Aokiji was accidental, his reaction power was sufficient, and then he immediately stepped back, and when the huge bubble rose up, he was already empty. Advertisement. The bubble film fruit actually has such an effect. It seems that you just covered this layer of bubble film on your body, so you can resist my absolute freezing. Aokiji became interested in Tesla and recognized it at the same time. His fruitful ability. Exactly. Tesla nodded and said, interesting, then I'm going to see, what else do you have to do next? Aokiji said lightly. The short confrontation just now is far from enough to see Tesla's strength, because Tesla occupies the advantage of the fruit, and his bubble film fruit has a 100% defensive effect on Aokiji's freezing ability. And now, Aokiji wanted to test Tesla's true strength, only to see Aokiji rushed over in an instant, and then summoned 5 ice dragons. SLA dived away. The ice dragon gave out a biting cold air, and the temperature dropped sharply wherever it passed. Faced with such a powerful attack, Tesla did not dare to neglect. She immediately turned on her ability and summoned a bubble barrier. Blocked in the sky above him. 0 seeking flowers, 0. In an instant, 5 ice dragons hit the bubble barrier made by Tesla, and they immediately made a rumbling sound of dragons. This cold breath seemed to explode, and a large amount of cold air spread out at once, making Tesla shaking all over. It's so cold. I didn't expect that it would be so cold just because it was affected. If Bray is hit, it will probably be over. Tesla is more cautious in his heart. He now carries the honor of the Whitebeard pirate team leader. Fighting. Fortunately, Although the 5 ice exploded with a lot of air conditioning and caused a strong vibration, it did not destroy Tesla's bubble barrier. At this time, Aoki suddenly realized something. Aokiji hadn't taken any action yet. Advertisement. Aokiji just released the 5 ice dragons during the rush towards Tesla, and he himself was still in action. Sure enough, when Tesla came to his consciousness, Aokiji had already stretched out his palm to him. See Tesla. State. The subconscious heartbeat speeds up. Many. It's over. Aokiji said faintly while exuding freezing power. Oops. Tesla whispered badly. He wanted to retreat immediately, but as soon as the voice fell, many ice thorns suddenly condensed around him. These ice thorns are not only condensed from the ground, but are everywhere around the space centered on Tesla, posing a great threat to Tesla. Whitebeard watched the ongoing battle, his eyes narrowed, thinking that Aokiji would use tactics against Tesla instead of the simple and crude way of fighting before. However, this tactic is also very simple. The 5 ice dragons released by Aokiji are only used to feint and lure the enemy. When the 5 ice dragons are offset, the large amount of air conditioning that erupts just surrounds Tesla. And Aokiji can use the air conditioning to quickly condense many ice thorns around Tesla. These ice thorns are so sharp that if they are stabbed, they may bleed. Therefore, Whitebeard has been watching Tesla's actions. If Tesla can't handle the current situation, then before the ice thorn stabs him, Whitebeard will take action to help him solve the situation in front of him. End. Chapter 357. What makes Whitebeard amazing? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. However, if Whitebeard makes a move, it means that Tesla has failed, so Whitebeard does not intend to make a move rashly. Under Whitebeard's gaze, Tesla quickly dodges. Although he also tried to use the bubble film to block the attack, the bubble film was directly penetrated under the sharp ice thorns and could not be stopped at all. Damn it, can't just end like this. Tesla began to feel nervous, and many of his actions had become subconscious instincts. The ice thorns that were constantly produced around seemed to push him into a desperate situation. Even if it is possible to dodge, it cannot be sustained at such a density. It will be a matter of time before being hit, but Tesla has never given up. Tesla covered his arm with armament hockey. When he couldn't dodge, he used his hard 993 armed arms to smash these ice thorns, although these ice thorns are very hard, and they can't be used from the front. However, it is easy to cut off from the side. Tesla struggled for a long time and bought himself a lot of time. During this period, Tesla created a small bubble film, directly from his skin. Permeate out within. A small bubble film seems to seep out of Tesla's body and then wrap Tesla inside. The density of the film is very low. Therefore, after the bubble film wrapped Tesla, it quickly floated over the sky, leaving the air-conditioned area far away, and Aokiji could not create ice thorns at such a distance. There is even this way. Aokiji looked at Tesla floating in the sky. He was slightly surprised. Obviously, Tesla's tricky level exceeded his expectations. Tesla created this kind of bubble film to escape his attack range. This is not a big deal. Hard makes bubble film, this kind of battle. Advertisement. Aokiji appreciates his talent. Damn, I actually made it through. It's great. After watching the tense battle, Yaluo did not exclaim until now. As I thought, we underestimated Tesla. Jinbei said seriously. Although Tesla is usually relatively silent and low-key, it is easy to be ignored, but its ability is very comprehensive, so he appears to be the most comfortable in the face of this admiral strength Aokiji. Hey, I already knew that Tesla is great, otherwise I wouldn't have said that just now. Brother Yaluo said immediately. It's really surprising that this fellow Tesla can support for so long. Joe suddenly sighed, his face very surprised. It's not over yet, I hope he can surprise us later. Beasta also said expectantly. He asked himself if he faced the situation just now, it would be very suspenseful. However, in fact, Tesla's ability to escape is somewhat thrilling. At this time, he is floating in the air, still adjusting his state. Tesla is staring at Aokiji underneath, while gasping for breath. In a short time, disappear. It took a lot of his physical strength. Therefore, if Aokiji doesn't take the shot right now, Tesla doesn't want to take the initiative to attack. He can delay it for a while. Advertisement. However, Aokiji didn't seem to intend to let Tesla rest for too long. He jumped directly into the air, and then shot many ice bullets from his fingers, hitting Tesla in the direction like raindrops. Not good. Tesla immediately summoned a bubble barrier in front, but he underestimated the penetrating power of these ice bombs. His barrier was instantly penetrated, and the spherical bubble membrane was directly broken, and Tesla fell from the air. Tesla was about to adjust his figure, and then made a bubble film again, but during the time he fell, Aokiji had already rushed towards him. Tesla had no power to resist and was kicked by Aokiji. Rolled on the ground for a certain distance before stopping. Although he was injured, it was not very serious. Tesla immediately stood up from the ground and he could continue fighting. I'm not over yet, I have to be more careful. Tesla told himself in his heart that although he has persisted for a long time, it seems to him is still very short-lived, so he must continue to hold on. Only active offense is the best defense. Tesla made up his mind. He can't let himself fall into the passive, otherwise it will be difficult to parry Aokiji's attack 0. At the next moment, Tesla took the initiative to attack, and saw his figure quickly rushed towards Aokiji, and there were a lot of bubbles on the palms of both hands. These bubbles are very light, but forward. The speed of advancing is very high. Aokiji was a little strange, he didn't understand what Tesla wanted to do, and these bubbles didn't look threatening. Therefore, Aokiji stood in place and did not move. Instead, a weapon was condensed in his hand, and then he held the weapon and swung it lightly, destroying all the bubbles that were advancing. Advertisement. However, Tesla still stopped every day, he kept emitting these bubbles, and moved around Aokiji, emitting bubbles from all directions. The people around watching the game were very surprised by Tesla's actions, because he made these bubbles crazy, which had no effect on Aokiji, and they easily destroyed it. If it was consumed, it was Tesla's own. Remove. Consume more. What is Tesla doing? It has no effect on Aokiji. Why should it continue? Arrow Brothers was surprised. Others, like Allure Brother, felt that Tesla had a tactical error. Only Jinbei was thinking about it seriously. Although he could not see what Tesla was going to do, he thought that Tesla had his own goal of 5.0. Gum ha ha ha, do you want to set up a trap, but this is still too simple. Whitebeard saw Tesla's idea at a glance, but he also didn't think this trick was effective for Aokiji. After a large number of bubbles were crushed, the surrounding air was full of these water molecules, and they were very fine, but they had covered them in a large amount, and Tesla felt that his time had come. It's almost there. Tesla suddenly stopped making bubbles, then folded his hands together, and saw a bubble wrap around Aokiji suddenly, and he was directly inserted into it. After Tesla succeeded, he quickly strengthened the bubble film continuously, and made the bubble film indestructible, especially when it was more difficult to break inside. Chapter 358. Aokiji's Jinbei. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Aokiji looked at the bubble film that trapped him, already floating in the air with him, and he nodded slightly. It turned out that Tesla's tactics were the same as he was just now. The bubble was just a feint. However, Aokiji already knew that this was a side attack before, but he wanted to see what Tesla's backhand was. Now he saw it, and he had to make his own counterattack. I saw that Aokiji covered his ice blade with a layer of armament hockey, and then began to attack fiercely, wanting to destroy from the inside of the bubble. It is not easy to destroy it. Tesla knew his tricks well, and wanted to destroy from the inside, then at least several times the strength was required. Sure enough, even when armament hockey was covered on the hard ice blade, under Aokiji's stab, a sharp thorn protruded from the outside of the bubble membrane, but it did not pierce. No, I actually trapped Aokiji. Because the bubble film made by Tesla is transparent, everyone can see what Aokiji did. Therefore, seeing that even Aokiji couldn't break it with a single blow, everyone present was suddenly surprised. Good job, it's Tesla who doesn't cry. This bubble film fruit is really an artifact. I won't be able to win this test, right? Arogo suddenly exclaimed. It's not just the fruit, Tesla's fighting talent is too strong. Jinbei emphasized. Advertisement. It is obviously inappropriate to attribute this result to the fruits of Tesla. This is also related to Tesla's development and his excellent combat thinking. This guy can achieve this level. Joes, Beasta and others have been stunned. They always thought that Tesla was weaker than themselves, but now it seems that it is really going to fight. Tesla never be under them. Even Whitebeard admires Tesla very much, because even Whitebeard himself underestimated Tesla's ability before. However, This ability is not strength, but the kind of calm thinking in battle. Only calm people can exert their own strength, even supernormal, and Tesla is very good at this point. It seems that Tesla's potential is very good, ha ha ha. Whitebeard burst into laughter. It was this test he held that inspired Tesla's potential. The stronger his sons are, the happier Whitebeard is naturally, and after today's events, he decided to focus on cultivating Tesla and let his full potential spread out. It's really tough. Aokiji sighed facing the impenetrable bubble film, but it also made him a little angry. In that case, then. I saw that Aokiji touched his hand on the inner wall of the bubble film, and then a bit of freezing force was released, and the positive film space was instantly frozen into a ball of ice. Even Aokiji himself became an ice sculpture, but he quickly recovered. The surrounding bubble film has turned into an ice layer and lost its toughness. Aokiji punched the ice layer directly, broke it from the inside, and took a leap. Come out. It only took such a long time. After seeing Aokiji break open, Tesla was also a little surprised. He wanted to rely on this bubble film to sleep Aokiji for a while. Because after using the fruit power several times in a row, Tesla's stamina was almost at its limit. He wanted to take this time to take a break and recover his stamina. Advertisement. It's not easy, but it ends here. Aokiji praised Tesla, and as soon as the voice fell, he shot an ice bird from his arm, and his figure followed. The ice bird flew quickly, causing Tesla to feel a cold air pressure. He raised his palm and wanted to create a barrier, but when it was halfway through, it suddenly exploded and his physical strength no longer allowed him. Overdraft power. Damn it. Tesla had no choice but to dodge, but his movements were still a bit slow, and he was affected by the trajectory of the ice bird's flight. The cold breath instantly froze half of Tesla's body. In the next instant, Aokiji appeared in front of Tesla, and Tesla's pupils enlarged sharply, but he had no defensive means and was hit by Aokiji's flying kick. The test was over. Although Tesla ended, there was thunderous applause around him, all cheering for Tesla. At this stop, Tesla showed his own style. He fully demonstrated his ability and combat thinking. After entangled with a Marine admiral for so long, he was a miracle compared to the results of other captains. Tesla. Tesla. The crew cheered for Tesla, especially the team that Tesla was responsible for, cheering fiercely. Whitebeard flew in front of Tesla, patted him on the shoulder, and encouraged. Good job, it seems that your fighting spirit was not high enough in the past. Hey, it's just good luck. Tesla touched his head and replied modestly. While everyone was cheering for Tesla, Jinbei's face became more solemn. Tesla's performance was so good just now, and after his consumption, Aokiji's strength must have declined at this time, and if he loses if it's too ugly, I'm afraid. Many people will be disappointed. Advertisement. It's the old man's turn. Jinbei walked up with a look of indifference. As expected, when everyone saw Jinbei on the field, they started to cheer for Jinbei. After 993 passed Tesla's game, they all embraced Jinbei. No small hope. Come on, Jinbei, try to beat him. The honor of the Whitebeard pirate team leader depends on you. Boss Jinbei, don't let me down. Even Shirahoshi also followed suit, but she didn't do it, but really hoped that Jinbei could defeat the opponent. After all, in the Whitebeard pirates, Jinbei was the only companion who was born in the Fishman Island like her. Therefore, Shirahoshi naturally hopes that Jinbei can show more brilliance to the Fishmen Island, not to mention that her relationship with Jinbei is already very good. However, Jinbei felt a little stressed when he heard these inflated words, but he immediately adjusted his mentality and made preparations for battle. Jinbei, I don't know if my strength has improved after I quit Shichibukai. Aokiji looked at Jinbei and said. Just try it, Jinbei said. After that, Jinbei attacked Aokiji. But Jinbei has always been a stable character, so his attacks were only tentative. A murloc slammed in the past and was blocked by Aokiji with an ice blade. Then the two started a close-range battle. Jinbei's murloc karate showed a strong melee combat ability. Chapter 359. Whitebeard's terrifying power. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. 5,000 watts punches. I saw Jinbei punched out an overwhelming aura. Aokiji crossed his arms to block him, but he was still struck back a lot by this aura. However, when the momentum dissipated, Jinbei clearly saw that Aokiji was not hurt, and just temporarily suppressed it. This was also in Jinbei's expectation. After all, he wanted to injure an admiral head-on. This strength was not enough. However, even so, Jinbei's strategic goal has been achieved. He can take the initiative to attack so that he will not fall into passiveness, so that he can sustain more time. Therefore, Jinbei did not stop in the slightest, and immediately continued to attack Aokiji. Under his fierce attack, Aokiji also actively defended and counterattacked. The two sides launched a fierce melee battle. The movement of you and me was dazzling, and every impact and fight broke out in the space. Watching the battle between the two of them, Whitebeard couldn't help but nodded slightly, thinking that Jinbei was worthy of being a strong Murloc. Originally, the Murloc's natural physique was about 10 times stronger than that of humans. What's more, for a strong man like Jinbei, he uses the physique of a Murloc to fight Aokiji in close combat, which is obviously an advantage for him. Advertisement. Under the impact and vibration of close combat, there are no small requirements for physical fitness. If it is an ordinary person, then such a close combat with an admiral will definitely hurt his body and cannot support it. But Jinbei's physique is able to narrow the gap between them, allowing him to fight against Aokiji for a long time, which is not enough to let him off the court. Come on, Jinbei, you are our hope. Arogo suddenly shouted. Boss Jinbei, you are the card of our Murlocs. Shirahoshi also cheered, cheering for Jinbei. For a time, the surrounding cheers were extremely lively, because Jinbei lived up to expectations and entangled with Aokiji for a while, but it is not difficult to understand. Shu combat. However, Jinbei doesn't know how to armament hockey. He just uses his Murloc karate and the physique and strength of the Murloc race to barely contend with Aokiji's armament hockey. Jinbei has been insisting, but this kind of battle is still reluctant. After supporting dozens of rounds, Jinbei was defeated. However, despite the glorious defeat, Jinbei was the one with the most support rounds among all captains except for Tesla. Everyone came forward and cheered for Jinbei. At this time, Whitebeard coughed twice, and everyone calmed down and watched. To Whitebeard. I said, are you so happy with only this achievement? This time, I want to let you know the gap between you and Admiral, so you can practice hard. The captains all bowed their heads in shame. Jinbei said first. Father, don't worry, we will try to complete the task you gave us in the shortest time. Well, that's right. Whitebeard nodded in satisfaction, but he was really surprised by this kind of battle. After all, Aokiji's intensity exceeded his expectations, which was obviously a big challenge for them. Advertisement. After the frustration of this battle, the captains all went down to reflect on themselves, and in a remote place on the ship, Wentai was here to comfort Marco. As the first captain of the Whitebeard pirates, he was defeated by a blow under Aokiji. Marco was so ashamed that he couldn't accept it. Although Wentai had been comforting Marco for a long time, it had little effect. Marco, it's been a long time now, let's go back and see how the other captains are doing. Wentai said to Marco. Don't worry about me, you go back first, you haven't tested it yet, don't have to stay with me all the time. Marco shook his head and said. Wentai was a little embarrassed at once, he immediately said. Hey, I don't need to worry, anyway, I am the last one, it should be my turn before this soon. In fact, Wentai didn't want to participate in this test, so he used this excuse to accompany Marco, and he knew Marco was unwilling to go back at this time, so he said that deliberately. Just at this moment, Jose and the other captains found this place, and Eroge took the lead and rushed over like a whirlwind, and then said to Wentai, so you are here, now you are the only one left without testing. Have you all tested it? How are the results? Wentai asked with wide eyes. Basically, the match was defeated within 2 rounds. Only Beasta, Jinbei and Tesla performed better. They lasted longer, especially Tesla, which almost defeated Aokiji. Jose walked away. Come over and say. Hearing this, Marco's heart suddenly shook. What? Almost defeated Aokiji? Is Tesla really so strong? How can it be such an exaggeration? I am still far short of it. Tesla quickly explained. Whitebeard said to them. Advertisement. Hey, don't pretend to be garlic, we are all watching brightly. Brother Yaluo said immediately. Yeah, don't be humble. Jinbei also said. Wentai looked surprised, looked at Tesla with incredible eyes, and asked. Did you really perform so well? It may be that Aokiji was consumed before, because of luck, and it is impossible for me to defeat Aokiji. Tesla said. Let's pull it down. Aokiji uses the most skills to deal with you. If it is consumed, It is the situation after dealing with you. Aokiji retorted Daodian. It's true. Jinbei nodded, because when Aokiji, Nuo Good, was playing against him, he obviously felt that there was no use of skills. He has been fighting with physical skills. This is not too much consumption. What is it? It turns out that you all perform so well. It seems that I am the worst. Marco, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke, and everyone was surprised. Marco, what are you talking nonsense? Your strength does not need to be proved, a defeat is nothing at all. Joe said immediately. Yeah, this is nothing at all. Have you been saddened by this? We all have an advantage. Beasta also said. Wentai didn't want to see that everyone was unhappy about Marco, so he immediately changed the subject and asked. By the way, I haven't tested yet, so do I need to pass now? It's no longer necessary. My father said that Aokiji was over-consuming, so I have to wait until later before it's your turn. Joe said. Chapter 360. Aokiji's Training. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After everyone's encouragement, Marco regrouped. He felt that he was indeed underestimating the enemy at the time, but this was not his intention, but his character has always been like this. Marco is relatively lazy by nature, and is not very keen on fighting, but now that these are all over, he plans to adjust some of his mentality. In order to strengthen their actual combat capabilities, the other captains practiced against others. As for Wentai, after a day's time, Whitebeard arranged for him to actual combat. But this time, there were no spectators watching. Wentai's strength Whitebeard intends to keep it secret, so there are only 3 people including Wentai and Aokiji plus Whitebeard. Wentai faced Aokiji. At this time, he was very ambitious, because he was facing Aokiji who was in good condition. Jinbei and others were able to face Aokiji who was incomplete before, but he was a bit disadvantaged. Wentai, you just need to do your best. There is no one else here. Be calm and treat your opponent as a real enemy. Whitebeard said. Take Aokiji as an enemy. Wentai muttered to himself. He looked at Aokiji motionlessly, and began to imagine in his brain hard, thinking of Aokiji as an enemy, imagining him as an enemy who hurt by 993's beard. Never let you hurt Dad. Wentai raised his head fiercely, his eyes bursting with absolute determination. He has entered the state he should have. As Whitebeard's close guard, he does not allow anyone to hurt Whitebeard, otherwise he would be sorry for his identity. As expected of my daddy, just a few words made him stand up for fighting spirit. Aokiji exclaimed as he looked at Wentai in his eyes. Advertisement. Let's start. Following Whitebeard's order, Aokiji took the lead in the attack, and an ice spear formed in his hand, and instantly projected towards Wentai, with fierce pressure. With steady eyes condensed slightly, he immediately stretched out his hands and summoned a black spatial vortex in front of him, swallowing the ice spear without causing a trace of power fluctuation. As expected of dark fruit, so domineering. Aokiji praised, and he also realized that such long-distance fruit ability cannot pose a threat to those with dark fruit ability. The shortcoming of dark fruit ability lies in physique. Close combat is a weakness, but if you are close to Wentai, ABFA Aokiji is also risky. After all, if you are touched, you can't use any fruit ability. However, as Admiral, Aokiji still has this confidence. He thought that he would not reveal this flaw, so he rushed forward resolutely. First, Aokiji formed an ice blade in his hand and stabs Wentai in rapid succession. Wentai really dodged in a hurry, and there was no time to use the dark power. With Aokiji's attack frequency getting faster and faster, Wentai felt the danger, and in desperation, he turned his hands into black hole-like matter. And Aokiji's ice blade just pierced Wentai's palm, as if he was stuck in a swamp, he couldn't pull it out. Wentai, who finally didn't need to continue to dodge, took advantage of this gap, and immediately began to release a large amount of dark power from his palm. The invisible and intangible dark power made Aokiji feel an indescribable sense of threat. A route ahead is condensed. The ice. Advertisement. Wentai's feet are also on this route. His feet are completely covered by ice. In this case, it basically makes not much strength. After that, Aokiji rushed over and defeated Wentai. Although the battle was finally over, Aokiji still had lingering fears. Because Wentai's combat experience was severely lacking, he still caused some threats. Therefore, it is not difficult to imagine that if Wentai has experienced many battles in the future, to what extent will Dark Fruit's ability develop? I am afraid he is not an opponent either. Father, I failed, Wentai said to Whitebeard disappointedly. You are so discouraged, let's go back and strengthen training first. Whitebeard said lightly. Yes. Wentai nodded and left, leaving only Whitebeard and Aokiji here. This guy has great potential in the future. I didn't expect the lower limit of dark fruit to be so low. An ordinary person can have such strength after getting it. Aokiji suddenly sighed to Whitebeard. Hey ha ha ha, are you scared too? It is because dark fruit is so powerful that I let him be my guard. Whitebeard laughed and said, but Aokiji's fear is still rare. That said, he was not your confidant on the ship before, but a marine. Don't you worry that he will become another Blackbeard when he gains power in the future? Aokiji asked questioningly. Advertisement. Aokiji also knew very well about Blackbeard. He knew that Blackbeard was a member of Whitebeard's crew. He had been lurking in order to get dark fruit. After getting dark fruit, he returned to his original form. However, Whitebeard didn't care about Aokiji's doubts. He said confidently, I am not the Whitebeard I used to be, and I will not repeat it. And his previous identity doesn't affect anything. You said, Blackbeard used to be my crew member. He stayed on my boat for so long, but he was just wolfish ambition, so that doesn't mean much. Whitebeard fully demonstrated. Own. No doubt about employing people. This moved Aokiji a bit. After all, what he said just now only alluded to himself. Although he joined the Whitebeard pirates, it was not necessarily a stabilizing factor, but Whitebeard trusted him so much. For example, this boat of Noah, even the current marine does not know that the Whitebeard pirate Danzo is carrying a huge ship of this size. This is a big secret, but how will Whitebeard get the passage of Noah's boat? Told him all. This is definitely a kind of full trust, so Aokiji is very touched. He feels that he did not make a mistake in staying in the Whitebeard pirates. Here is more freedom than marine, and you can also have your own ideas. If you have any different opinions, he can speak directly and communicate with Whitebeard. This happy way of getting along makes Aokiji feel great, but only one thing is not good, that is to train these captains. He has to face their actual combat almost at any time, which is a big burden for Aokiji.